The Scent of Salt and Secrets. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you to a windswept island where the scent of pine mingles with salt air, and where the rhythm of waves against stone has marked time for countless generations. Close your eyes and let me take you to Bjornholm, a place that exists now only in memory and in the whispered tales of those who remember when the world was wider, and the sea held more mysteries than maps. It was the spring of 847, when the ice finally released its grip on the northern waters, that Astrid Eriksdottir first discovered her father's greatest secret. She was 28 then, with hands already weathered from years of helping in the shipyard, and eyes the color of storm clouds that had seen more of life than most women of her time were permitted to witness. The morning began like so many others. Astrid woke to the sound of her father Eric's axe biting into seasoned oak, the rhythmic thock, thock, thock that had been the heartbeat of her childhood. She dressed in the gray light before dawn, wrapping her woolen cloak around shoulders that had grown strong from hauling timber and mixing tar. The air in their small wooden house still held the warmth of last night's fire, but she could feel the crisp promise of spring seeping through the gaps between the logs. Outside, the world was painted in shades of silver and blue. Mist rose from the harbor like the breath of sleeping giants, and the mountains that ringed their island home stood silent and watchful against the lightening sky. Bjornholm was not a large place. Perhaps 200 souls called it home, but it sat at the crossroads of the northern sea lanes, and ships from distant lands often sheltered in its deep, protected harbor. Astrid made her way to the shipyard, her boots crunching softly on the frost-touched grass. The scent of pine shavings and oak filled her nostrils, mixed with the ever-present smell of the sea and the sharper tang of the tar they used to seal the ship hulls. It was a smell that meant home to her, as familiar and comforting as her mother's bread or the sound of her brother Leif's laughter. Her father was already deep in his work, his weathered hands moving with the practiced precision of a master craftsman. Eric Thorson was known throughout the northern islands for the ships he built, vessels that could dance across the waves in fair weather and survive the worst storms the North Sea could conjure. His hair had long since turned the color of winter ice, but his arms remained strong, and his pale blue eyes still held the sharpness of a man who had spent his life reading the moods of wood and water. "Good morning, Father," Astrid said, picking up her own tools. She had been working beside him since she was old enough to hold a plane without cutting herself, and their partnership had developed the easy rhythm of long practice. Eric looked up and smiled, the expression transforming his usually serious face. "Ah, my little shipwright awakens. I was beginning to think you'd decided to spend the day abed like a proper lady." Astrid snorted with amusement. "And leave you to ruin this poor vessel with your heavy-handed approach to the finer work? I think not." They fell into their familiar routine, father and daughter working side by side on the sleek trading vessel that would soon carry goods to the markets of Iceland and beyond. The ship was nearly complete, her hull gleaming with fresh tar, her mast stepped and ready for rigging. She was a beautiful thing, built in the old style with overlapping planks that gave her the flexibility to ride the waves rather than fight them. As the morning progressed, the mist began to lift, revealing the busy life of the harbor. Fishing boats were already returning with their dawn catch, their holds silver bright with herring and cod. Children ran along the wooden docks, their voices high and clear in the crisp air. Women gathered at the well, sharing news and gossip as they filled their water jugs. It was the kind of peaceful, ordinary morning that makes up the fabric of most lives, unremarkable in its beauty. But today would be different. Today, Astrid would discover that her ordinary life had been built on foundations she had never suspected. It happened when she was working alone in the far corner of the shipyard, fitting the final decorative pieces to the vessel's prow. Her father had gone to the house to fetch more tools, leaving her to work in the quiet concentration she preferred for detailed carving. The morning sun had climbed high enough to warm her back as she worked, and she had pushed back her hood, letting her long auburn hair catch the light. She was reaching for her smallest carving knife when her hand brushed against something unexpected, a loose board in the wall of the workshop. The plank shifted under her touch, revealing a dark gap behind it. Curious, Astrid set down her tools and examined the wall more carefully. What she had taken for solid construction was actually a cleverly concealed hiding place, invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. Her heart began to beat faster as she worked the loose board free. Behind it was a small cavity, and within that space, wrapped in oiled leather, was a collection of items that made her breath catch in her throat. There were silver coins bearing the marks of distant lands, their surfaces worn smooth by countless hands. There were small carved figurines of animals she didn't recognize, and pieces of silk so fine they seemed to shimmer with their own light. But it was the leather-bound journal that made her hands tremble as she lifted it from its hiding place. The cover was soft with age and handling, and when she opened it, she found page after page covered with her father's careful runic script. But these were not the simple records of timber purchases and ship sales she might have expected. These were detailed notes about trade routes, descriptions of foreign ports, and, most intriguingly, careful maps of river systems that stretched far to the east, beyond any lands she had ever heard described. Astrid sank onto a pile of wood shavings, the journal heavy in her lap. The first entry was dated 15 years ago, when she had been barely 13 and her brother Leif only 10. As she read, a picture began to emerge of a life her father had lived in secret. A life of long voyages to distant lands, of trading partnerships with peoples whose names she could barely pronounce, of wealth accumulated and hidden away. The entries spoke of a great river system far to the east, where Norse traders could travel deep into the heart of foreign lands, carrying amber and furs south and returning with silver and silk and spices. Her father wrote of cities with golden domes, of markets where a dozen languages mingled in the air like music, of opportunities for trade that could make a family wealthy beyond their wildest dreams. But there were darker entries, too. Notes about the slave markets that flourished along these eastern routes, about the human cargo that was as valuable as any other trade goods, about the moral compromises that successful merchants sometimes had to make. Her father's handwriting grew tight and controlled in these passages, as if he were forcing himself to record things he would rather forget. As Astrid read, she began to understand why her father had never spoken of these journeys. The wealth they represented came with a price, not just in danger, but in the kind of moral complexity that could eat away at a person's soul. She could see in his words the struggle of a man trying to balance the needs of his family against the demands of his conscience. The sound of her father's returning footsteps made her look up with a start. Quickly, she wrapped the journal back in its leather covering and slipped it into the folds of her cloak. Her heart was pounding so hard she was sure he would hear it, but Eric seemed to notice nothing unusual as he resumed his work. For the rest of the morning, Astrid worked in a daze, her mind spinning with the implications of what she had discovered. Every time she looked at her father, she saw him differently. not just as the skilled craftsman and loving parent she had always known, but as a man who had lived a double life, who had walked in worlds she could barely imagine. When the midday meal bell rang from the village, she excused herself and walked alone to the edge of the harbor. The water was calm today, reflecting the sky like polished metal. Fishing boats bobbed gently at their moorings, and gulls wheeled overhead, their cries sharp and wild. It was the same view she had looked upon every day of her life, but now it seemed different, charged with possibility and danger. She thought of her brother Leif, who had always dreamed of adventure beyond their small island. He would be fascinated by what she had learned, she knew. But she also thought of her mother Sigrid, who had always seemed to carry a shadow of worry in her eyes, especially when Eric was away on his longer trading voyages. Had she known? Had she suspected? As she stood there, the journal hidden beneath her cloak, Astrid felt the weight of her father's secrets settling on her shoulders. Knowledge, she was learning, was not always a gift. Sometimes it was a burden that changed everything, that made it impossible to see the world through the same innocent eyes. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of distant places. Or perhaps that was just her imagination, now that she knew such places existed. She pulled her cloak tighter around herself and made her way back to the workshop, where her father was waiting with a smile and a question about the afternoon's work. But as she picked up her tools and resumed her place beside him, Astrid knew that something fundamental had shifted. The secret she now carried would not stay buried forever. Secrets, like seeds, have a way of growing in the dark until they can no longer be contained, and in the quiet rhythm of their shared work, in the familiar sounds of hammer and plane, she began to sense the first stirrings of a destiny she had never imagined. One that would take her far from the safe harbor of Bjornholm, into waters both literal and metaphorical, that would test everything she thought she knew about herself and the world. The afternoon sun slanted through the workshop windows, casting long shadows across the floor, where wood shavings curled like tiny golden waves. And in those shadows, in the space between what was known and what was hidden, Astrid Eriksdotter began the first steps of a journey that would transform not just her own life, but the lives of countless others whose paths would cross hers in the years to come. Sometimes the most important discoveries come not from seeking, but from the simple act of reaching for a tool and finding instead a doorway to a larger world. And sometimes the weight of what we discover is exactly the burden we need to become who we were always meant to be. The weight of carved runes. The evening came soft and gray to Bjornholm, wrapping the island in the kind of gentle twilight that makes even the most familiar places seem touched with magic. Astrid sat in her small chamber above the main room of their house, a single candle flickering on the wooden table beside her. The flame danced in the draught that crept through the gaps in the timber walls, casting shifting shadows across the pages of her father's journal. She had waited until the household settled into its evening rhythm. Her mother, Sigrid, spinning wool by the fire below. Her father mending nets in preparation for tomorrow's work. The soft sounds of domestic life that had always meant safety and peace. But tonight, those familiar sounds seemed distant, muffled by the weight of the secrets she now carried. The journal lay open before her, its leather cover worn smooth by years of handling. In the candlelight, the runic characters seemed to shift and dance, as if the words themselves were alive with the memories they contained. Astrid traced the lines with her finger, feeling the slight depression where her father's stylus had pressed into the parchment, connecting her across the years to the moment when he had first set down these dangerous truths. The entry she was reading now was dated 7 years ago, during one of Eric's longer absences that she remembered well. She had been 21 then, old enough to help manage the household while he was away, but still young enough to accept without question his explanations about trading voyages to Iceland and the Faroe Islands. Now she understood that those simple explanations had hidden journeys of unimaginable complexity and distance. The river Volga runs like a silver thread through the heart of the eastern lands, her father had written, his runic script neat and precise despite what must have been difficult conditions. Today, we passed through territories where the very air seems to whisper in languages I cannot understand. The forests here stretch to the horizon, dark and deep, filled with creatures that exist nowhere else in the world. Our Slavic guides speak of spirits that dwell in the deepest groves, and after 3 weeks in this wilderness, I begin to understand why they make offerings at every river crossing. Astrid paused in her reading, trying to imagine her father, the practical, methodical man she had always known, navigating through such alien landscapes. The Erik Thorson of her childhood had been a figure of absolute reliability, a man whose world was bounded by the familiar rhythms of tide and season, of timber and tar, and the honest work of building ships. But this journal revealed another Erik entirely, one who had walked in places where the very air was foreign. She turned the page and continued reading, her candle burning lower as the night deepened around her. We reached Staraya Ladoga after 18 days on the river. The settlement is larger than I expected, a true meeting place of peoples. Norse traders work alongside Slavic merchants, Arab silver dealers, and fur trappers from the far north. The languages blend together in the market squares like streams flowing into a great river. I have never seen such diversity of goods. Amber from our own shores traded for silk that has traveled from the distant east. Furs from animals I cannot name exchanged for spices that burn the tongue with their intensity. But it is the human trade that troubles my sleep. In the slave markets, I have seen faces that could belong to any of our island children. Young men and women taken in raids or sold by their own families in times of hardship. The silver that flows so freely here is often paid in human coin, and I find myself wondering what price we pay for the prosperity we seek. The candle flame wavered, and Astrid looked up from the journal, her eyes burning from the strain of reading in the dim light. Outside her small window, she could see the harbor of Bjornholm, peaceful under the stars. The contrast between that familiar scene and the world her father described was almost too great to comprehend. How had he carried these experiences back to their quiet island? How had he sat at their dinner table, sharing simple meals and ordinary conversation, while harboring memories of such complexity and moral weight? She returned to the journal, drawn deeper into her father's hidden world despite the growing unease in her chest. The route south from Ladoga follows the Volga through territories controlled by the Khazar Khaganate. Our convoy now numbers 40 vessels, a floating city of traders, guards, and slaves. The organization required for such an expedition is staggering. Agreements with local rulers, tribute payments, careful navigation of political alliances that shift like river currents. I begin to understand why so few attempt these journeys, and why those who succeed guard their knowledge so carefully. Young Bjorn Ragnarsson has proven himself invaluable as a negotiator. His gift for languages and his understanding of local customs have saved us from several potentially dangerous misunderstandings. I find myself thinking he would make a good partner for future ventures, though there is something in his eyes that troubles me. Ambition can be a useful trait in a trader, but unchecked, it can lead to choices that corrode the soul. Astrid's breath caught as she read the name, Bjorn Ragnarsson. Could this be the same Bjorn who would later feature so prominently in her father's more recent entries? She flipped forward through the journal, looking for more references, and found them scattered throughout the later pages like dark seeds. Bjorn grows more ruthless with each journey. Today he argued for purchasing a group of Slavic children, claiming they would bring good prices in the southern markets. When I refused, he looked at me with something approaching contempt. "Your conscience is a luxury we cannot afford," he said. Perhaps he is right, but I cannot shake the feeling that each compromise we make takes us further from the men we once were. The partnership with Bjorn has become untenable. His methods grow ever more questionable, and I fear his influence on the younger traders in our group. Today, I witnessed him beating a slave who had fallen ill, claiming the man was malingering. The cruelty was unnecessary and counterproductive. A sick slave has no value, but a dead one has even less. When I intervened, Bjorn accused me of weakness. Perhaps I am weak, but I would rather be weak than lose my humanity entirely. I have decided to end my association with Bjorn Ragnarsson. The wealth these eastern routes can provide is not worth the cost to one's soul. I will make one final journey to settle my accounts and obligations, and then I will return to Bjornholm and the honest work of shipbuilding. Some prices are too high to pay, no matter what riches they might bring. The final entry was dated just 2 years ago, and as Astrid read it, she felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cool night air seeping through her window. Bjorn has threatened my family. He knows of Astrid and Leif, knows where we live and how vulnerable we are when I am away. He claims I owe him compensation for the profits he will lose when I withdraw from our partnership. I have agreed to one final journey, one last expedition to gather enough silver to buy my freedom from this cursed business. But I fear I have made an enemy who will not easily forget or forgive. I pray to the old gods and the new that my children will never have to pay the price for my mistakes. Astrid closed the journal with trembling hands, her mind reeling from what she had learned. Her father's mysterious absences, her mother's worried expressions, the careful way Eric had always spoken of his trading ventures. It all made sense now. But the knowledge brought no comfort, only a growing sense of dread. She blew out her candle and sat in the darkness, listening to the familiar sounds of the house settling around her. Below, she could hear her parents speaking in low voices, their words indistinct, but their tone suggesting the kind of serious conversation that adults have when they think their children are safely asleep. The weight of the journal in her hands felt like the weight of destiny itself. She understood now that her family's comfortable life, their well-built house, the prosperity that had always set them slightly apart from their neighbors, all of it had been purchased with silver that carried the stain of human suffering. And somewhere in the vast world beyond Bjornholm, a man named Bjorn Ragnarsson nursed grievances that might yet reach across the water to touch their quiet island home. As she sat in the darkness, Astrid felt the first stirrings of a resolve she didn't yet fully understand. The knowledge she now possessed was dangerous, but it was also powerful. Her father had tried to walk away from the eastern trade routes, but the past had a way of following a person home. Perhaps it was time for someone else to take up the burden, someone who could navigate those treacherous waters with different choices, different priorities, The thought frightened her, even as it excited her. She was a woman in a world that offered few opportunities for female traders, a shipbuilder's daughter with no experience of the vast networks of commerce and politics that her father's journal described. But she was also Eric Thorson's child, raised on stories of distant lands and trained in the skills that made such journeys possible. Outside her window, the harbor of Bjornholm lay peaceful under the stars, its familiar outlines unchanged by the revelations that had transformed her understanding of the world. But Astrid knew that she would never see it the same way again. The safe boundaries of her childhood had been shattered, replaced by horizons that stretched far beyond anything she had previously imagined. She wrapped the journal carefully in its leather covering and hid it beneath her mattress. But she knew she would return to it again and again in the days to come. The secrets it contained were now her secrets. The burden it represented now her burden to bear. And in the quiet darkness of her chamber, as the night deepened around Bjornholm and the waves whispered against the shore, Astrid Eriksdottir began to understand that some knowledge, once gained, cannot be unknown. The runes her father had carved into those pages had carved themselves into her soul as well, marking her with the weight of truths that would shape every choice she made in the years to come. Sometimes the most dangerous discoveries are not the ones we seek, but the ones that seek us, waiting patiently in hidden places until we are ready to bear their weight. And sometimes the burden of our parents' choices becomes the foundation for our own destiny, transforming us from who we were into who we were always meant to become. When the morning mist speaks. Dawn came to Bjornholm with the soft persistence of a whispered secret, painting the sky in shades of pearl and rose gold. Astrid woke to find frost flowers blooming on her small window, delicate crystalline patterns that caught the early light like captured stars. She had slept poorly, her dreams filled with images drawn from her father's journal. Vast rivers flowing through endless forests, markets where strange languages mingled like music, and always, lurking at the edges of her vision, the shadow of Bjorn Ragnarsson and the threats he represented. She dressed quietly in the gray pre-dawn light, wrapping her warmest cloak around her shoulders. The house was still silent, but she could smell the faint scent of wood smoke that meant her mother was already awake, tending the fire that had burned low during the night. Sigrid Eriksdottir was always the first to rise, a habit formed during the long years when Eric's trading voyages had left her to manage the household alone. Astrid made her way down the narrow wooden stairs, each step creaking softly in the morning stillness. She found her mother in the main room, kneeling before the stone hearth, coaxing the embers back to life with careful breaths and dry kindling. In the firelight, Sigrid's face showed the lines that 25 years of marriage to a traveling merchant had carved there. Not deep lines of hardship, but the subtle marks of worry carried and released, of nights spent listening for footsteps that might not come. "You're awake early, daughter," Sigrid said without turning around. She had always possessed an uncanny ability to sense when her children were near, as if motherhood had given her extra senses to compensate for the times when she had to watch over them alone. "I couldn't sleep," Astrid admitted, settling onto the wooden bench beside the hearth. "Mother, may I ask you something?" Sigrid looked up from the fire, her pale blue eyes, so like Astrid's own, reflecting the dancing flames. "Of course, child. What troubles you?" For a moment, Astrid hesitated, the weight of her father's secrets pressed against her chest like a stone. But she wasn't sure how much her mother knew or suspected. How did you ask someone if they were aware that their comfortable life had been built on foundations of moral compromise? How did you probe for knowledge that might be too dangerous to speak aloud? Father's trading voyages, she began carefully. They've always taken him so far from home for such long periods. Have you ever wondered, that is, do you know exactly where he goes? Something shifted in her mother's expression, a subtle tightening around her eyes that suggested Astrid's question had touched on thoughts that Sigrid preferred to keep buried. She turned back to the fire, adding another piece of wood with deliberate care. Your father is a skilled trader, she said finally. The routes he travels are complex, dangerous sometimes, but profitable enough to provide for our family in ways that simple fishing or farming could not. But where exactly does he go? What kind of trading requires such secrecy? Sigrid was quiet for a long moment, watching the flames consume the fresh wood. When she spoke again, her voice carried the weight of years of carefully unasked questions and deliberately unexamined answers. There are some things, Astrid, that wives learn not to ask too closely about, not because we don't care, but because caring too much about details we cannot control would drive us mad with worry. She looked up, meeting her daughter's eyes directly. Your father is a good man who has made difficult choices in difficult times. The silver that has kept us comfortable, that has allowed us to build this house and live better than most of our neighbors, it comes with a price. But Eric has always tried to ensure that price is paid by him alone, not by his family. The admission hung in the air between them like smoke from the fire. Astrid felt a mixture of relief and apprehension. Relief that she wasn't alone in carrying the weight of uncomfortable knowledge. Apprehension at the implications of her mother's carefully chosen words. You know about the eastern routes, Astrid said. It wasn't a question. I know that your father travels farther than Iceland or the Faroe Islands, Sigrid replied. I know that the goods he sometimes brings back, the silk, the spices, the silver coins with strange markings, come from places where Norse traders are not always welcome. And I know that he has made enemies as well as profits in those distant lands. She rose from beside the fire and moved to the wooden table where she kept her spinning wheel and baskets of wool. Her hands, Astrid noticed, were trembling slightly as she began to sort through the fleeces, separating the finest strands for her work. There was a time, when you and Leif were small, when I thought about asking him to stop, Sigrid continued, to content himself with the local trade routes, to accept a simpler life in exchange for a safer one. But then I would look at you children, so healthy and well-fed. And I would think of the other families on the island who struggled through every winter, who lost children to hunger and cold, and I would hold my tongue. She picked up a handful of wool, testing its quality between her fingers with the practiced touch of a master spinner. Your father never brought the darkness of those journeys home with him. Whatever he saw, whatever choices he had to make, he left them behind when he returned to us. That took a strength I'm not sure I could have managed. Astrid watched her mother work, seeing her with new eyes. Sigrid had always seemed to her the embodiment of domestic tranquility, a woman whose world was bounded by hearth and loom, garden and kitchen. But now she understood that her mother's serenity had been hard-won, built on a foundation of conscious choices about what to know and what to leave unexamined. And Bjorn Ragnarsson? Astrid asked quietly. Her mother's hands stilled on the wool. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the crackling of the fire and the distant cry of gulls awakening in the harbor. How do you know that name? Sigrid asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I found Father's journal, hidden in the workshop. Sigrid closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, Astrid saw in them a weariness that went bone deep. I was afraid this day would come. Your father tried so hard to keep that part of his life separate from ours, but secrets have a way of growing until they can no longer be contained. She set down the wool and moved to the window, looking out at the harbor where fishing boats were beginning to stir in preparation for the day's work. Bjorn Ragnarsson was your father's partner in the Eastern trade, a brilliant man, by all accounts, with a gift for languages and an understanding of the complex politics that govern those distant routes, but also a man who let the pursuit of profit override his humanity. Father wrote that Bjorn threatened us. Yes. The word was spoken so softly that Astrid almost didn't hear it. 2 years ago, when Eric decided to withdraw from the partnership, Bjorn made it clear that he considered our family to be leverage, insurance against your father's cooperation. Astrid felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. Is that why Father agreed to make one final journey? To gather enough silver to buy our safety, yes. He hoped that by settling all debts and obligations, he could close that chapter of his life forever. Sigrid turned from the window, her face pale but resolute. But men like Bjorn Ragnarsson don't easily forget perceived slights. Your father may have paid his debts, but I fear the enmity remains. The sound of footsteps on the stairs interrupted their conversation. Eric appeared in the doorway, already dressed for work, his gray hair still tousled from sleep. He looked from his wife to his daughter, and Astrid saw understanding dawn in his pale blue eyes. She knows, Sigrid said simply. Eric's shoulders sagged slightly, as if he were setting down a burden he had carried for too long. He moved to the table and sat heavily, suddenly looking every one of his 53 years. I hoped to spare you this knowledge, he said to Astrid. The Eastern roots, the choices I made, they were meant to be my burden alone. But they're not, are they? Astrid replied. Bjorn Ragnarsson knows about us, about where we live, how to find us. Your past isn't really past if it can still reach out to harm your family. Eric was quiet for a long moment, staring into the fire. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of years of regret and difficult choices. I was young when I first heard about the river routes to the east. Younger than you are now, and full of dreams of adventure and wealth. The idea that a Norse trader could travel deep into foreign lands, could bring back silver and silk and spices. It seemed like something from the old stories, too wonderful to be real. He looked up at Astrid, his eyes reflecting the firelight. And for a time, it was wonderful. The first few journeys were everything I had dreamed they would be. I saw cities that defied imagination, met peoples whose customs and beliefs were utterly foreign to anything I had known. I accumulated wealth beyond my wildest hopes, and I told myself that I was building a better future for my family. What changed? Astrid asked. I did, Eric replied simply. Or perhaps I just began to see more clearly what the true cost of that wealth was. The slave markets, the human suffering that fueled so much of the trade. I had always known these things existed, but I had told myself they were not my concern, that I could profit from the system without being responsible for its cruelties. He stood and moved to the hearth, adding wood to the fire with movements that spoke of long practice. Bjorn never struggled with such doubts. To him, slaves were simply another commodity, no different from furs or amber. His efficiency in that regard made him valuable. but it also made him dangerous. A man who can treat human beings as objects will not hesitate to use them as tools or weapons when it serves his purposes. "And now he knows about us," Astrid said. "Now he knows about you," Eric confirmed. "Which is why I have tried so hard to put that life behind me. Why I have been content to build ships and trade in local goods, even though the profits are a fraction of what the eastern routes could provide." Astrid looked from her father to her mother, seeing in both their faces the weight of knowledge they had carried in silence for so long. She thought of her brother Leif, still sleeping upstairs, unaware of the shadows that hung over their family's future. She thought of the comfortable life they had always known, built on silver that carried the stain of distant suffering. "What if Bjorn decides that your withdrawal from the trade isn't enough?" she asked. "What if he comes looking for more than just the debts you've paid?" Eric and Sigrid exchanged a look that spoke of conversations they had had in private, of fears they had shared in the darkness of their chamber. "Then we will face that challenge when it comes," Eric said finally. "But I pray to all the gods that it never does." Outside, the morning mist was beginning to lift from the harbor, revealing the familiar outlines of their island home. Fishing boats moved slowly toward the open sea, their crews calling to each other across the water. It was a scene of peaceful normalcy that seemed almost surreal in light of the conversation they had just shared. Astrid rose from her seat beside the fire, her mind churning with everything she had learned. The weight of her family's secrets felt heavier now that they were shared, but also somehow more manageable. She was no longer alone in carrying the burden of dangerous knowledge. "I want to help," she said. "If Bjorn Ragnarsson represents a threat to our family, then I want to be part of finding a solution." "Astrid," Eric began, but she cut him off with a gesture. "I'm not a child anymore, Father. I'm 28 years old, and I've been working beside you in the shipyard for more than half my life. I know ships, I know trade, and now I know the truth about our family's past. If danger is coming, I want to face it with my eyes open, not hiding behind ignorance." Eric looked at his daughter for a long moment, and Astrid saw in his expression a mixture of pride and fear. "The eastern routes are not places for women, child. The dangers are dangers that men face as well," Astrid interrupted. "And perhaps a woman might face them differently, make different choices, find solutions that have escaped the men who have traveled those routes before." The idea was forming even as she spoke, crystallizing from the chaos of emotions and revelations that had filled the past day. She thought of her father's journal, of the detailed maps and careful notes about trade routes and political alliances. She thought of Bjorn Ragnarsson, somewhere in the vast world beyond Bjornholm, nursing his grievances and planning whatever revenge he might consider appropriate. And she thought of her brother Leif, who had always dreamed of adventure beyond their small island, who would soon be old enough to make his own choices about the kind of life he wanted to live. "Perhaps," she said quietly, "it's time for the next generation to take up the burden of the eastern routes, but to do so with different principles, different priorities, to find a way to profit from those distant lands without losing our souls in the process." The words hung in the air between them, and Astrid could see her parents processing the implications of what she had suggested. Outside, the morning had fully arrived, bringing with it the sounds of a village awakening. Children's voices, the lowing of cattle, the rhythmic sound of someone chopping wood. But inside their small house, time seemed suspended as three people contemplated a future that none of them had imagined just days before. Sigrid was the first to speak, her voice thoughtful but tinged with worry. You speak of traveling the eastern routes as if they were simply another trading venture, daughter. But your father's journal must have made clear the dangers involved, not just the physical perils of such long journeys, but the moral complexities that can trap even well-intentioned people. I understand the risks, Mother, but I also understand that doing nothing carries risks of its own. If Bjorn Ragnarsson decides that Father's withdrawal from the trade has cost him too much, if he chooses to seek compensation from our family directly, then we need to be prepared. And preparation might mean understanding his world well enough to navigate it ourselves. Eric moved away from the fire, pacing to the window where he could look out at the harbor. His ships rocked gently at their moorings, testament to a lifetime of honest craftsmanship. But Astrid could see in his posture the weight of choices that had brought both prosperity and peril to his family. There is wisdom in what you say, he admitted reluctantly. But there is also danger beyond anything you can imagine. The eastern routes are not just about sailing to distant ports and conducting trade. They require navigating political alliances that shift like quicksand, understanding customs and languages that can take years to master, and making compromises that can eat away at your soul one small piece at a time. He turned back to face them, his expression grave. And for a woman, the dangers would be multiplied tenfold. The societies you would encounter have very different ideas about the proper place of women. Many would not trade with you at all, and others might see you as an opportunity for profit of a different kind. Astrid had considered this obstacle, and she had an answer ready. Then I wouldn't travel as a woman. The old stories are full of shield maidens who disguised themselves as men to fight alongside warriors. If women can fool enemies on the battlefield, surely one could fool merchants in the marketplace. The suggestion clearly troubled both her parents, but Astrid could see that they were also intrigued by the audacity of it. She pressed her advantage, drawing on everything she had learned from her father's journal. Think about it practically. Father, you wrote that Bjorn Ragnarsson's success came partly from his gift for languages and his understanding of local customs. But it also came from his willingness to engage in the slave trade, to treat human beings as commodities. What if there were another way? What if someone could build trading relationships based on mutual respect rather than exploitation? You speak of ideals, daughter, Eric said gently. But the eastern routes are governed by practical realities. The silver that flows along those rivers is often paid in human coin, because that is what the markets demand. A trader who refuses to participate in that system may find themselves excluded from the most profitable opportunities. Or they might find new opportunities that others have overlooked, Astrid countered. Father, your journal describes dozens of different peoples along those roads. Slavs, Khazars, Arabs, Byzantines. Surely not all of them are equally dependent on the slave trade. Surely there are goods and services that could be exchanged without requiring such moral compromises. Sigrid had been listening to this exchange with growing concern, and now she interjected with the practical worries of a mother. Even if such opportunities existed, even if you could successfully disguise yourself as a man, the physical demands of such journeys would be enormous. Months of travel through wilderness, dealing with weather and wild animals and hostile peoples. You have no experience of such hardships. But I have experience of ships and sailing, of reading weather and navigating by the stars, Astrid replied. I've worked in the shipyard since I was a child, so I understand the practical aspects of long voyages. And I've learned languages from the foreign traders who visit our harbor. I already speak some Slavic and a little Arabic." This last statement surprised both her parents, and Astrid realized she had never mentioned her linguistic studies to them. It had started as a simple curiosity about the foreign merchants who occasionally sheltered in their harbor. But over the years she had become quite proficient in several languages. "When did you learn to speak Arabic?" Eric asked, his trader's instincts immediately recognizing the value of such skills. "From Ibn Rashid, the merchant from Cordoba who spent the winter here 3 years ago. He was eager to practice his Norse, and I was curious about his language. We spent many evenings by the fire, teaching each other words and phrases." Astrid smiled at the memory. "He said I had a natural ear for languages, that I could probably learn to speak like a native within a few months of living in Arabic-speaking lands." Eric and Sigrid exchanged another look, this one tinged with a mixture of pride and apprehension. Their daughter was revealing capabilities they had never suspected, skills that would indeed be valuable on the eastern routes, but that also made her proposed journey seem more feasible, and therefore more frightening. "There is another consideration," Eric said slowly. "Even if you could successfully navigate the practical challenges of such a journey, even if you could build the kind of ethical trading relationships you envision, there remains the question of Bjorn Ragnarsson himself. If he learns of your activities, if he sees you as a threat to his own interests, or as a way to strike back at me, you could find yourself in danger beyond anything you can imagine. Then perhaps it's better to confront that danger on my own terms, rather than wait for it to come to us," Astrid replied. "If Bjorn is truly the threat you believe him to be, then hiding on Bjornholm won't protect us forever. But if I can establish myself in the Eastern trade, if I can build my own network of allies and trading partners, then perhaps I can neutralize that threat before it reaches our family." The conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps on the stairs, and a moment later, Leif appeared in the doorway. At 25, he had their father's height and their mother's quick intelligence, combined with an easy charm that made him popular throughout the island. His hair was the same auburn as Astrid's, but his eyes were darker, more like their father's storm gray. "Good morning, family," he said cheerfully, then paused as he took in the serious expressions around the room. "Have I interrupted something important?" Astrid looked at her parents, seeing in their faces the same question she was asking herself. How much should Leif know? How much could he be trusted with secrets that could reshape their family's future? "Sit down, son," Eric said finally. "There are things you need to know about our family's history, about the choices that have brought us to this moment." As Leif settled onto the bench beside the fire, Astrid felt the weight of the morning's revelations settling into a new configuration. The circle of knowledge was expanding, bringing with it new possibilities and new dangers, but also, perhaps, new hope. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls of their small house. Outside, Bjornholm was fully awake now, the sounds of daily life drifting through the windows like familiar music. But inside, 4 people sat in the growing light of dawn, contemplating futures that none of them could have imagined when they had risen from their beds. Sometimes the most important conversations happen not in moments of crisis, but in the quiet spaces between sleeping and waking, when the familiar world seems suddenly full of new possibilities. And sometimes, the courage to change everything begins with the simple act of speaking truths that have been too long held in silence. The morning mist had lifted completely now, revealing the harbor in all its peaceful beauty. But for the Eriksson family, the clarity of the new day brought with it questions that would reshape their understanding of who they were and who they might become. The merchant's departure. 3 weeks had passed since that morning of revelations, and the island of Bjornholm had settled into the rhythm of late spring. The ice had retreated from the northern waters, leaving the sea lanes open for the trading season that would sustain the island's economy through another year. In harbors throughout the Norse lands, merchants were preparing their vessels, checking supplies, and making the calculations that would determine their fortunes for the months ahead. In the Eriksson household, those same preparations were taking on a significance that none of them had anticipated. Leif had absorbed the revelations about their family's hidden history with the quick adaptability of youth, but his response had surprised them all. Rather than being deterred by the dangers his father described, he had become fascinated by the possibilities the eastern routes represented. "Think of it, Astrid," he said as they worked together in the shipyard, fitting the final pieces to the trading vessel that would soon carry him away from Bjornholm. All those rivers flowing through lands we've never seen, cities where a dozen languages mingle in the marketplaces, opportunities for trade that could make us wealthy beyond anything we've ever imagined. Astrid looked up from the rope she was splicing, studying her brother's face in the afternoon light. There was an excitement in his eyes that reminded her of their childhood, when he would beg for stories about distant lands and dream aloud about the adventures he would have when he was old enough to leave the island. But now those dreams were taking on the weight of reality, and she wasn't sure whether to be proud of his courage or frightened by his naivety. Father's journal makes it clear that those opportunities come with significant risks, she reminded him. The political situation along the eastern routes is complex and dangerous. And then there's Bjorn Ragnarsson to consider. "Which is exactly why someone from our family needs to make this journey," Leif replied, his hands never pausing in their work on the ship's rigging. "If we simply hide here on Bjornholm, we'll never know when or how Bjorn might choose to strike at us. But if one of us establishes a presence in the eastern trade, we can gather intelligence about his activities, and perhaps find ways to neutralize the threat he represents." It was a compelling argument, one that Astrid had been making herself in the weeks since their family conference. But hearing it from Leif's lips made her realize how much easier it was to contemplate danger in the abstract than to watch someone you loved prepare to face it in reality. "You speak as if this were simply another trading voyage to Iceland," she said. "But the distances involved, the length of time you'll be away, the peoples you'll encounter, everything will be foreign and potentially hostile." Leif paused in his work and looked at her directly, his expression serious despite his youth. "Do you think I don't understand the risks? I've read Father's journal as carefully as you have. I know about the slave markets, about the political complexities, about the moral compromises that traders sometimes have to make. But I also know that doing nothing is not really an option for our family." He gestured toward the harbor, where fishing boats were returning with their daily catch. "Look around you, sister. This is a good life, a peaceful life, but it's also a limited one. The people of Bjornholm will never be more than they are now. Fishermen and farmers, craftsmen and traders in small goods. But the eastern routes offer something different, something larger. And something more dangerous," Astrid pointed out. "Yes, dangerous, but also necessary if we're ever going to resolve the situation with Bjorn Ragnarsson." Leif's voice took on a note of determination that she had rarely heard from him before. Father tried to walk away from that world, but it followed him home anyway. Perhaps the only way to truly escape it is to go back and face it on our own terms. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of their father, who had been in the village making final arrangements for Leif's departure. Eric's face was grave as he approached them, and Astrid felt a familiar knot of worry tighten in her stomach. "The ship is provisioned and ready," Eric said without preamble. "The weather looks favorable for the next several days, and the tides will be right for departure tomorrow morning." Leif straightened, his excitement barely contained. "Then we're really doing this." "We're really doing this," Eric confirmed, though his tone suggested more resignation than enthusiasm. "But I want you to understand, son, that once you leave Bjornholm, you'll be entering a world where the rules you've grown up with may not apply. Trust will be a luxury you can rarely afford, and every decision you make could have consequences that reach far beyond your immediate circumstances." "I understand, Father." "Do you?" Eric's pale blue eyes were intense as he studied his son's face. "Do you understand that the silver you'll be carrying represents not just our family's wealth, but our hopes for the future? Do you understand that the contacts you make, the alliances you form, could determine whether our family prospers or faces ruin?" "I understand," Leif repeated, his voice steady despite the weight of responsibility his father was placing on his shoulders. Eric nodded slowly, then turned to Astrid. "And you, daughter? Are you still certain that this is the right course?" The question caught her off guard. In the weeks since their family conference, she had assumed that Leif would be the one to make the journey east, while she remained on Bjornholm to help manage their affairs at home. But something in her father's tone suggested that he was asking about more than just her opinion of Leif's plans. "I think it's necessary," she said carefully. "The threat Bjorn Ragnarsson represents won't simply disappear if we ignore it. And the opportunities the eastern routes offer could secure our family's future in ways that local trade never could." "But do you think Leif is the right person to seize those opportunities?" The question hung in the air between them, and Astrid could see that her brother was as surprised by it as she was. Eric was looking at her with an intensity that suggested this was not a casual inquiry, but something he had been thinking about seriously. "Leif is brave and intelligent," she said slowly. "He has the kind of charm that makes people want to trust him, and he's learned quickly from your journal about the practical aspects of the Eastern trade." "But?" Eric prompted, clearly sensing that she had more to say. Astrid glanced at her brother, then back at her father. "But he's also young, and he's never faced the kind of moral complexities that your journal describes. The Eastern routes don't just require courage and intelligence. They require the ability to navigate situations where there may be no clearly right choices, where survival might depend on making compromises that go against everything we've been taught about honor and decency." "And you think you would be better equipped to handle such situations?" The question was asked quietly, but Astrid could hear the weight behind it. Her father was not just asking about her opinion. He was asking whether she would be willing to take on the burden herself. "I think," she said carefully, "that I might approach those situations differently than Leif would. He sees the Eastern routes as an adventure, an opportunity to prove himself and make his fortune. I see them as a problem that needs to be solved, a threat that needs to be neutralized. The difference being that I might be more willing to make the hard choices, to do what's necessary rather than what's honorable, if that's what the situation requires." Leif was looking back and forth between them, clearly sensing that the conversation had taken a turn he hadn't expected. "Are you suggesting that I shouldn't make this journey?" Eric was quiet for a long moment, his gaze moving from his son to his daughter and back again. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of a decision that had clearly been difficult to reach. "I'm suggesting that perhaps both of you should make this journey." The words fell into the silence like stones into still water, creating ripples of implication that spread outward in all directions. Astrid felt her heart begin to race as she processed what her father had just suggested. "Both of us?" she asked. "Think about it practically," Eric said, his trader's instincts taking over. "Leif has the charm and the enthusiasm that will serve him well in negotiations, but he lacks the caution and the strategic thinking that the eastern routes require. You have those qualities, Astrid, but you also have the disadvantage of being a woman in societies that may not accept female traders." He paused, looking out at the harbor where the trading vessel bobbed gently at its mooring. "But if you traveled together, if Leif served as the public face of your trading partnership while you provided the strategic guidance, you might be able to combine your strengths while minimizing your individual weaknesses." "You're talking about Astrid disguising herself as a man," Leif said, his voice betraying his excitement at the prospect. "I'm talking about Astrid disguising herself as your business partner," Eric corrected. "A junior partner, perhaps, someone who handles the practical details while you conduct the negotiations. It's not uncommon for successful merchants to travel with assistants or advisors." Astrid's mind was racing as she considered the implications of what her father was suggesting. The idea of traveling the eastern roads had been growing in her thoughts for weeks, but she had always imagined it as a solitary venture, a dangerous mission that she would have to undertake alone. The possibility of having Leif as a partner, of combining their skills and sharing the risks, was both appealing and frightening. "It would be dangerous for both of us," she said. "If something went wrong, if our deception were discovered, we could both end up as slaves in some distant market." "Yes," Eric agreed. "But it would also give you the best possible chance of success. And success, in this case, means not just profit, but the security of our family's future." Leif was nodding enthusiastically. "It makes sense, Astrid. We've always worked well together, and we understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. If anyone could pull off such a deception, it would be us." Astrid looked at her brother, seeing in his face the same excitement that had always marked his approach to new challenges. But she also saw something else, a trust and confidence in her abilities that was both flattering and daunting. He truly believed that together they could succeed where others had failed, that they could navigate the treacherous waters of the Eastern trade and emerge not just unscathed, but triumphant. "What does Mother think of this plan?" she asked. Eric's expression grew somber. "Your mother thinks it's the most dangerous idea any of us has ever had. She also thinks it may be our only realistic option for dealing with the threat Bjorn Ragnarsson represents." The weight of that statement settled over them like a heavy cloak. Sigrid Eriksdotter was not a woman given to dramatic gestures or exaggerated fears. If she believed that such a desperate gamble was their best option, then their situation was even more precarious than Astrid had realized. "When would we leave?" she asked, surprised to hear herself asking the question as if the decision had already been made. "Tomorrow morning with the tide," Eric replied. "The ship is ready, the supplies are loaded, and the weather looks favorable for the crossing to Iceland. From there, you would follow the route I've outlined in my journal, making contact with the traders and guides who can help you navigate the river systems to the east." Tomorrow? The timeline was much faster than Astrid had expected, leaving little time for second thoughts or elaborate preparations. "The trading season waits for no one," Eric said pragmatically. "If you're going to make this journey, it needs to begin soon, or you'll find yourselves trapped by winter weather in lands where you have no allies and no resources." Astrid looked out at the harbor, where the trading vessel waited like a doorway to an unknown future. Tomorrow morning, she could be standing on its deck, watching Bjornholm disappear behind them as they sailed toward horizons she had never imagined seeing. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. "I need to think about this," she said finally. "Of course," Eric replied, "but don't think too long. The tide won't wait for our deliberations." As they walked back toward the house, Astrid felt the weight of the decision pressing down on her like a physical force. Everything in her life had been leading to this moment, she realized. Her work in the shipyard, her studies of foreign languages, her growing understanding of the complexities that governed her family's hidden history. The choice she made in the next few hours would determine not just her own future, but the future of everyone she loved. The evening sun was casting long shadows across Bjornholm, painting the familiar landscape in shades of gold and amber. It was beautiful, peaceful, safe. Everything that the Eastern routes were not. But it was also limited, bounded by horizons that suddenly seemed too narrow to contain the possibilities that were opening before her. Sometimes the most important decisions in life come not as dramatic revelations, but as quiet recognitions of what has always been true. And sometimes the courage to change everything begins with the simple acknowledgement that staying the same is no longer an option. The silence of waiting. The ship had disappeared beyond the horizon 3 months ago, taking with it Leif's laughter and the comfortable certainty that had once defined life on Bjornholm. Now, as autumn painted the island in shades of gold and crimson, Astrid stood at the harbor's edge each evening, searching the empty waters for signs of a sail that never appeared. The decision had been made that night in their small house, around the fire that had witnessed so many family conversations. In the end, it had been Leif who convinced her to let him go alone, at least for this first journey. His arguments had been practical and persuasive. A single traveler could move more quickly and attract less attention. The risks of discovery would be lower, and if something went wrong, at least one of them would remain to protect their parents and preserve their family's future. But now, as the days grew shorter and the first storms of winter began to lash the northern waters, Astrid wondered if they had made the right choice. The silence from the east was complete and ominous, broken only by the occasional trader who brought news of distant lands, but no word of a young Norse merchant matching Leif's description. She had thrown herself into work with an intensity that worried her parents, spending long hours in the shipyard perfecting techniques she had already mastered, taking on projects that could have waited until spring. The physical labor helped quiet her mind, but it couldn't silence the growing fear that whispered in the dark hours before dawn. This evening, like so many others, she walked the familiar path to the harbor as the sun set behind the mountains. The fishing boats had returned hours ago, their holds full of the silver-bright catch that would sustain the island through the coming winter. Children played along the shore, their voices high and clear in the crisp air, while their mothers called them home to evening meals and warm hearths. It was a scene of peaceful normalcy that should have been comforting, but instead it only emphasized the absence that had become the defining feature of Astrid's world. Everywhere she looked, she saw reminders of Leif, the dock where he had stood making his final preparations, the workshop where he had studied their father's maps, the bench outside their house where they had sat talking late into the night about the adventures that awaited him. "Still no word from the eastern routes," said a voice behind her, and Astrid turned to see Olaf the Wise approaching along the harbor path. The elderly trader had become a frequent companion during these evening vigils, offering the kind of patient understanding that came from a lifetime of waiting for ships that might never return. "Nothing," Astrid confirmed, her voice tight with the strain of maintaining hope in the face of growing despair. The last trader from Iceland said he had heard rumors of Norse merchants traveling the river routes, but no specific news about Leif. Olaf settled onto the wooden bench beside the harbor, his joints creaking with the stiffness of age. At 73, he had seen more trading seasons than anyone else on Bjornholm, and his weathered face bore the marks of countless voyages to distant shores. His presence was somehow comforting, a reminder that the sea had been taking young men away, and sometimes bringing them back for as long as humans had built ships. 3 months is not so long for a journey to the eastern lands, he said gently. I remember when your father first began trading those routes. We wouldn't see him for 6 months or more. The distances are vast, the river system's complex, and a wise trader takes time to build the relationships that will serve him in future voyages. But father always sent word, Astrid replied. Letters carried by other traders. Messages passed through the network of merchants who traveled between the Norse lands and the eastern routes. We always knew he was alive, even when we didn't know exactly where he was. Your father had years to build those networks of communication, Olaf pointed out. Leif is traveling those routes for the first time, dealing with peoples whose languages and customs are foreign to him. It may simply be that he hasn't yet established the connections necessary to send reliable messages home. The logic was sound, but it did little to ease the knot of worry that had taken up permanent residence in Astrid's chest. She pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders as the evening wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of salt and the promise of winter storms. Tell me about the eastern routes, she said, as she had so many times before. Tell me what Leif might be seeing, what challenges he might be facing. Olaf was quiet for a moment, his pale eyes focused on the darkening horizon. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of memories accumulated over decades of trading voyages. The journey begins much like any other, sailing north to Iceland, then east to the Faroe Islands, following routes that Norse traders have used for generations. But then comes the crossing to the Shetlands, and from there to the coast of what the locals call Scotland. It's there that the familiar world begins to fall away, replaced by landscapes and peoples that exist at the very edge of Norse knowledge. He paused, gathering his thoughts like a storyteller preparing to weave a tale. From the Scottish coast, the route follows the rivers inland. First, the great waterways that flow through the lands of the Picts and the Scots. Then, smaller streams that connect to the river systems of the eastern lands. It's a journey that can take weeks, traveling through forests so deep and dark that the sun barely penetrates the canopy. Past settlements where the inhabitants speak languages that sound like music or like the growling of wild beasts. Astrid closed her eyes, trying to imagine Leif navigating such alien territories. Her brother had always been adaptable, quick to make friends and comfortable in new situations. But the world Olaf described was so far removed from anything they had known on Bjornholm that it might as well have been another realm entirely. And the peoples he would encounter, she asked. Ah, that's where the real complexity begins, Olaf replied, his voice taking on the tone of a teacher sharing hard-won wisdom. The eastern routes pass through territories controlled by dozens of different groups: Slavic tribes, Khazar merchants, Arab traders, Byzantine officials. Each has their own customs, their own languages, their own ideas about how business should be conducted. A successful trader must become something of a chameleon, adapting to each new environment, while never losing sight of his ultimate goals. The description reminded Astrid of the entries in her father's journal, the careful observations about local customs and political alliances that had allowed Eric to navigate such treacherous waters. But Leif had only had a few weeks to study those notes, hardly enough time to absorb the kind of detailed knowledge that successful trading required. "What about the dangers?" she asked, though part of her didn't want to hear the answer. Olaf's expression grew somber. "The physical dangers are significant. Wild animals, harsh weather, the constant risk of accident or illness far from any help. But the human dangers are often worse. Bandits who prey on trading caravans, local rulers who demand tribute or confiscate goods, rival merchants who will use any means necessary to eliminate competition." He looked at Astrid directly, his pale eyes serious. "And then there are the moral dangers, the temptations that can corrupt even the most well-intentioned trader. The eastern routes offer opportunities for wealth beyond imagination, but they often require compromises that can eat away at a person's soul. Your father understood this, which is why he eventually chose to withdraw from that trade. But for a young man like Leif, full of dreams and ambitions, such temptations might prove difficult to resist." The words sent a chill through Astrid that had nothing to do with the evening air. She thought of her brother's enthusiasm, his excitement at the prospect of adventure and profit, and wondered if he truly understood the kind of choices he might be forced to make in those distant lands. "You think he's in danger," she said. It wasn't a question. "I think he's in a world where danger is a constant companion," Olaf replied carefully. "But I also think he has advantages that many traders lack. He comes from a family with a reputation for honesty and fair dealing. He has access to your father's knowledge and contacts, and he has the kind of natural charm that can open doors and smooth over difficulties." A comfortable silence fell between them as they watched the last light fade from the western sky. The harbor was quiet now. The fishing boats secured for the night, the children called home to their suppers. Only the gentle lapping of waves against the stone quay and the distant cry of gulls marked the passage of time. "I should have gone with him," Astrid said finally, voicing the thought that had haunted her for months. "We discussed it, planned for it, but in the end we decided that the risks were too great for both of us to make the journey together. Now I wonder if the risks of separation might be even greater." "Perhaps," Olaf acknowledged, "but second-guessing decisions made with the best information available at the time is a luxury that traders can rarely afford. You and Leif made the choice that seemed wisest given what you knew then. Now you must live with the consequences and prepare for whatever challenges those consequences might bring. And if he doesn't return?" The question hung in the air between them like a physical presence. It was the fear that Astrid had been carrying for months but had never spoken aloud, as if giving voice to it might somehow make it more likely to come true. "Then you will face that reality when it comes," Olaf said gently. "But until then, you served no one by borrowing trouble from an uncertain future. Leif is intelligent and resourceful, and he carries with him the accumulated wisdom of your family's trading experience. Those are significant advantages in any dangerous situation." Astrid nodded, though the comfort his words offered was limited. She understood the logic of his advice, but logic was a poor defense against the kind of deep, instinctive worry that came from loving someone who had ventured into harm's way. They sat in companionable silence as the stars began to appear in the darkening sky. The familiar constellations that had guided Norse navigators for generations wheeled overhead. The same stars that were shining down on Leif wherever he might be. The thought was somehow comforting, that despite the vast distances that separated them, They still shared the same sky, still lived under the same celestial dome. "I've been thinking about making the journey myself," Astrid said suddenly, surprising herself with the admission. "Following Leif's route, trying to find him or at least learn what happened to him." Olaf turned to look at her, his expression unreadable in the starlight. "That would be ambitious," he said carefully. "It would be necessary," Astrid corrected. "If something has happened to Leif, if he's been captured or killed or simply lost his way, then someone needs to find him. And if he's succeeded in establishing trading relationships along the eastern routes, then someone needs to be prepared to build on that success." "And you think that someone should be you?" "I think that someone should be a member of our family," Astrid replied. "Someone who understands the stakes involved, who has access to Father's knowledge and resources, who can make the hard choices that such a journey would require." Olaf was quiet for a long moment, considering her words. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of hard-earned wisdom. "The eastern routes are not kind to women, child. The societies you would encounter have very different ideas about the proper place of females, and many would not deal with a woman trader at all. The physical dangers alone would be multiplied tenfold for someone of your gender." "Then I wouldn't travel as a woman," Astrid said, echoing the plan she and Leif had discussed months earlier. "The old stories tell of shield maidens who disguise themselves as men to fight in battles. Surely what worked on the battlefield could work in the marketplace." "Perhaps," Olaf acknowledged. "But such a deception would require more than just cutting your hair and binding your chest. You would need to learn to move like a man, to speak like a man, to think like a man, and you would need to maintain that deception for months, possibly years, in the face of constant scrutiny from people who would have every reason to be suspicious of strangers." "I've been thinking about that," Astrid said, "studying the foreign traders who visit our harbor, watching how they carry themselves, how they conduct their business. I think I could learn to pass as a young merchant, especially if I claimed to be from a distant region where the customs might be different." The plan had been taking shape in her mind for weeks, growing more detailed and more compelling with each passing day of silence from the east. She had even begun making practical preparations, setting aside supplies, studying maps, practicing the kind of masculine mannerisms she had observed in male traders. "Your parents would never agree to such a plan," Olaf pointed out. "My parents agreed to let Leif make this journey," Astrid replied. "If I can convince them that I have a better chance of success, or at least of survival, they might be willing to consider it." "And how would you convince them of that?" Astrid was quiet for a moment, organizing her thoughts. The arguments she was about to make had been forming in her mind for months, but this was the first time she would speak them aloud to someone other than herself. "Because I understand the true nature of the threat we're facing," she said finally. "Leif saw the eastern routes as an opportunity for adventure and profit, but I see them as a problem that needs to be solved. The threat Bjorn Ragnarsson represents won't disappear just because we ignore it, and the longer we wait, the stronger his position becomes." She turned to face Olaf directly, her voice gaining strength as she spoke. "I've read every word of Father's journal, studied every map, memorized every contact and route he describes, but more than that, I understand the moral complexities involved in ways that Leif might not. I'm prepared to make compromises, to do what's necessary rather than what's honorable, if that's what survival requires." "Those are dangerous words, child," Olaf said softly. "The eastern routes have a way of testing such resolve, of presenting choices that can transform even the most well-intentioned person into something they never thought they could become. Then perhaps it's better to begin that transformation consciously, deliberately, rather than to stumble into it unprepared, Astrid replied. I have no illusions about the kind of world I would be entering. I know about the slave markets, about the political corruption, about the violence that underlies so much of the Eastern trade. But I also know that knowledge is power, and preparation is the difference between victim and survivor. The conviction in her voice surprised even her. Somewhere in the months of waiting and worrying, her vague plans had crystallized into genuine determination. The idea of following Leif's path was no longer just a desperate fantasy. It was becoming a practical necessity that she was prepared to act upon. When would you leave? Olaf asked, and she could hear in his tone that he was beginning to take her seriously. With the spring thaw, Astrid said. Early enough to reach the eastern routes before the summer trading season ends, but late enough to avoid the worst of the winter storms. That gives me several more months to prepare, to perfect my disguise, to study everything I can about the peoples and customs I'll encounter. And if you find Leif alive and well, successfully established in the Eastern trade, then I'll work with him to build the kind of trading network that can protect our family's interests while maintaining our moral principles, Astrid replied without hesitation. Two people working together can accomplish things that neither could manage alone. And if you find that he's dead? The question hit her like a physical blow, but she forced herself to consider it seriously. It was, after all, one of the possibilities she would have to be prepared for. Then I'll do whatever is necessary to ensure that his death wasn't meaningless, she said quietly. I'll build on whatever foundation he managed to establish, or I'll start over if necessary. But I won't let Bjorn Ragnarsson's threats hang over our family forever. Olaf nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. You've given this considerable thought. I've had little else to think about for the past 3 months, Astrid admitted. Every day that passes without word from Leif makes it clearer that someone needs to take action. And if that someone is going to be me, then I need to start preparing now. They sat in silence again, both lost in their own thoughts as the night deepened around them. The harbor was completely quiet now. The only sounds the gentle lapping of waves and the distant hoot of an owl hunting in the woods above the village. It was the kind of peaceful evening that made Bjornholm feel like the safest place in the world. But Astrid knew that safety was often an illusion, a comfortable lie that people told themselves to avoid confronting uncomfortable truths. There's something else you should consider, Olaf said eventually. If you do make this journey, if you succeed in establishing yourself in the Eastern trade, you may find it difficult to return to the life you've known here. The Eastern routes have a way of changing people, of opening their eyes to possibilities and dangers that make the quiet life of a small island seem insufficient. You mean I might not want to come back? I mean, you might not be able to come back. Not really. Oh, you might return physically, might take up residence in your old house and resume your old routines. But the person who returns would not be the same person who left. The Eastern roads demand a kind of moral flexibility, a willingness to compromise and adapt that can be difficult to set aside once it's been developed. Astrid considered this warning, recognizing the truth in it. Her father had managed to return from the eastern routes and resume his life as a simple shipbuilder. But even he carried the weight of his experiences in ways that were sometimes visible to those who knew him well. The shadows in his eyes, the careful way he spoke about certain subjects, the protective instincts that sometimes seemed disproportionate to the actual threats their family faced. All of these were legacies of his time in that distant world. Perhaps that's a price worth paying, she said finally. If the alternative is to sit here waiting and worrying while our family's future hangs in the balance. Perhaps it is, Olaf agreed. But it's important that you understand what you're choosing, that you go into this with your eyes open to all the possible consequences. I do understand, Astrid said, and as she spoke the words, she realized that they were true. The months of waiting had given her time to think through every aspect of what such a journey would entail, to weigh the risks against the potential benefits, to prepare herself mentally for the challenges she would face. Then I wish you luck, Olaf said simply, and I hope that when spring comes you'll find that such a desperate gamble is no longer necessary. So do I, Astrid replied, though she suspected that hope was likely to be disappointed. The silence from the east felt too complete, too ominous to be broken by good news. Whatever had happened to Leif, whatever situation he had found himself in, it was clear that he was not in a position to send word home or to return on his own. They rose from the bench and began walking back toward the village, their footsteps echoing softly on the wooden planks of the harbor path. The houses of Bjornholm glowed warmly in the darkness, windows lit by hearth fires and oil lamps, smoke rising from chimneys into the star-filled sky. It was a scene of domestic tranquility that spoke of safety and continuity, of lives lived according to predictable rhythms and familiar traditions. But for Astrid, that familiar scene now felt like something she was already beginning to leave behind. The decision to follow Leif's path had been made, she realized, not in any single moment of dramatic revelation, but gradually, through the accumulation of sleepless nights and unanswered questions. The spring thaw was still months away, but in her heart the journey had already begun. As they reached the point where their paths diverged, Olaf paused and placed a weathered hand on her shoulder. "If you do decide to make this journey," he said quietly, "remember that the greatest danger you'll face won't be bandits or storms or hostile tribes. It will be the temptation to become someone you don't recognize, to make compromises that seem necessary in the moment, but that eat away at your soul over time. Your father understood this, which is why he was able to return home with his essential self intact. If you can remember who you are and why you're making this journey, you may be able to do the same." "I'll remember," Astrid promised, though she wondered if such promises were easier to make than to keep. "Good," Olaf said with a smile. "And remember, too, that you're not the first person to face such choices, and you won't be the last. The eastern routes have been testing the souls of Norse traders for generations, and some have passed that test while others have failed. The difference, I think, lies not in the circumstances they faced, but in the strength of their commitment to the values they carried with them." With that, he turned and walked away into the darkness, leaving Astrid alone with her thoughts and the weight of the decision she had made. She stood for a moment longer, looking back at the harbor where she had spent so many evenings waiting for news that never came, then turned toward home and the conversations that would have to happen before her plans could become reality. The house was warm and welcoming when she entered, her parents sitting by the fire much as they had on that morning months ago when the family's secrets had first been revealed. But now the atmosphere was different, charged with the tension of unspoken fears and growing desperation. "Any word from the harbor?" her mother asked, though they all knew the answer. "Nothing," Astrid replied, settling into her usual place by the fire. "But I've been thinking about what we should do next." Eric looked up from the piece of wood he had been carving, his pale eyes alert. "What do you mean?" I mean that waiting isn't working, Astrid said simply. 3 months of silence suggests that something has gone wrong, that Leif is either unable or unwilling to send word home. If we want to know what's happened to him, if we want to protect our family's interests in the Eastern trade, then someone needs to follow his path. Someone meaning you, Sigrid said, her voice carrying a mixture of resignation and fear. Someone meaning me, Astrid confirmed. I've been studying the roots, preparing for the kind of deception that would be necessary, thinking through the practical challenges involved. I believe I can do this, and I believe it may be our only option. Eric set down his carving and looked at her directly. The Eastern roads nearly destroyed my soul, daughter. I would not wish that burden on anyone I love. But you survived them, Astrid pointed out. You navigated those treacherous waters and returned home with your essential self intact. If you could do it, perhaps I can too. Perhaps, Eric said quietly, but the cost of action may be high, Astrid replied, but the cost of inaction may be higher. Bjorn Ragnarsson's threats haven't disappeared just because we've tried to ignore them. And now Leif is missing, possibly in danger, certainly in need of help that only someone from our family can provide. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls of their small house. Outside, the wind was picking up, carrying with it the promise of the winter storms that would soon lock Bjornholm in ice and isolation. But inside, 3 people sat contemplating a future that none of them had imagined, weighing choices that would reshape their understanding of who they were and who they might become. Sometimes the most important decisions are made not in moments of crisis, but in the quiet spaces between hope and despair, when waiting becomes unbearable and action becomes the only alternative to surrender. And sometimes the courage to change everything begins with the simple recognition that the life you've known is no longer sufficient to meet the challenges you face. The disguise of necessity. Winter had settled over Bjornholm like a familiar blanket, bringing with it the long nights and fierce storms that mark the season of waiting. But for Astrid, this winter was different from all those that had come before. While the rest of the island's inhabitants turned inward, tending their fires and telling stories to pass the dark months, she had begun the careful, methodical process of transforming herself into someone else entirely. The decision had been made on a night in late autumn, when the first real storm of the season had lashed the island with winds that howled like living things. She had been sitting by her window, watching the harbor disappear behind sheets of driving rain, when the realization struck her with the force of revelation. Leif was not coming home for winter. Whatever had happened to him in those distant lands, whatever situation he had found himself in, it was clear that he would not be returning to the safety of Bjornholm any time soon. That night, she had gone to her parents and spoken the words that would change everything. I'm going to find him. The conversation that followed had lasted until dawn, filled with arguments and tears, practical concerns and desperate hopes. But in the end, her parents had recognized what she had already understood, that waiting was no longer an option, that someone had to take action, and that she was the only one positioned to do so. Now, 3 months later, as the winter storms raged outside and the harbor lay locked in ice, Astrid stood before the polished metal mirror in her chamber, studying the stranger who looked back at her. The transformation had been gradual but dramatic, accomplished through careful attention to details that most people never consciously noticed, but that their minds registered nonetheless. Her hair had been the first sacrifice. The long auburn locks that had been her pride since childhood now lay in a wooden box beneath her bed, cut away with her father's sharpest knife on a night when the wind had been too loud for anyone to hear her quiet sobs. What remained was cropped close to her skull in the style favored by young Norse merchants: practical, unremarkable, masculine. The binding of her chest had been more challenging, requiring experimentation with different materials and techniques until she found a method that flattened her feminine curves without restricting her breathing or movement. Strips of linen wound tight beneath a loose-fitting tunic created the illusion of the lean, angular torso of a young man who had not yet filled out to full adult proportions. But it was the subtler changes that had required the most practice. The way she walked, the way she held her shoulders, the way she gestured when she spoke. All of these had to be altered to match the expectations people had of masculine behavior. She had spent hours studying the foreign traders who visited Bjornholm, memorizing their mannerisms and practicing them until they became second nature. Her voice had been perhaps the greatest challenge. Women's voices were naturally higher than men's, and while she could lower her pitch through conscious effort, maintaining that deeper register for extended periods required constant attention. She had practiced for hours each day, speaking in the voice of Arne Eriksson, the identity she had created for herself until it began to feel natural. The name itself had been chosen carefully. Arne was common enough among Norse traders to attract no special attention, while the patronymic Eriksson established her connection to her father without being so obvious as to invite dangerous questions. She had crafted an entire history for this fictional person. A young merchant from a small island in the far north, traveling the eastern routes for the first time in search of opportunities to establish his own trading network. Tonight, as she prepared for what might be her final test before spring, Astrid examined every detail of her disguise with the critical eye of someone whose life might depend on its perfection. The clothes she wore were well made but not luxurious, the kind that a moderately successful young trader might afford. Her boots were sturdy and practical, broken in enough to suggest regular use but not so worn as to indicate poverty. The knife at her belt was of good quality but unremarkable, the sort of tool any sensible traveler would carry. More importantly, she had learned to inhabit the role completely. When she looked in the mirror now, she saw not Astrid Eriksdottir, disguised as a man, but Arne Eriksson, a young trader with his own hopes and fears, his own way of moving through the world. The transformation was so complete that sometimes she had to remind herself that Arne was not real, that beneath the carefully constructed exterior, she remained herself. A soft knock at her door interrupted her examination. "Astrid?" Her mother's voice called quietly. "Are you ready?" "Almost," she replied, then caught herself and spoke again in Arne's deeper tones. "Almost, mother." The door opened, and Sigrid entered carrying a tray with bread, cheese, and ale, the kind of simple meal that would sustain her through the evening's test. Her mother's eyes swept over her transformed appearance, and Astrid saw in them a mixture of pride and grief that spoke to the complexity of what they were attempting. "You look," Sigrid began, then stopped, searching for words adequate to the moment. "Different?" Astrid suggested. "Like a stranger," her mother said quietly. "Like someone I've never met before." It was, Astrid realized, exactly the reaction she had been hoping for. If her own mother could look at her and see a stranger, then her disguise might be convincing enough to fool people who had never known her as anything other than Arne Eriksson. "That's the idea," she said gently. "Arne Eriksson needs to be real enough to survive scrutiny from people who have every reason to be suspicious of strangers. Sigrid set the tray on the small table and turned to study her daughter more closely. "Walk across the room," she said. "Let me see how you move." Astrid complied, crossing the chamber with the slightly rolling gait she had observed in sailors and traders, the kind of walk that suggested someone accustomed to the shifting deck of a ship. She kept her shoulders square, her head up, her arms swinging naturally at her sides. "Good," Sigrid said approvingly. "You move like a young man who's comfortable with his body, but not yet fully grown into it. That will help explain any remaining inconsistencies in your appearance. And my voice? Speak to me as Arne would speak to a merchant's wife he was meeting for the first time." Astrid cleared her throat and adopted the slightly formal tone she had practiced. "Good evening, mistress. I am Arne Eriksson, lately come from the Northern Islands. I hope to have the honor of trading with your husband during my stay in your fine settlement." Sigrid nodded slowly. "Convincing. The accent is right. Northern, but not so specific as to invite detailed questions about your origins. And the formality suggests someone trying to make a good impression in unfamiliar circumstances." They were interrupted by the sound of footsteps in the main room below, followed by her father's voice calling up the stairs. "Astrid, our guests have arrived." The evening's test had been her father's idea. If she was going to travel the eastern routes successfully, she would need to convince not just casual observers, but experienced traders who knew what to look for in potential partners or threats. Eric had arranged for several merchants who were wintering on Bjornholm to join them for an evening meal. Men who had never met Astrid, but who knew Eric well enough to be invited into his home. "Are you ready for this?" Sigrid asked. Astrid took a deep breath, feeling the binding around her chest, the unfamiliar weight of her shortened hair, the subtle differences in her clothing and posture that marked her transformation from daughter to son. "As ready as I can be." "Remember," her mother said quietly, "you're not trying to fool them completely. You're Arne Eriksson, Eric's nephew, perhaps. Come to learn the trading business from an experienced relative. That gives you a reason to be here, an explanation for any family resemblance they might notice, and an excuse for any gaps in your knowledge." It was a good strategy, one they had developed over weeks of planning. The fictional relationship would explain why Eric was willing to help a young trader, why Arne might have access to information about trading routes and contacts, and why he might be traveling with Eric's resources and recommendations. They made their way downstairs together, Astrid moving with the slightly awkward care of someone still learning to inhabit a new identity. The main room had been transformed for the evening's gathering, with additional benches arranged around the fire and the table set with the family's best dishes. The smell of roasted meat and fresh bread filled the air, creating an atmosphere of warmth and hospitality that would put their guests at ease. 3 men were already seated by the fire, talking quietly with Eric about the winter weather and the prospects for spring trading. Astrid recognized them all by sight. Gunnar Olafsson, a successful trader in amber and furs. Thorvald the Red, who specialized in iron goods and weapons. And Magnus Bjornsson, whose ships carried everything from wool to walrus ivory throughout the northern seas. All 3 were experienced merchants who had dealt with traders from many different regions and cultures. If her disguise could fool them, it might be convincing enough to work in the more challenging environment of the eastern routes. "Ah, here he is," Eric said as they entered the room. "Gentlemen, I'd like you to meet my nephew, Arne Eriksson. He's come to spend the winter with us, learning what he can about the trading business before setting out on his own ventures." Astrid stepped forward, extending her hand in the manner she had observed among male traders. "Good evening," she said in Arna's voice. "Uncle Eric has told me much about your successes in the northern markets. I hope to learn from your experience." Gunnar was the first to clasp her hand, his grip firm but not crushing. "Welcome, young Arni. Always good to see the next generation taking an interest in honest trade. Which routes are you considering for your first independent ventures?" "I'm drawn to the eastern passages," Astrid replied, sticking to the story they had prepared. "Uncle Eric has some knowledge of those routes, and I believe there may be opportunities there for a trader willing to work hard and deal fairly." "Ambitious," Thorvald commented, his red beard bristling with interest. "The eastern routes can be profitable, but they're not for the inexperienced. The political situation is complex, and the distances involved mean that mistakes can be costly. Which is why I'm spending this winter learning everything I can," Astrid said. "I have no intention of rushing into such ventures unprepared." Magnus leaned forward, his pale eyes studying her face in the firelight. "You have the look of the northern islands about you, lad. Which settlement do you call home?" This was the kind of question Astrid had been preparing for, the sort of casual inquiry that could expose her deception if she wasn't careful. "Ravensholm," she replied, naming a small island settlement that was real but remote enough that few traders would have detailed knowledge of it. "A small place, but my father built a modest trading business there before his death." "Ah, I'm sorry for your loss," Magnus said with genuine sympathy. "It's good that you have family to help guide you in the business. Eric is known throughout the northern seas as an honest dealer. His recommendations carry weight." The conversation continued as they moved to the table for the evening meal. Astrid found herself settling into the role of Arna more naturally than she had expected. The weeks of practice paying off in small ways that accumulated into a convincing performance. She asked the right questions, showed appropriate interest in the older men's stories, and demonstrated just enough knowledge of trading practices to seem credible without appearing to know more than a young man in her supposed position should. The real test came when the talk turned to specific routes and trading partners. Gunnar began describing a particularly profitable venture he had undertaken the previous summer, trading amber for silver in the markets of Novgorod. "The key," he said, warming to his subject, "is understanding the local customs around gift-giving. The Slavic merchants expect certain courtesies, certain demonstrations of respect, before they'll consider doing serious business with Norse traders." "What sort of courtesies?" Astrid asked, genuinely curious. "Small gifts, usually. Nothing too valuable, but items that show you understand their culture. Honey is always appreciated, or certain types of metalwork, and you must be prepared to spend time building relationships before discussing business. They're not like us Norse. They don't get straight to the point of a negotiation." Thorvald nodded agreement. "I've found the same thing in my dealings with the Eastern peoples. Patience is essential, and so is the ability to read subtle social cues. A misunderstood gesture or an inappropriate comment can destroy weeks of careful relationship building." "Have any of you encountered Bjorn Ragnarsson in your eastern travels?" Astrid asked, seizing an opportunity to gather intelligence about her family's enemy. The question produced an immediate change in the atmosphere around the table. The three merchants exchanged glances, and she could see wariness creeping into their expressions. "Why do you ask about Bjorn?" Magnus said carefully. "Uncle Eric mentioned him as someone to be cautious around," Astrid replied, trying to strike the right balance between curiosity and discretion. I thought it wise to learn what I could about the major players in the Eastern trade." "Wise indeed," Gunnar said grimly. "Bjorn Ragnarsson is not a man to cross lightly. He's built a considerable network along the river routes, and he's not particular about the methods he uses to maintain his position. Meaning? Meaning he's involved in aspects of the trade that honorable merchants prefer to avoid," Thorvald said diplomatically. "The slave markets, primarily, but also some of the more aggressive forms of competition." Eric leaned forward, his expression serious. What Thorvald is too polite to say directly is that Bjorn has been known to arrange for his competitors to meet with unfortunate accidents. Bandits attack their caravans. Local officials suddenly find reasons to confiscate their goods. Trading partners mysteriously become unavailable. "And there's nothing that can be done about such practices?" Astrid asked. "The eastern routes are far from any authority that might restrain such behavior," Magnus explained. "Out there, a man's word and his reputation are his only real protection, and Bjorn has built his reputation on the understanding that crossing him carries severe consequences." The conversation moved on to other topics, but Astrid filed away everything she had learned about Bjorn Ragnarsson's methods and reputation. The picture that emerged was of a man who had indeed become a significant threat. Someone whose enmity could destroy not just individual traders but entire trading networks. As the evening progressed, she found herself relaxing into the role of Arna, engaging in the kind of casual conversation that marked successful social interactions among traders. She told stories about life on her fictional home island, asked intelligent questions about trading practices, and even managed to contribute some genuine insights based on her years of working in the shipyard. When the guests finally departed, well after midnight, Eric closed the door behind them and turned to face his transformed daughter with an expression of amazement and pride. "Remarkable," he said simply. "If I hadn't known who you really were, I would have accepted you completely as Arne Eriksson, a promising young trader from the Northern Islands." "They suspected nothing?" Astrid asked, suddenly feeling the exhaustion that came from maintaining such careful control over every word and gesture. "Nothing at all," Sigrid confirmed. "You were completely convincing, not just in your appearance, but in your manner, your knowledge, your way of interacting with them. If you can maintain that performance under the much more challenging conditions of the eastern routes, you may actually succeed in this mad venture." Astrid sank into a chair by the dying fire, finally allowing herself to relax the rigid posture she had maintained all evening. The binding around her chest felt tight and uncomfortable now that she was no longer distracted by the need to perform, and her throat was sore from speaking in an unnatural register for so many hours. "It's harder than I expected," she admitted. "Not just the physical aspects, but the mental effort required to maintain the deception. Every word, every gesture, every expression has to be considered and controlled." "That will become easier with practice," Eric assured her. "And once you're established in your role, once people accept you as Arne Eriksson, you won't need to work so hard to maintain the illusion. It will become natural." "I hope so," Astrid said. "Because if tonight was any indication, the journey ahead is going to require every bit of skill and determination I can muster." She looked around the familiar room, seeing it now through Arna's eyes as well as her own. In a few months, when the spring thaw opened the sea lanes, she would leave this place and everything it represented. She would become Arne Eriksson completely, abandoning not just her identity, but her entire previous life in pursuit of answers that might not exist, and solutions that might prove impossible to achieve. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. She had spent her entire life within the safe boundaries of Bjornholm, her world defined by familiar faces and predictable routines. But now she was preparing to venture into territories where nothing would be familiar, where every day would bring new challenges and new dangers. "Are you having second thoughts?" her mother asked gently, perhaps sensing the complexity of emotions playing across her face. "No," Astrid said, and as she spoke the word, she realized it was true. "I'm frightened, certainly. And I understand that I may be embarking on a journey from which I can never truly return. But I'm not having second thoughts. This is something I need to do. Something our family needs me to do." Eric nodded slowly. "Then we'll spend the remaining winter months preparing you as thoroughly as possible. Maps, contacts, trading practices, languages, everything I can teach you about surviving and prospering in that distant world. And when spring comes," Eric said quietly, "Arne Eriksson will begin his journey to the eastern routes, carrying with him the hopes and fears of his family, and the determination to succeed where others have failed." Outside, the winter wind howled around their small house, rattling the shutters and sending snow swirling through the darkness. But inside, by the warmth of their fire, 3 people sat planning for a future that would test everything they thought they knew about courage, sacrifice, and the lengths to which love would drive them. Sometimes the most profound transformations begin not with dramatic gestures, but with quiet decisions made in the safety of familiar places. And sometimes the courage to become someone entirely new is born from the simple recognition that who you have always been is no longer sufficient to meet the challenges you face. The first taste of freedom. The morning of departure dawned clear and cold, with a wind from the northwest that would carry Astrid's ship swiftly away from the only home she had ever known. She stood at the harbor's edge in the gray light before sunrise, no longer Astrid Eriksdotter, but fully transformed into Arne Eriksson, a young trader setting out on his first independent venture into the wider world. The ship that would carry her was a beauty, a sleek trading vessel built by her father's own hands, designed for the long voyages and heavy seas that characterized the northern routes. Her name was Raven's Wing, and she rode the harbor swells with the easy grace of a seabird, her dark hull gleaming with fresh tar, her sail furled but ready to catch the wind that would take them east toward Iceland and beyond. Astrid had spent the final weeks of winter aboard the ship, familiarizing herself with every line and timber, learning to handle her as both sailor and captain. The crew Eric had assembled for the voyage was small but experienced. 4 men who had sailed the northern routes for years and who accepted without question the story that Arne Eriksson was Eric's nephew, a promising young trader worthy of their support and guidance. Now, as the sun began to paint the eastern sky in shades of rose and gold, those same men were making their final preparations for departure. Supplies were being loaded, lines checked, the 100 small tasks completed that would ensure their safety during the weeks of sailing that lay ahead. "She's a fine ship," said Olaf the Wise, who had come to see them off despite the early hour. "Built for the kind of work you'll be doing. Strong enough to handle rough seas, but fast enough to outrun trouble when necessary." "Father chose well," Astrid replied, her voice automatically dropping into Arne's deeper register. The transformation had become so complete that she rarely had to think consciously about maintaining the deception anymore. "I'm grateful for his guidance, and for yours." The old trader smiled, his weathered face creasing with genuine affection. "You've learned quickly, lad, faster than most young men your age. That will serve you well in the challenges ahead." They were interrupted by Eric's approach, his arms laden with a final collection of supplies and documents. Her father looked older this morning, she thought, the weight of sending his child into unknown dangers visible in the lines around his eyes and the careful way he moved. But there was pride there too, and a confidence in her abilities that meant more to her than any blessing or good luck charm. "The letters of introduction are in the sealed pouch," he said quietly, handing her a leather satchel that contained documents establishing Arne Eriksson's credentials and Eric's recommendations to various trading partners along the eastern routes. "Guard them carefully. They may be worth more than silver in the right circumstances." "I understand," Astrid said, securing the pouch beneath her cloak. "And the emergency funds?" "Hidden in the ship's construction, as we discussed. Enough silver to buy your way out of most difficulties, but not so much as to make you a target for thieves." Eric's voice was steady, but she could hear the underlying tension that came from a parent sending a child into harm's way. Her mother appeared beside them, carrying a small bundle wrapped in oiled cloth. "Food for the first few days," Sigrid said, her voice carefully controlled. "And some of the honey cakes you've always loved." The simple gesture nearly broke Astrid's composure. For a moment, she felt the weight of what she was leaving behind. Not just the physical comfort and safety of Bjornholm, but the love and support of people who had known her since birth, who accepted her completely and without question. Where she was going, she would be alone in ways she had never experienced before. "Thank you, Mother," she said, accepting the bundle and feeling the warmth of the bread through the wrapping. "I'll think of home every time I eat them." "See that you do," Sigrid replied, reaching up to adjust the collar of Arne's cloak with the automatic gesture of a mother caring for her child. "And remember that no matter how far you travel, no matter what you might have to do to survive, you carry our love with you always." The crew was calling for final preparations now, their voices carrying across the harbor in the crisp morning air. The tide was turning, and the wind was holding steady from the northwest. Perfect conditions for the beginning of their journey. If they delayed much longer, they would miss the optimal departure window and have to wait for the next favorable tide. "It's time," Eric said simply. Astrid looked around the harbor one last time, memorizing details she might never see again. The familiar houses climbing the hillside above the water, the fishing boats bobbing at their moorings, the mountains that ringed their island home like protective guardians. All of it was about to become memory, a foundation of experience that would anchor her through whatever trials lay ahead. She embraced her parents, feeling the strange duality of the moment. She was saying goodbye as Astrid, but they were embracing Arne, the young man she had become. The contradiction was both heartbreaking and necessary, a reminder that the person leaving Bjornholm was not quite the same as the one who had been born there 28 years ago. "Be careful," Eric whispered in her ear. "Trust your instincts, but don't trust too quickly. The eastern routes will test everything you think you know about human nature." "I will," she promised, then stepped back and became fully Arne again, the young trader ready to seek his fortune in distant lands. The crew was waiting by the ship's rail, their faces expectant. These men, Håkon the navigator, Bjorn the shipwright, Einar the cook, and young Thorstein who served as general crew, would be her companions for the weeks ahead. Her first test of whether the deception could hold under the constant scrutiny of close quarters and shared dangers. "Ready to cast off, Arne?" called Håkon, a grizzled veteran of countless voyages who had agreed to serve as her sailing master for this first venture. "Ready," she replied, stepping aboard the Raven's Wing and feeling the familiar movement of a ship beneath her feet. But this time was different. This time she was not a passenger or a helper, but the master of the vessel, responsible for the lives of her crew and the success of their mission. The lines were cast off, the sail unfurled, and slowly the ship began to move away from the harbor. Astrid stood at the stern, watching Bjornholm grow smaller as they sailed toward the open sea. Her parents remained on the dock until the island itself began to fade into the morning haze. Two small figures who represented everything she was leaving behind in pursuit of an uncertain future. "First time away from home?" asked Thorstein, the youngest of the crew, joining her at the rail. At 19, he was only a few years younger than Arne was supposed to be, and his easy friendliness suggested he was looking for companionship among his shipmates. "First time this far from home," Astrid replied, which was true enough. "I've sailed the local waters since I was a child, but never beyond the sight of familiar landmarks." "It's exciting, isn't it?" Thorstein's eyes were bright with the enthusiasm of youth. "All those places we'll see, all the peoples we'll meet. I've heard stories about the eastern routes since I was small, but I never thought I'd have the chance to sail them myself." "What kind of stories?" Astrid asked, genuinely curious about what tales had reached even the youngest members of their community. "Oh, the usual ones. Cities with golden domes, markets where you can buy anything imaginable, rivers so wide you can't see the far shore. And the dangers, too, of course. Bandits and wild beasts, storms that can sink a ship in minutes, peoples who speak in tongues that sound like the chattering of birds." Thorstein's description reminded Astrid of her own childhood fascination with distant lands, the dreams that had sustained her through the long winter nights of her youth. But now those dreams were becoming reality, and she was discovering that the prospect of adventure was both more thrilling and more frightening than she had imagined. "Are you nervous?" she asked. "Terrified," Thorstein admitted with a grin. "But excited too. My father always said that a man who isn't afraid of new challenges is either a fool or a liar. Better to be honest about the fear and use it to stay sharp." It was good advice, Astrid thought, and it reminded her that she wasn't the only one aboard the Raven's Wing who was venturing into unknown territory. Each member of the crew had his own reasons for making this journey, his own hopes and fears about what they might encounter in the weeks ahead. As the morning progressed, and Bjornholm disappeared entirely behind them, Astrid found herself settling into the rhythm of shipboard life. The crew worked with the easy efficiency of experienced sailors, but they also made an effort to include her in their activities and conversations. She was, after all, not just their employer, but their shipmate, someone who would share their dangers and their triumphs in the weeks ahead. Håkon proved to be an excellent teacher, sharing his knowledge of navigation and seamanship with the patience of a man who understood that a young trader's survival might depend on such skills. He showed her how to read the subtle signs of weather change, how to judge the ship's speed and direction by the feel of the wind and the sound of the water against the hull. "The sea has moods like a woman," he said, as they stood together at the bow, watching the waves part before their passage. "Learn to read those moods, and you'll rarely be caught off guard by sudden changes. Ignore them, and you'll find yourself in trouble faster than you can imagine." "How do you read them?" Astrid asked, though she had been sailing since childhood and already knew much of what he might tell her. But Arne Eriksson would be eager to learn from an experienced navigator. and maintaining her role required constant attention to such details. "I start with the wind," Håkon said, lifting his weathered face to feel the breeze. "Not just its direction and strength, but its quality. A steady wind feels different from one that's about to shift. A wind that's been blowing for days has a different character from one that's just begun." He pointed to the horizon ahead of them, where a line of clouds was building in the distance. "See those clouds? The way they're stacked, the color at their base? That tells us we'll have weather in 6 hours, maybe 8. Not dangerous weather, but enough to require attention." Astrid studied the sky, seeing what he meant. The clouds were indeed building in a pattern that suggested changing conditions, though nothing immediately threatening. It was the kind of subtle observation that separated experienced sailors from novices, the accumulated wisdom that could mean the difference between a successful voyage and a disaster. As the day wore on, she found herself relaxing into the role of Arna in ways that surprised her. The constant vigilance required to maintain her disguise on land seemed less necessary here, surrounded by men who accepted her as one of their own and focused on the practical challenges of sailing, rather than social interactions that might expose her deception. The crew's acceptance was particularly gratifying. These were experienced sailors who had worked with many different traders over the years, and their willingness to treat her as a competent shipmate rather than an inexperienced youth suggested that her preparation had been more thorough than she had dared to hope. When evening came, they gathered around the small cooking fire that Einar had built in the ship's brazier, sharing a meal of salt pork, hard bread, and ale, while the Raven's Wing sailed steadily eastward under a canopy of stars. The conversation was easy and companionable, ranging from technical discussions about the ship's handling to stories of previous voyages and speculation about what they might encounter in the weeks ahead. "Tell us about your plans for the eastern roads, Arna," said Bjorn the shipwright, a solid man in his 40s who had the reputation of being able to repair anything that could go wrong with the ship's structure. "What kind of trading do you hope to establish?" It was the kind of question Astrid had been preparing for, but she still felt a moment of nervousness as 4 experienced sailors turned their attention to her. These men had sailed with many traders over the years, and they would quickly recognize any inconsistencies in her story or gaps in her knowledge. "I'm interested in building relationships rather than just conducting transactions," she said carefully. "From what I've learned, the eastern routes offer opportunities for traders who are willing to invest time in understanding local customs and building trust with their partners." "That's wise," Håkon agreed. Too many Norse traders approach the eastern peoples as if they were dealing with other Norsemen. They expect direct negotiation, immediate decisions, clear agreements, but many of the cultures along those routes operate differently. They value patience, relationship building, the gradual development of mutual trust. "Have you sailed those routes before?" Astrid asked. "Once, many years ago," Håkon replied. "I was navigator on a ship that carried amber and furs down the river systems to the markets of Kiev and beyond. It was educational. The distances are vast, the political situation complex, and the cultural differences more significant than most people realize. What advice would you give to someone making the journey for the first time?" Håkon was quiet for a moment, staring into the fire as if seeing memories in the dancing flames. "Learn the languages," he said finally. "Not just enough to conduct basic trade, but enough to understand the subtleties of what people are really saying. In the eastern lands, much communication happens between the words, in the tone and context and cultural assumptions that outsiders often miss. And be prepared for moral complexity. added Bjorn grimly. The eastern routes offer great opportunities for profit, but they also present choices that can test a man's conscience. The slave trade, in particular, is woven through much of the commerce in those regions. A trader who refuses to participate may find himself excluded from the most profitable opportunities. The mention of slavery sent a chill through Astrid that had nothing to do with the evening air. Her father's journal had made clear the moral compromises that successful Eastern trading often required, but hearing it confirmed by other experienced sailors made the reality more immediate and troubling. Is there no way to profit from the Eastern routes without engaging in such practices? She asked. There are ways, Håkon said slowly, but they require more skill, more patience, and often more risk. A trader who builds genuine relationships with local partners, who offers goods and services that others cannot provide, who demonstrates reliability and integrity over time. Such a person can succeed without compromising his principles. But it's not easy, and it's not quick. Nothing worthwhile ever is, Astrid replied, and meant it. The conversation continued as the night deepened around them, ranging over topics that would have been impossible to discuss on land. The practical challenges of long-distance trading, the political complexities of the eastern routes, the personal costs of spending months away from home and family. These men had lived the kind of life she was choosing, and their willingness to share their experiences felt like a gift. When the fire finally burned low and the crew began to settle into their sleeping places, Astrid made her way to the small shelter at the stern that served as the captain's quarters. It was barely large enough for a single person, but it offered privacy and protection from the weather, luxuries that would become increasingly rare as their journey progressed. She lay in her narrow bunk, listening to the familiar sounds of a ship at sea. The creak of timber, the whisper of wind in the rigging, the gentle splash of waves against the hull. But tonight, those sounds carried new meaning, because tonight she was not just a passenger, but the master of her own destiny, responsible for decisions that would shape not just her own future, but the future of everyone she loved. The stars wheeled overhead, as the raven's wing sailed steadily eastward, carrying her away from everything familiar toward a world of possibilities and dangers she could barely imagine. But for the first time since Leif's departure, Astrid felt something approaching hope. She was no longer waiting for news that might never come or depending on others to solve problems that threatened her family. She was taking action, making choices, shaping events rather than simply enduring them. The transformation from Astrid to Arna was complete now, she realized. The young woman who had discovered her father's journal in a Bjornholm workshop was gone, replaced by a trader who would make his own way in the world through skill and determination and careful attention to the lessons that experience would teach. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new tests of her abilities and her resolve. But tonight, surrounded by the vast darkness of the northern sea, she felt the exhilaration that comes from choosing your own path and accepting responsibility for wherever that path might lead. Sometimes the most profound journeys begin not with the dramatic departures, but with the quiet recognition that you have already become someone new. And sometimes the first taste of freedom comes not from reaching your destination, but from the simple act of setting sail toward horizons you have never seen, carrying with you everything you need to survive and succeed in a world that will test every assumption you have ever held about who you are and who you might become. The raven's wing sailed on through the darkness, her bow cutting through the waves with the steady persistence of purpose, carrying her small crew toward whatever adventures and challenges awaited them in the vast world beyond the familiar waters of home, where rivers meet the sea. 10 days out from Bjornholm, the Raven's Wing approached the harbor of Reykjavik under a sky the color of pewter, heavy with the promise of spring storms. Iceland rose from the sea like a vision from the old stories. Mountains capped with snow and ice, valleys green with new grass, and everywhere the steam of hot springs that reminded visitors that this land was still being born from the fire beneath the earth. Astrid stood at the bow as they navigated the approach to the harbor, her eyes taking in every detail of this first foreign port. As Arne Eriksson, this would be her introduction to the wider world of Norse trading, her first test of whether the deception that had worked so well aboard ship would hold under the scrutiny of strangers who might ask uncomfortable questions. The harbor was busy despite the early season, filled with ships of every size and description. Sleek warships rode at anchor beside broad-beamed trading vessels, while smaller craft darted between them like water beetles, carrying messages and supplies and the 100 small cargoes that kept a major port functioning. The air was filled with the sounds of commerce, shouted orders, creaking timber, the splash of oars, and underneath it all the constant murmur of voices speaking in a dozen different languages. "Impressive, isn't it?" said Haakon, joining her at the rail. "Reykjavik has become one of the most important ports in the northern seas. Ships from as far away as Greenland and the eastern routes stop here to trade and resupply." "I had no idea it was so large," Astrid replied, and the wonder in her voice was genuine. Bjornholm's harbor could accommodate perhaps a dozen ships comfortably. Here she could count more than 50 vessels of various sizes, with more arriving and departing even as she watched. "Wait until you see some of the eastern ports," Haakon said with a smile. "Constantinople, Kiev, Novgorod, cities so large that their harbors could hold every ship in Iceland and still have room for more. This is just the beginning of what you'll see on the routes you're planning to travel." The thought was both exciting and daunting. If Reykjavik seemed overwhelming after the quiet familiarity of Bjornholm, what would she make of cities that dwarfed even this bustling port? They found a berth at one of the commercial docks, paying the harbor master's fees and arranging for the ship to be watched while they conducted their business ashore. The crew would remain with the Raven's Wing, while Astrid ventured into the town to make the contacts that would be essential for the next phase of their journey. "Remember," Hakon said quietly as she prepared to disembark, "you're Arne Eriksson, nephew to Erik Thorson, making your first trading voyage to establish your own network. Be confident but not arrogant, knowledgeable but not presumptuous. And if anyone asks questions you can't answer, don't improvise. Admit ignorance and ask for guidance. It's what any sensible young trader would do." "I understand," Astrid said, checking that her documents were secure and her appearance appropriately businesslike. The weeks at sea had weathered her face and hands in ways that added to her masculine disguise, while the constant practice of being Arne had made the role feel increasingly natural. Reykjavik's streets were a revelation after the simple paths of Bjornholm. Stone buildings rose 2 and 3 stories high, their walls decorated with carved symbols that spoke of prosperity and permanence. Markets filled the squares, their stalls offering goods from throughout the known world. Furs from Greenland, amber from the Baltic, silver from the eastern routes, and exotic spices whose origins Astrid could only guess at. But it was the people who truly amazed her. Norse traders mingled with Slavic merchants. Arab dealers examined goods alongside Byzantine officials. And everywhere she looked, she saw faces that spoke of distant lands and foreign customs. The babble of languages was overwhelming at first, but gradually she began to pick out familiar words and phrases, the common vocabulary of commerce that transcended cultural boundaries. Her first stop was the establishment of Thorkel the Far-Traveled, a merchant whose name appeared in her father's journal as a reliable contact for traders heading to the eastern roads. His warehouse occupied an entire block near the harbor, its stone walls protecting valuable goods from theft and weather, while its location provided easy access to the ships that carried those goods throughout the northern seas. The man who greeted her when she presented herself at Thorkel's door was not what she had expected. Instead of the grizzled veteran she had imagined, she found herself facing a woman of perhaps 40 years, her graying hair bound in elaborate braids that spoke of wealth and status. Her clothes were rich but practical, and her pale blue eyes held the kind of sharp intelligence that successful merchants cultivated. "I am Astrid Thorkelsdottir," the woman said, extending her hand in the manner of equals. "My father is away on a trading voyage to Greenland, but I manage his affairs here in Reykjavik. How may I help you?" The irony of the situation was not lost on Astrid. Here she was, disguised as a man to gain acceptance in the trading world, being greeted by a woman who apparently needed no such deception to command respect in that same world. But she pushed aside her surprise and focused on playing her role. "I am Arne Eriksson," she said, clasping the offered hand firmly. "Erik Thorson of Bjornholm is my uncle. He suggested that your father might be able to provide guidance for a young trader seeking to establish himself on the eastern roads." Astrid Thorkelsdottir's expression brightened with recognition. "Ah, Erik Thorson. My father speaks of him often. One of the most honest dealers he has ever worked with. Please, come inside. Any nephew of Erik's is welcome in our house." The interior of the warehouse was even more impressive than its exterior suggested. The main floor was filled with carefully organized goods, bales of furs, chests of amber, barrels of preserved fish, and dozens of other items that represented the wealth of the northern seas. But it was the upper floor that truly amazed Astrid, fitted out as a comfortable office and meeting space where serious business could be conducted in privacy and comfort. "Your uncle's reputation precedes you," Astrid Thorkelsdottir said, as she poured ale from a silver pitcher. "He is known throughout the northern trading community as a man whose word is his bond. That recommendation will open many doors for you." "I hope to prove worthy of his trust," Astrid replied. "But I must admit, I'm surprised to find a woman managing such extensive trading operations. In my experience, such businesses are usually run by men." Her host smiled, and Astrid caught a glimpse of the steel beneath the polite exterior. Iceland has always been more flexible in such matters than some other Norse lands. When my father began traveling the longer routes, someone had to manage his affairs at home. I proved capable, and he proved wise enough to recognize that capability regardless of my gender. "And the other merchants? They accept your authority?" "They accept my results," Astrid Thorkelsdottir said simply. "In the end, that's all that matters in this business. A trader who can deliver quality goods at fair prices, who honors agreements and pays debts promptly, who builds relationships based on mutual benefit rather than exploitation. Such a person will find acceptance regardless of whether they wear skirts or trousers." The words carried a weight that made Astrid wonder if her host suspected something about her own deception. But if so, the older woman gave no sign of it, continuing to treat her as exactly what she claimed to be. "Now then," Astrid Thorkelsdottir continued, settling into a chair across from her guest. Tell me about your plans for the eastern routes. What kind of trading do you hope to establish? It was the same question the crew had asked, but coming from an experienced merchant, it carried more weight. Astrid chose her words carefully, drawing on everything she had learned from her father's journal and her own months of preparation. I'm interested in building long-term relationships rather than simply conducting one-time transactions, she said. From what I've learned, the eastern routes offer the greatest opportunities to traders who take time to understand local customs and establish trust with their partners. Wise, the older woman agreed. Too many Norse traders approach the eastern peoples as if they were dealing with other Norsemen. They expect direct negotiation, immediate decisions, clear agreements, but many of the cultures along those routes operate very differently. What advice would you give to someone making the journey for the first time? Astrid Thorkelsdottir was quiet for a moment, her eyes focused on something beyond the window that looked out over the busy harbor. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of hard-won experience. Learn the languages, she said, not just enough to conduct basic trade, but enough to understand the subtleties of what people are really saying. In the eastern lands, much communication happens between the words, in the tone and context and cultural assumptions that outsiders often miss. It was almost exactly what Håkon had said, Astrid noted, which suggested that this was indeed crucial advice. And be prepared for moral complexity, the merchant continued. The eastern routes offer great opportunities for profit, but they also present choices that can test your conscience. The slave trade, in particular, is woven through much of the commerce in those regions. A trader who refuses to participate may find himself excluded from the most profitable opportunities. Is there no way to succeed without compromising one's principles? There are ways, Astrid Thorkelsdottir said slowly. But they require more skill, more patience, and often more risk. You must offer something that others cannot. Superior quality, better service, more reliable delivery, deeper understanding of local needs. It's not easy and it's not quick, but it can be done. She rose and moved to a large chest in the corner of the room, from which she withdrew a collection of maps and documents. Your Uncle Eric was one of the few traders who managed to build a profitable Eastern network without engaging in the slave trade. His methods were instructive. The maps she spread on the table were more detailed than anything in Eric's journal, showing not just the major river routes, but the smaller tributaries, the portage points, the seasonal variations that could make the difference between success and disaster. But it was the accompanying notes that truly caught Astrid's attention. Detailed observations about local customs, political alliances, trading opportunities that most merchants overlooked. These are incredibly valuable, Astrid said, studying the careful annotations that represented years of accumulated knowledge. They are copies of originals that your uncle provided to my father, Astrid Thorkelsdottir explained. He believed that knowledge shared was knowledge multiplied, that the eastern routes would be safer and more profitable for all Norse traders if information flowed freely among honest dealers. And Bjorn Ragnarsson? Astrid asked, seizing the opportunity to gather intelligence about her family's enemy. What can you tell me about him? The change in the older woman's expression was immediate and dramatic. The warmth disappeared from her eyes, replaced by a wariness that spoke of genuine fear. Why do you ask about Bjorn? She said carefully. Uncle Eric mentioned him as someone to be cautious around. I thought it wise to learn what I could about the major players in the Eastern trade. Astrid Thorkelsdottir was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing how much to reveal. When she spoke, her voice was low and serious. Bjorn Ragnarsson is the most dangerous man currently operating on the eastern routes, she said. He has built a network based on fear and intimidation, using methods that honorable merchants find abhorrent. His involvement in the slave trade is extensive and brutal, and he has been known to arrange for his competitors to meet with unfortunate accidents. Surely there must be some way to counter such practices. The eastern routes are far from any authority that might restrain such behavior, the merchant explained. Out there, a man's reputation and his alliances are his only real protection. And Bjorn has built his reputation on the understanding that crossing him carries severe consequences. She leaned forward, her expression intense. If you encounter Bjorn Ragnarsson during your travels, be very careful. He has a particular hatred for your Uncle Eric, stemming from some business dispute years ago. That enmity might extend to you simply because of your family connection. The warning sent a chill through Astrid that had nothing to do with the cool air coming through the window. The threat Bjorn represented was even more immediate and personal than she had realized. What kind of dispute? She asked. I don't know the details, Astrid Thorkel's daughter admitted. But I know it involved questions of honor and principle that your uncle considered non-negotiable. Bjorn apparently felt that Eric's withdrawal from their partnership cost him significant profits, and he has never forgiven what he sees as betrayal. The conversation continued for another hour, covering practical matters of routes and contacts, seasonal considerations, and political complications. But underneath the technical discussion, Astrid could sense the older woman's genuine concern for her safety, the kind of worry that experienced traders felt when they saw young people venturing into dangers they might not fully understand. When she finally prepared to leave, Astrid Thorkel's daughter walked her to the door personally, a gesture that spoke of respect and concern. One final piece of advice, the merchant said quietly. Trust your instincts, but don't trust too quickly. The eastern routes will test everything you think you know about human nature. Some of the most charming people you meet will prove to be your greatest enemies, while some of the most forbidding may become your most valuable allies. I'll remember, Astrid promised. See that you do. And remember, too, that you carry your uncle's reputation with you. Honor it, and it will serve you well. Betray it, and you'll find that news travels faster than ships in the trading community. As Astrid made her way back through Reykjavik's busy streets toward the harbor, she reflected on everything she had learned. The conversation with Astrid Thorkel's daughter had been both encouraging and sobering. Encouraging because it suggested that her plans were sound and her preparation adequate. Sobering because it had made clear the very real dangers she would face. But perhaps most intriguingly, it had shown her that women could indeed succeed in the trading world, given sufficient skill and determination. The older woman's success suggested that gender might be less of an obstacle than she had assumed, though she suspected that Iceland's relatively progressive attitudes might not be shared by all the cultures she would encounter on the eastern roads. The Raven's Wing was ready for departure when she returned, her crew having completed their own business in the port. Supplies had been replenished, minor repairs completed, and information gathered about conditions along the route to their next destination. How did your meetings go? Håkon asked as they prepared to cast off. Very well, Astrid replied. I have contacts to pursue, routes to follow, and warnings to heed. Everything a prudent trader needs to begin building his network. And our next destination? The Faroe Islands, then the Shetlands, then the Scottish coast. From there, We follow the rivers inland to the great trading centers of the east. She paused, looking back at Reykjavik as it began to recede behind them. It's a longer journey than I had imagined, but also more promising. As the Raven's Wing sailed out of the harbor and into the open sea, Astrid felt the weight of the decision she had made, settling more firmly on her shoulders. There would be no turning back now, no retreat to the safety of Bjornholm if the challenges ahead proved too great. She had committed herself to this path, and she would see it through to whatever end awaited her. But for the first time since beginning this journey, she felt genuinely confident in her ability to succeed. The deception had held under scrutiny. Her preparation had proven adequate, and the network of contacts her father had built was indeed willing to extend their support to his nephew. The eastern routes lay ahead, with all their dangers and opportunities, their moral complexities and potential rewards. But she was no longer the sheltered daughter of a Bjornholm shipbuilder. She was Arne Eriksson, trader and adventurer, ready to make her mark on a world that had never seen her like before. Sometimes the most important transformations happen not in dramatic moments of crisis, but in quiet conversations with strangers who become allies, in the gradual accumulation of knowledge and confidence that prepares us for challenges we cannot yet imagine. And sometimes, the courage to continue comes not from the absence of fear, but from the growing understanding that we are more capable than we ever dared to believe. The Eastern Currents. The Shetland Islands emerged from the morning mist like the backbone of some ancient sea beast, their rocky shores scarred by centuries of wind and wave. It had been 3 weeks since leaving Reykjavik, 3 weeks of following the stepping stone route that connected the Norse world to the vast river systems of the east. Now, as the Raven's Wing approached the harbor of Lerwick, Astrid felt the weight of transition settling over her like a cloak. This would be her last stop in truly familiar waters. Beyond the Shetlands lay the Scottish coast, and beyond that the rivers that would carry her deep into territories where Norse traders were foreigners, where the rules she had grown up with would give way to customs and laws that existed at the very edge of her understanding. Nervous? Asked Thorstein, joining her at the rail as they navigated the approach to the harbor. The young sailor had become something of a confidant during their weeks at sea, his easy manner and genuine curiosity making him a comfortable companion for someone still learning to inhabit her new identity. Excited, Astrid replied, which was true enough. The anticipation she felt was a complex mixture of fear and eagerness, the kind of tension that came from standing at the threshold of the unknown. This is where the real journey begins. Lerwick was smaller than Reykjavik, but no less busy, its harbor filled with ships that represented the convergence of multiple trading routes. Norse vessels rode at anchor beside Scottish fishing boats, while stranger craft from the eastern routes displayed the weathered look of ships that had traveled vast distances through alien waters. The town itself clung to the hillside above the harbor like a collection of barnacles, its stone buildings gray and practical in the northern fashion. But there was something different about the atmosphere here, a sense of being at the edge of the known world that made even familiar sights seem touched with strangeness. They found berth at a dock that specialized in accommodating eastern-bound traders, paying the harbor fees to a harbor master who spoke Norse with a thick Scottish accent and examined their papers with the careful attention of someone accustomed to dealing with merchants from many different lands. "First time through?" he asked, noting the pristine condition of their ship and the relative youth of their captain. "First time this far east," Astrid confirmed. "We're bound for the river roads, hoping to establish trading relationships in the Slavic territories." The harbor master nodded knowingly. Ambitious. The eastern routes can be profitable, but they're not for the inexperienced. You'll want to talk to Magnus the guide. He knows those waters better than any man alive, and he's helped more than one Norse trader avoid the kind of mistakes that can end a voyage permanently. Where might I find this Magnus? The Sailor's Rest, most evenings after sunset. Tell him Olaf sent you. He owes me a favor, and I'll count it paid if he gives you good counsel. The Sailor's Rest proved to be exactly what its name suggested. A tavern that catered to the needs of men who spent their lives on the water, offering strong drink, hot food, and the kind of companionship that made the loneliness of long voyages bearable. The main room was thick with pipe smoke and conversation, filled with weathered faces that spoke of countless voyages to distant shores. Magnus, the guide, was not hard to identify. He sat alone at a corner table, his massive frame draped in furs that suggested recent travel in colder climes. His gray beard braided with small silver ornaments that caught the lamplight. His pale blue eyes missed nothing as they surveyed the room, marking newcomers and cataloging potential threats with the automatic vigilance of someone who had survived decades in dangerous waters. Magnus. Astrid approached his table with the careful respect due to a man of obvious experience and reputation. I'm Arne Eriksson. Olaf, the harbor master, suggested you might be willing to share some guidance with a trader new to the eastern routes. The big man studied her for a long moment, his eyes taking in details that most people would miss. The quality of her clothes, the wear patterns on her boots, the way she carried herself. When he finally spoke, his voice was deep and gravelly, marked by the accent of someone who had learned Norse as a second language. Sit, he said simply, gesturing to the chair across from him. Olaf's recommendations carry weight with me. What do you want to know? Everything, Astrid said honestly. I've studied maps and read accounts, but I know that's not the same as experience. What should a first-time trader expect when he enters the eastern river systems? Magnus smiled, the expression transforming his stern features. Honest answer from an honest question. I like that. He signaled the serving girl for another ale, then leaned back in his chair. The eastern routes will test everything you think you know about trading, about people, about yourself. They're not just about sailing to a port and conducting business. They're about navigating political alliances that shift like quicksand, understanding customs that can seem completely arbitrary, and making moral choices that will follow you for the rest of your life. I've been warned about the moral complexities, Astrid said. The slave trade, particularly. Ah, you've done some research. Magnus's expression grew more serious. The slave trade is indeed woven through much of the Eastern commerce, but it's not the only moral challenge you'll face. There's also the question of tribute payments to local rulers, the bribes that smooth official interactions, the protection money that keeps bandits at bay. A trader who refuses to engage in any questionable practices may find himself excluded from the most profitable opportunities. But it's possible to succeed while maintaining one's principles? Possible, yes. Easy, no. It requires more skill, more patience, and often more risk. You must offer something that others cannot. Superior quality, better service, more reliable delivery, deeper understanding of local needs. Magnus took a long drink of his ale, then continued. I've guided traders who managed it, but they were exceptional men with exceptional determination. What about the practical aspects? The routes themselves, the peoples I'll encounter, the challenges of navigation. Magnus's eyes lit up with the enthusiasm of a teacher who had found an eager student. Now we come to the heart of it. The eastern routes begin with the Scottish rivers, the Forth, the Tay, smaller waterways that connect to the great river systems of the continent. From there, you follow the ancient amber road that has carried goods between north and south for centuries, beyond counting. He traced invisible lines on the wooden table, mapping out routes that existed more in memory and experience than in any written chart. The Vistula will carry you deep into Slavic territories, past settlements where the inhabitants speak languages that sound like music. The Dnieper opens the way to Kiev and the Byzantine trade routes, the Volga. The Volga is the greatest of them all, a river so vast that it seems more like an inland sea, flowing through territories where the very air whispers with possibilities. And the peoples I'll encounter? As varied as the rivers themselves, Magnus replied. Slavic tribes who have learned to profit from the trade that flows through their territories. Khazar merchants who control much of the commerce along the southern routes. Arab dealers who bring goods from lands so distant that their names sound like poetry. Byzantine officials who represent an empire older than memory. He paused, his expression growing more serious. But also bandits who prey on trading caravans, corrupt officials who demand tribute, rival merchants who will use any means necessary to eliminate competition. The eastern routes are not a place for the naive or the unprepared. What preparation would you recommend? Languages, first and foremost. Learn at least basic Slavic. It will serve you throughout much of the journey. Arabic is useful for dealing with the southern traders, Greek for the Byzantines. But more than vocabulary, learn the cultural patterns that govern how business is conducted in each region. Magnus leaned forward, his voice dropping to a more confidential tone. In Slavic territories, relationship building is everything. You don't just conduct a transaction, you become part of an extended network of mutual obligation and support. Among the Arabs, negotiation is an art form, a dance of offer and counteroffer that can take days to complete. The Byzantines love their bureaucracy. Every transaction must be properly documented, every official properly honored. And the dangers? Physical dangers are significant but manageable if you're careful. Wild animals, harsh weather, the constant risk of accident or illness far from help. But the human dangers are often worse, and they're not always obvious. The most charming person you meet may be planning to rob you, while the most forbidding may become your most valuable ally. Magnus finished his ale and set the empty mug on the table with a decisive thump. But enough general advice. Tell me about your specific plans. What goods are you carrying? What markets are you hoping to reach? What kind of trading relationships are you looking to establish? It was the moment Astrid had been preparing for. The test of whether her cover story would hold under the scrutiny of someone with extensive knowledge of the eastern routes. She chose her words carefully, drawing on everything she had learned from her father's journal and her conversations with other experienced traders. I'm carrying a mixed cargo, amber, furs, some metalwork. Quality goods, but not so valuable as to make me a target for thieves. My plan is to follow the traditional routes, but focus on building relationships rather than maximizing immediate profits. I'm hoping to establish a network that will support multiple voyages over several years. Sensible approach, Magnus agreed. What's your timeline? I'm hoping to reach the major trading centers before the peak summer season, establish initial contacts, and return before winter weather makes the travel impossible. This is intended as a reconnaissance voyage as much as a trading expedition. Even more sensible. Too many first-time traders try to accomplish too much on their initial journey. Better to learn the routes and the peoples before committing to major ventures. Magnus studied her face in the lamplight. You have good advisors, young Arna. Their counsel shows in your planning. My Uncle Eric has been generous with his guidance, Astrid said, which was true enough. Eric Thorson of Bjornholm. Magnus's expression sharpened with interest. I know that name. Honest dealer, fair in his negotiations, reliable in his commitments. If you're his nephew, you carry a good reputation with you. I hope to prove worthy of it. See that you do. Reputation is everything on the eastern roads. It can open doors that silver cannot, and it can protect you from dangers that weapons cannot. Your uncle built his through years of consistent behavior. Don't squander it through carelessness or greed. The conversation continued for another hour, covering practical details of navigation, seasonal considerations, and the complex web of relationships that governed trade along the eastern roads. Magnus proved to be a treasure trove of information, sharing insights that no written account could provide. When they finally parted, the big man clasped Astrid's hand in a grip that spoke of genuine respect. You have the makings of a successful trader, young Arna. But remember, success on the eastern routes is measured not just in silver accumulated, but in the person you become through the journey. Some traders return wealthy but hollow, having sold pieces of their souls for profit. Others return poorer in coin but richer in wisdom and self-respect. Which would you choose? Astrid asked. I would choose to be the kind of trader who doesn't have to choose. Magnus replied with a smile. It's possible to succeed financially while maintaining your integrity, but it requires more skill and more courage than most people possess. I hope you prove to be one of the exceptions. As Astrid made her way back to the Raven's Wing through Lerwick's narrow streets, she reflected on everything she had learned. The conversation with Magnus had been both encouraging and sobering. Encouraging because it suggested her plans were sound. Sobering because it had made clear the very real challenges she would face. But perhaps most importantly, it had reinforced her understanding that the journey ahead was about more than finding Leif or neutralizing the threat posed by Bjorn Ragnarsson. It was about discovering who she truly was when stripped of the familiar supports and constraints of home, tested by circumstances that would reveal her essential character. The crew was waiting when she returned to the ship, eager to hear about her meetings and ready to discuss their next moves. They had spent their own time in Lerwick gathering information and supplies, and their reports painted a picture of routes that were challenging but navigable for a well-prepared expedition. The Scottish coast is clear, Haakon reported. Weather looks favorable for the crossing, and the river mouths are free of ice. If we leave with tomorrow's tide, we should reach the fourth estuary within 3 days. And from there, Astrid asked. From there, we follow the rivers inland until we reach the portage points that connect to the eastern systems. It's a journey that will take us through territories where Norse traders are welcomed but not common, where every day will bring new sights and new challenges. Astrid looked around at her crew. Haakon with his weathered face and steady competence. Bjorn with his practical skills and quiet reliability. Einar with his gift for making any situation more comfortable. And young Thorstein with his enthusiasm and eagerness to learn. These men had become more than just employees. They were companions who would share whatever adventures and dangers lay ahead. Are you all still committed to this venture? She asked. Because once we leave the Scottish coast behind, we'll be entering waters where the familiar rules no longer apply. There will be no turning back until we've completed the journey or failed in the attempt. "We're with you, Arna," Hakon said simply, and the others nodded their agreement. "We knew what we were signing on for when we joined this expedition. The eastern routes have always been dangerous, but they've also always been profitable for those brave enough and skilled enough to navigate them successfully." "Then we sail with tomorrow's tide," Astrid decided. "The amber road beckons, and we've delayed long enough." That night, as she lay in her narrow bunk, listening to the familiar sounds of a ship at anchor, Astrid felt the weight of the decision settling over her like a physical presence. Tomorrow would mark the true beginning of her journey into the unknown, the point at which she would leave behind the last vestiges of the familiar world and venture into territories that existed at the very edge of Norse knowledge. But she was ready. The months of preparation, the weeks of successful deception, the gradual accumulation of knowledge and confidence had brought her to this moment. She was no longer the sheltered daughter of a Bjornholm shipbuilder, no longer even the determined young woman who had discovered her father's secrets in a hidden compartment. She was Arna Eriksson, trader and adventurer, ready to make her mark on a world that would test every assumption she had ever held about courage, honor, and the price of success. Outside her small cabin, the harbor of Lerwick lay quiet under the stars, the last Norse port she would see for months to come. But beyond the horizon, the great rivers of the east flowed toward the sea, carrying with them the promise of adventure and the possibility of answers to questions that had haunted her family for too long. Sometimes the most important journeys begin not with dramatic departures, but with quiet decisions made in the safety of familiar harbors. And sometimes the courage to venture into the unknown comes not from the absence of fear, but from the growing understanding that some questions can only be answered by those willing to seek their solutions in the vast world beyond the boundaries of home. The Raven's Wing rocked gently at her mooring, ready to carry her small crew toward whatever destiny awaited them on the amber road that had connected north and south, familiar and foreign, known and unknowable for centuries beyond counting, the weight of silver tongues. The River Forth wound through the Scottish Highlands like a silver serpent, its waters carrying the Raven's Wing deeper into territories where the familiar rhythms of Norse seafaring gave way to the more complex challenges of river navigation. It had been 5 days since they had left the open sea behind. 5 days of following waterways that grew progressively narrower and more alien as they penetrated the heart of a land that existed at the very edge of the Norse world. Astrid stood at the bow, watching the landscape change around them. The rugged coastline had given way to rolling hills covered in forests so dense that they seemed to swallow the light, broken only by occasional clearings where smoke rising from hidden settlements spoke of peoples who lived by different rules than any she had known. The air itself felt different here, thicker, warmer, heavy with the sense of unfamiliar vegetation and the promise of lands that lay far beyond the horizon. "Strange country," observed Thorstein, joining her at the rail. The young sailor's enthusiasm for adventure remained undiminished, but she could see in his eyes the same mixture of excitement and apprehension that she felt herself. "The trees are different. The birds sing different songs. Even the water tastes different." "We're entering a different world," Astrid replied, her voice automatically dropping into Arna's deeper register. The transformation had become so complete that she rarely had to think consciously about it anymore. But she remained constantly aware of the need to maintain her disguise. The eastern routes don't just cross geographical boundaries, they cross cultural ones as well. Their conversation was interrupted by Hakon's call from the steering oar. Settlement ahead. Looks like a trading post of some kind. Astrid shaded her eyes against the afternoon sun, studying the cluster of buildings that had appeared around a bend in the river. It was larger than she had expected. Perhaps 30 structures arranged around what appeared to be a central marketplace, with docks extending into the river to accommodate the boats that clearly formed the lifeline of this remote community. This would be Stirling, said Bjorn, consulting the crude map they had acquired in Lerwick, one of the major trading centers for this region. If we're going to make contact with guides who know the portage routes to the eastern rivers, this is where we'll find them. The settlement of Stirling proved to be a fascinating mixture of cultures and influences. Scottish Highlanders mingled with Pictish traders, while Norse merchants conducted business alongside dealers whose origins Astrid could only guess at. The languages she heard spoken in the marketplace included not just Gaelic and Norse, but also tongues that sounded completely alien to her ears. They secured berths at the trading docks, paying fees to a harbor master who spoke Norse with a thick accent, and examined their papers with the careful attention of someone accustomed to dealing with merchants from many different lands. The man's weathered face and practical manner suggested long experience with the kind of traders who used Stirling as a stepping stone to more distant destinations. "Eastern roads?" he asked, noting the northern origin of their ship and the mixed nature of their cargo. Ambitious for such a young captain. The river systems beyond the highlands are not forgiving to the inexperienced. "I'm hoping to find guides who know those routes," Astrid replied. "Men who can help me navigate the portages and make contact with the peoples who control the river trade." "Aye, there are such men here. But they don't come cheap, and they don't work with just anyone. You'll need to prove yourself worthy of their trust before they'll consider taking you into territories where a mistake can cost lives." The harbor master's words proved prophetic. Over the next 2 days, Astrid found herself navigating a complex social landscape that was unlike anything she had experienced in the more straightforward world of Norse trading. The guides who knew the eastern routes were indeed present in Stirling, but they formed a tight-knit community that was suspicious of outsiders and protective of the knowledge that represented their livelihood. Her first breakthrough came through an unexpected source. She was examining goods in the marketplace, trying to understand the local trading patterns, when she overheard a conversation in what sounded like Slavic. 2 men were discussing river conditions and portage roads, their words carrying the casual authority of people who knew the territories they were describing intimately. Drawing on the language skills she had developed over years of interaction with foreign traders, Astrid approached them with the careful respect due to experienced professionals. "Forgive the interruption," she said in her best Slavic, "but I couldn't help overhearing your discussion of the eastern routes. I'm a Norse trader hoping to establish relationships in those territories, and I would be grateful for any guidance you might be willing to share." The 2 men turned to study her with the kind of careful attention that merchants reserved for potential partners or threats. The older of the 2 was perhaps 50 years of age, his graying hair braided in the style of the Eastern peoples, his clothes a mixture of Norse and Slavic influences that spoke of someone who moved easily between different cultures. His companion was younger, perhaps 30, with the kind of weathered face that came from years of outdoor work in harsh conditions. "Your Slavic is good," the older man said in Norse, his accent marking him as someone who had learned the language through long practice rather than birth. "Better than most Norse traders manage. I am Dmitry Volkov, and this is my partner, Alexei. We guide trading expeditions along the river routes to Kiev and beyond." "I am Arne Eriksson," Astrid replied, extending her hand in the Norse fashion. "I'm hoping to follow those same routes, but I'm wise enough to know that I need experienced guides to navigate safely." Dmitri clasped her hand, his grip firm but not crushing. Wisdom is rare among young traders. Most think that courage and silver are sufficient to overcome any obstacle. They learn otherwise, if they survive long enough. What would you need to know about a potential client before agreeing to guide him? Many things, Alexei interjected, speaking for the first time. His Norse was less polished than his partner's, but perfectly understandable. What goods you carry, what markets you hope to reach, what kind of relationships you seek to establish, but most importantly, what kind of man you are. The Eastern routes test character as much as skill. It was the opening Astrid had been hoping for. Over the next hour, sitting in a tavern that catered to the international trading community, she found herself subjected to the kind of careful questioning that experienced guides used to evaluate potential clients. Dmitri and Alexei probed her knowledge of languages, her understanding of cultural differences, her preparedness for the physical and moral challenges of the Eastern routes. "You speak of building relationships rather than simply conducting transactions," Dmitri observed. "That suggests you understand something that many Norse traders miss, that success in the Eastern territories requires patience and cultural sensitivity." "I've been advised that the peoples of those regions value long-term partnerships over quick profits," Astrid replied. "I'm prepared to invest the time necessary to build trust and mutual understanding." "And if those peoples expect you to engage in practices that Norse traders might find questionable?" Alexei asked, his pale eyes studying her face carefully. The question went to the heart of the moral complexities that everyone had warned her about. Astrid chose her words carefully, drawing on everything she had learned about the realities of Eastern trade. "I understand that different cultures have different customs, and that successful trading sometimes requires adapting to local practices. But I also believe that there are ways to succeed without compromising one's essential principles. I'm hoping to find those ways." Dmitri and Alexei exchanged a look that spoke of long partnership and shared understanding. When Dmitri spoke again, his voice carried a note of approval that hadn't been there before. A diplomatic answer that reveals both flexibility and integrity. "You may indeed be the kind of trader who can succeed on the Eastern routes without losing his soul in the process." The conversation continued as the afternoon wore on, covering practical matters of routes and timing, seasonal considerations, and political complications. Gradually, Astrid began to understand that she was not just being evaluated as a potential client, but being educated in the realities of the world she was entering. "The river systems are like arteries carrying the lifeblood of commerce," Dmitri explained, tracing invisible routes on the wooden table. "But they also carry information, rumors, political currents that can be as dangerous as any physical hazard. A successful trader must learn to read these currents as carefully as he reads the water itself." "What kind of information?" Astrid asked. "Which local rulers are currently at war with each other? Which trading partnerships have recently dissolved? Which routes are currently safe and which are controlled by bandits? The political situation changes constantly, and yesterday's ally can become today's enemy with little warning." Alexei leaned forward, his expression serious. "There is also the matter of Bjorn Ragnarsson. His influence along the eastern routes has grown significantly in recent years, and he has little tolerance for competitors who don't share his methods." The mention of Bjorn's name sent a familiar chill through Astrid. but she forced herself to respond with the kind of casual interest that Arne Eriksson might show. "I've heard his name mentioned before. What should a new trader know about him?" "That he is dangerous, ruthless, and not to be crossed lightly," Dmitri said grimly. "He has built his network through intimidation and violence, using methods that honorable merchants find abhorrent. His involvement in the slave trade is extensive, and he has been known to arrange for his competitors to meet with unfortunate accidents. Surely there must be some way to avoid conflict with such a person." "The eastern routes are vast," Alexei said slowly. "It's possible to operate without directly crossing his path, if you're careful about which markets you enter and which partnerships you pursue. But total avoidance may not be possible if you hope to establish a significant presence in the trade." The warning was sobering, but not unexpected. Everything Astrid had learned about Bjorn Ragnarsson suggested that he was indeed a formidable enemy, someone whose enmity could destroy not just individual traders, but entire trading networks. "There is something else you should know," Dmitri said quietly, his voice dropping to a more confidential tone. "There are rumors that Bjorn has recently suffered some kind of setback, that a young Norse trader has been interfering with his operations. If these rumors are true, he may be particularly hostile to new competitors at this time." Astrid's heart began to race as she processed the implications of what she had just heard. Could the young Norse trader be Leif? Had her brother somehow managed to establish himself as a threat to Bjorn's network? The possibility was both encouraging and terrifying. Encouraging because it suggested Leif was alive and active. Terrifying because it meant he had made himself a target for someone who was notorious for eliminating threats permanently. "What kind of interference?" she asked, trying to keep her voice casual. "The details are unclear," Alexei admitted, "but the rumors speak of disrupted slave shipments, trading partnerships that have been turned against Bjorn, even some of his own men who have switched their allegiance to this new competitor." "Do the rumors include a name?" Dmitri shook his head. "Only that he is young, Norse, and apparently either very brave or very foolish. Possibly both." The conversation eventually turned to practical arrangements. After extensive discussion, Dmitri and Alexei agreed to guide Astrid's expedition along the eastern routes, their fee to be paid partly in silver and partly in a share of whatever profits the venture might generate. It was a partnership arrangement that spoke of their confidence in her prospects for success. "We leave in 3 days," Dmitri announced. "That will give you time to make final preparations and time to gather the additional supplies we'll need for the journey. From here, we follow the highland rivers to the portage points, then transfer to the eastern systems that will carry us deep into Slavic territories." "How long until we reach the major trading centers?" 6 weeks to Kiev, if conditions are favorable," Alexei replied. "From there, we can continue south to Constantinople or north to Novgorod, depending on what opportunities we discover and what information we gather about current conditions." As Astrid made her way back to the Raven's Wing that evening, her mind was churning with everything she had learned. The conversation with Dmitri and Alexei had been both encouraging and troubling. Encouraging because it suggested she was indeed prepared for the challenges ahead. Troubling because of the implications of the rumors about Bjorn Ragnarsson's recent difficulties. If Leif was indeed the young Norse trader who had been interfering with Bjorn's operations, then her brother was in far greater danger than she had imagined. But it also meant that he was alive and active, that her journey to find him was not a hopeless quest, but a rescue mission with a real chance of success. The crew was waiting when she returned to the ship, eager to hear about her meetings and ready to discuss their next moves. She briefed them on the arrangements she had made, the route they would follow, and the timeline for their departure from Stirling. Dmitri and Alexei have excellent reputations, Hakan observed after hearing her report. If they're willing to guide us, it suggests they believe we have a good chance of success. What about this business with Bjorn Ragnarsson? Torstein asked. If he's as dangerous as everyone says, shouldn't we be more concerned about encountering him? We'll be careful, Astrid replied. But we can't let fear of one man, however dangerous, prevent us from pursuing our objectives. The eastern routes are vast, and with experienced guides, we should be able to avoid unnecessary risks. But even as she spoke the words, Astrid knew that avoiding Bjorn Ragnarsson might not be possible. If the rumors were true, if Leif was indeed interfering with Bjorn's operations, then confronting her family's enemy might be inevitable. The thought was both terrifying and strangely liberating. At least she would finally be able to act directly against the threat that had hung over her family for so long. That night, as she lay in her bunk, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of a Highland settlement, Astrid felt the weight of the journey ahead settling more firmly on her shoulders. The next phase of her adventure would take her into territories where the familiar rules no longer applied, where every day would bring new challenges and new dangers. But she was ready. The months of preparation, the weeks of successful deception, the gradual accumulation of knowledge and allies had brought her to this point. She was no longer just searching for her missing brother. She was positioning herself to play a role in the complex game of commerce and politics that governed the eastern routes. Tomorrow would bring final preparations, the last chance to ensure that everything was ready for the journey into the unknown. But tonight, she allowed herself a moment of quiet satisfaction. She had successfully navigated the first major test of her abilities, had proven herself worthy of the trust of experienced guides, had gathered intelligence that might prove crucial in the challenges ahead. Sometimes the most important victories are the quiet ones, the gradual accumulation of small successes that build the foundation for larger achievements. And sometimes the courage to continue comes not from the absence of fear, but from the growing understanding that we are more capable than we ever dared to believe, more ready for the challenges ahead than we had any right to expect. The Highland settlement of Stirling lay quiet under the stars, a crossroads where different worlds met and mingled, where the familiar gave way to the foreign, where the known dissolved into the unknowable. But for Astrid, it had become something more. A place where she had proven herself worthy of the journey ahead, where she had taken another step toward becoming the person she was meant to be. Rivers of no return. The portage from the Scottish Highlands to the eastern river systems was a journey through landscapes that seemed to exist outside of time itself. For 3 days, Astrid and her companions had followed ancient paths through forests so deep and dark that the sun barely penetrated the canopy, carrying their goods and supplies across terrain that spoke of centuries of use by traders who had walked this same route in pursuit of the riches that lay beyond the horizon. Dmitri and Alexei proved to be invaluable guides, their knowledge of the route so complete that they seemed to navigate by instinct rather than landmarks. They knew which streams were safe to drink from, which clearings offered the best shelter, which paths would support the weight of their heavily laden party. More importantly, they understood the human geography of the region, which settlements were friendly to traders, which territories were controlled by peoples who might demand tribute or turn hostile without warning. The portage routes are like veins carrying the lifeblood of commerce, Dmitri explained as they made camp on their second night. the fire casting dancing shadows on the trees that surrounded their small clearing. They connect different worlds, different ways of life, different understandings of what it means to be human. A trader who travels these paths is not just carrying goods, he is carrying ideas, languages, customs that will influence peoples he may never meet. Astrid found herself fascinated by the complexity of the world her guides described. She had grown up thinking of trade as a relatively simple matter. Goods produced in one place were carried to another where they were needed or desired, with profit coming from the difference between purchase and sale prices. But the eastern routes revealed a commerce as something far more complex, a web of relationships and obligations that extended far beyond simple economic transactions. In the Norse lands, a deal is a deal, she observed. You agree on terms, exchange goods for payment, and the transaction is complete. But you're describing something more like kinship obligations. Exactly, Alexei agreed, his weathered face serious in the firelight. In many of the cultures we'll encounter, trade is not just about goods and silver. It's about creating bonds of mutual obligation that can last for generations. A successful trader becomes part of an extended family, with all the benefits and responsibilities that implies. And the dangers are proportional to the benefits, Dmitri said grimly. If you become part of a trading family, you also become part of their conflicts, their enemies, their political complications. The silver you earn may come with obligations that extend far beyond the original transaction. The conversation was interrupted by a sound that made all three men reach for their weapons. The soft whistle that served as a recognition signal among the peoples of the region. Dmitri responded with a similar whistle, and after a moment of tense waiting, a figure emerged from the darkness beyond their fire. The newcomer was a woman of perhaps 30 years, her dark hair braided with small silver ornaments, her clothes a practical mixture of leather and wool that spoke of someone accustomed to long journeys through difficult terrain. She moved with the confident grace of someone completely at home in the wilderness, and her pale green eyes missed nothing as they swept over the camp and its occupants. Katerina, Dmitri said with obvious relief, rising to greet the woman with the familiarity of old friendship. I was hoping we might encounter you on this route. Dmitri Volkov, the woman replied, clasping his hand in the manner of equals. And Alexei. It has been too long since our paths crossed. Her Norse was accented but fluent, marking her as someone who dealt regularly with traders from many different lands. Katerina is one of the most skilled guides on the eastern routes, Dmitri explained to Astrid. She knows the river systems better than anyone alive, and her connections among the Slavic peoples are unmatched. The woman turned her attention to Astrid, her green eyes studying her with the kind of careful assessment that experienced traders use to evaluate potential partners or threats. And you are the young Norse merchant I've been hearing about. Arne Eriksson, nephew to Erik Thorson. You know my uncle? Astrid asked, surprised by the recognition. By reputation only, but it's a good reputation. Honest dealer, fair in his negotiations, reliable in his commitments. If you're truly his nephew, you carry valuable credentials with you. Katerina settled by the fire, accepting the cup of ale that Alexei offered her. But I'm more interested in what you hope to accomplish on the eastern routes. The political situation has become complicated in recent months. Complicated how? Dmitri asked, his expression growing serious. Bjorn Ragnarsson has been expanding his operations aggressively. using methods that have disrupted the traditional balance of power among the trading networks. Several established merchants have been forced out of business, while others have been persuaded to join his organization. Astrid felt her pulse quicken at the mention of Bjorn's name, but she forced herself to respond with the kind of casual interest that Arne Eriksson might show. "I've heard his name mentioned before. What kind of methods is he using?" "Intimidation, primarily. Threats against traders who refuse to work with him. Attacks on caravans that compete with his routes. Bribes to local officials to create difficulties for his rivals." Katarina's voice carried a note of disgust that suggested personal experience with such tactics. He's also been expanding his involvement in the slave trade, using captured traders and their crews to supplement his regular merchandise. Art, surely there must be some way to counter such practices. "There is," Katarina said quietly, "and someone has been doing exactly that." The words hung in the air like a physical presence, and Astrid could feel her heart beginning to race. This was the confirmation she had been hoping for, the proof that Leif was indeed alive and active on the eastern routes. "What do you mean?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "A young Norse trader has been interfering with Bjorn's operations for the past several months, disrupting slave shipments, turning Bjorn's own partners against him, even freeing some of the captives that Bjorn had intended to sell in the southern markets." Katarina leaned forward, her expression intense. "This trader has been remarkably successful, but he's also made himself a target. Bjorn has put a substantial price on his head, and every cutthroat and mercenary on the eastern routes is looking for him." "Do you know his name?" Astrid asked, though she was already certain of the answer. "He calls himself Leif Eriksson," Katarina replied. "Claims to be from a small island in the northern seas, but his methods suggest he has access to resources and knowledge that most young traders lack." The confirmation hit Astrid like a physical blow. Leif was alive, but he was also in terrible danger, hunted by one of the most ruthless men on the eastern routes. The mission she had undertaken was no longer just about finding her brother. It was about rescuing him from a situation that could prove fatal. "Where is he now?" she asked, abandoning any pretense of casual interest. Katarina studied her face in the firelight, and Astrid could see understanding dawning in the woman's green eyes. "You know him," she said. It wasn't a question. There was no point in denying it. "He's my brother." The admission created a moment of tense silence around the fire. Dmitri and Alexei exchanged glances, while Katarina continued to study Astrid with the kind of careful attention that suggested she was reevaluating everything she thought she knew about the young trader. "Your brother," Katarina repeated slowly. "That explains much. The resources, the knowledge, the determination to take on someone as dangerous as Bjorn Ragnarsson. Do you know where he is?" Astrid asked again. "Last I heard, he was operating out of Kiev, using the city as a base for his activities along the Dnieper road. But that was several weeks ago, and the situation changes rapidly. He may have moved on, or—" She didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. "We have to find him," Astrid said, her voice carrying a note of desperation that she couldn't quite suppress. "We?" Dmitri asked quietly. "This changes the nature of our arrangement considerably. What you're proposing is not just trading, but active involvement in a conflict that could get us all killed." "I understand the risks," Astrid replied, "and I'm prepared to compensate you accordingly. But I can't abandon my brother to face Bjorn Ragnarsson alone." Katarina was quiet for a long moment. staring into the fire as if seeing possibilities in the dancing flames. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of a decision that would reshape all their plans. "There may be a way to help your brother while also advancing our own interests," she said slowly. "Bjorn's methods have made him many enemies among the legitimate trading community. If we could organize those enemies, coordinate their efforts, we might be able to neutralize his threat while also rescuing Leif." "You're talking about a war," Alexei observed grimly. "I'm talking about justice," Katerina corrected. "Bjorn Ragnarsson has been preying on honest traders for years, using fear and violence to build his empire. It's time someone stood up to him." The conversation continued deep into the night as the four companions discussed possibilities and strategies, risks and potential rewards. Gradually, a plan began to emerge, not just to find Leif, but to build a coalition of traders and guides who could challenge Bjorn's dominance of the eastern routes. "It won't be easy," Dmitri warned. "Bjorn has resources, connections, and a reputation for ruthlessness that makes people afraid to oppose him. Building a coalition will require convincing merchants to risk everything they've built for the chance to create a better future." "But it can be done," Katerina insisted. "I know dozens of traders who have suffered under Bjorn's methods, who would welcome the chance to strike back if they believed they had a real chance of success. And if we fail, then we'll likely end up as merchandise in Bjorn's slave markets," she said matter-of-factly. "But if we succeed, we'll have created something unprecedented. A trading network based on cooperation rather than intimidation. Mutual benefit rather than exploitation." As the fire burned low and the others settled into their sleeping places, Astrid lay awake staring at the stars that wheeled overhead through the forest canopy. The mission she had undertaken had evolved far beyond her original intentions. She had set out to find her missing brother and protect her family from a distant threat. Now she found herself contemplating a conflict that could reshape the entire structure of commerce along the eastern routes. But perhaps that was what had always been necessary. Perhaps the only way to truly protect her family was to eliminate the source of the threat, to build something better in place of the system that had allowed men like Bjorn Ragnarsson to flourish. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. She was no longer just Astrid Eriksdotter disguised as a male trader. She was becoming something new. A leader, a catalyst for change. Someone who could make a difference in the lives of countless people she would never meet. The next morning brought the final stage of the portage, the descent from the highland forests to the river systems that would carry them into the heart of the Slavic territories. As they loaded their supplies into the boats that would serve as their transportation for the weeks ahead, Astrid felt the weight of transformation settling over her like a cloak. The familiar world of Norse seafaring was now completely behind her. Ahead lay rivers that flowed through landscapes she had never imagined. Past settlements where different peoples lived by different rules, toward a confrontation that would test everything she had learned about courage, leadership, and the price of justice. "Ready?" Katerina asked, settling into the bow of the lead boat with the easy competence of someone who had made this journey countless times. "Ready," Astrid replied, taking her place at the steering oar. But as the current caught their boat and carried them away from the portage point, she knew that she was embarking on more than just the next stage of their journey. She was beginning a transformation that would either make her into the person she was meant to be, or destroy her in the attempt. The river flowed eastward through forests that seemed to stretch beyond the horizon, carrying them toward whatever destiny awaited in the vast territories ahead. Behind them, The familiar world grew smaller and more distant with each passing hour. Ahead lay the unknown, with all its dangers and possibilities, its challenges and opportunities for those brave enough to seize them. Sometimes the most important journeys begin not with dramatic departures, but with quiet moments of recognition that the path you have chosen will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine. And sometimes the courage to continue comes not from the certainty of success, but from the understanding that some battles must be fought regardless of the odds. Some stands must be taken regardless of the cost. The eastern rivers flowed toward the sea, carrying with them the dreams and fears of those who dared to travel their waters, the hopes and ambitions of traders who sought fortune in distant lands, the determination of those who refused to accept that the world must always be as it has always been. The merchant princes of Kiev. Kiev rose from the banks of the Dnieper like a vision from the old stories, its golden domes catching the morning sun and sending shafts of light dancing across the broad river that had carried them through 6 weeks of increasingly alien landscapes. After the wilderness of the portage routes and the small settlements they had encountered along the way, the sight of a genuine city was both overwhelming and reassuring. Proof that civilization existed even in these distant territories, that the journey had not carried them completely beyond the boundaries of the known world. But as their boats approached the commercial docks that lined the riverfront, Astrid could see that this was a civilization unlike any she had known. The architecture was a mixture of influences: Byzantine domes rising above Slavic wooden structures, Norse-style longhouses standing beside buildings that seemed to draw their inspiration from even more distant lands. The people who moved along the waterfront were equally diverse, their clothing and features speaking of origins that spanned half the known world. "Impressive, isn't it?" said Katerina, who had been watching Astrid's reaction with obvious amusement. Kiev is where the northern and southern trading routes converge, where goods from the Baltic meet merchandise from Constantinople, where a dozen different cultures mingle in the pursuit of profit. "I had no idea such places existed," Astrid admitted, her voice automatically dropping into Arna's deeper register. The weeks of river travel had made the deception so natural that she rarely had to think about it consciously, but the sight of so many strangers reminded her of the need for constant vigilance. "Wait until you see the markets," Dmitri said with a grin. "Kiev's bazaars offer goods from lands so distant that their names sound like poetry. Spices from Arabia, silks from China, furs from the far north, amber from the Baltic shores. Everything the world produces can be found here for a price." They secured berths at one of the commercial docks, paying fees to a harbor master who spoke at least 6 languages, and examined their papers with the practiced efficiency of someone accustomed to dealing with traders from every corner of the known world. The man's weathered face and calculating eyes suggested long experience with the kind of merchants who used Kiev as a stepping stone to even more distant destinations. "First time in Kiev?" he asked, noting the northern origin of their boats and the mixed nature of their cargo. "First time this far east," Astrid replied. "We're hoping to establish trading relationships and learn about opportunities in the region." Ambitious. Kiev offers many opportunities, but it also presents many dangers for the unwary. You'll want to be careful about which partnerships you pursue and which territories you enter. The political situation has become complicated in recent months. The warning was familiar. Everyone they had encountered along the eastern routes had mentioned the growing instability caused by Bjorn Ragnarsson's aggressive expansion. But hearing it repeated in Kiev, the heart of the Eastern trading network, gave it additional weight. What kind of complications? Astrid asked. The harbor master glanced around to ensure they weren't being overheard, then leaned closer. There's been a war brewing between different factions of the trading community. Bjorn Ragnarsson has been trying to consolidate control over the major routes, using methods that have made him many enemies. But recently, someone has been fighting back, disrupting his operations, turning his allies against him, even freeing some of the slaves he intended to sell. Astrid's heart began to race at this confirmation of what Katarina had told them. Do you know who's been opposing him? A young Norse trader named Leif Erikson. Claims to be from some island in the northern seas, but his resources and knowledge suggest he has powerful backing. He's been remarkably successful, but he's also made himself a target. Bjorn has put a substantial price on his head. Where might we find this Leif Erikson? Katarina asked, her tone carefully casual. The harbor master's expression grew wary. Why do you want to know? We're interested in any trader who's been successful against Bjorn Ragnarsson, Dmitri said smoothly. Such a person might have valuable insights about how to operate safely in the current environment. Or he might be too dangerous to associate with, the harbor master replied. But if you're determined to make contact, try the merchant's quarter. He's been seen there recently, though he moves around frequently to avoid Bjorn's hunters. The merchant's quarter proved to be a fascinating district that occupied several blocks near the city center, its streets lined with warehouses, trading houses, and establishments that catered to the needs of international commerce. The architecture was a mixture of influences that reflected Kiev's position at the crossroads of multiple trading routes, while the people who filled the streets spoke in a babble of languages that made Astrid's head spin. But it was the atmosphere that truly amazed her. Unlike the more straightforward world of Norse trading, where business was conducted directly and agreements were sealed with handshakes, Kiev's commercial district operated according to more complex rules. Negotiations were elaborate dances of offer and counteroffer. Relationships were built through careful attention to social protocols, and success required understanding subtle cultural cues that could take years to master. Overwhelming, isn't it? Observed a voice behind her, and Astrid turned to see a young man of perhaps 25 years, his auburn hair and storm-gray eyes marking him as unmistakably Norse despite the Eastern-style clothes he wore. For a moment, Astrid's heart stopped as she recognized the face she had been searching for across thousands of miles of dangerous territory. But then training took over, and she forced herself to respond as Arne Eriksson would respond to meeting another Norse trader in a foreign city. It's certainly different from what I'm used to, she said, extending her hand in the traditional greeting. I'm Arne Eriksson, lately come from the Northern Islands. Leif Erikson, her brother replied, clasping her hand with the easy familiarity of one Norse trader meeting another, also from the northern seas, though I've been working these routes for several months now. The irony of the situation was almost overwhelming. Here she was, disguised as a man and using a false identity, greeting her own brother who had no idea who she really was. But she forced herself to maintain the deception, knowing that revealing the truth in such a public place could be dangerous for both of them. I've heard your name mentioned, she said carefully. People speak of a Norse trader who's been quite successful in challenging some of the established power structures. Leif's expression grew more serious, and she could see the wariness that had become second nature to someone who lived constantly under threat. Success is relative. I've managed to interfere with some operations that I found morally objectionable, but I've also made some powerful enemies in the process. Bjorn Ragnarsson. among others, but enough about my troubles. What brings you to Kiev? Are you looking to establish trading relationships, or are you just passing through on your way to other destinations? It was the opening Astrid had been hoping for. Over the next hour, as they walked through the busy streets of the merchants' quarter, she found herself engaged in the kind of careful conversation that allowed both of them to evaluate the other, without revealing too much about their own situations. Leif had indeed been remarkably successful in his campaign against Bjorn Ragnarsson's network. Using a combination of superior knowledge, careful planning, and what appeared to be unlimited resources, he had managed to disrupt several major slave shipments, turn the key allies against Bjorn, and even establish alternative trading routes that offered honest merchants viable alternatives to Bjorn's system. But the cost had been enormous. He was constantly hunted, forced to move frequently and trust no one completely. The strain was visible in his face, in the careful way he scanned crowds for potential threats, in the weapons he carried despite Kiev's reputation as a relatively safe city. It sounds like you could use allies, Astrid observed. Allies are a luxury I can rarely afford, Leif replied grimly. Too many people who claim to oppose Bjorn are actually working for him, feeding him information about his enemy's plans and movements. I've learned to trust only myself. But surely there must be legitimate traders who share your goals. People who would benefit from seeing Bjorn's power broken. Leif stopped walking and turned to study her face with the kind of careful attention that made Astrid suddenly aware of how much her brother had changed during his months on the eastern routes. The enthusiastic young man who had left Bjornholm had been replaced by someone harder, more cautious, more aware of the complexities and dangers that surrounded him. Why are you so interested in my conflict with Bjorn Ragnarsson? He asked quietly. It was the moment Astrid had been both anticipating and dreading. She could continue the deception, maintain her cover as Arne Eriksson, and try to build a relationship that might eventually allow her to reveal the truth. Or she could take the risk of trusting him with her real identity, gambling that their family bond would prove stronger than the suspicion that had become his primary survival mechanism. Because, she said, lowering her voice and switching to the private family dialect they had used as children, I've come a very long way to find you, brother. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Leif's eyes widened with shock, then narrowed as he studied her face with new understanding. She could see him processing the implications of what she had just revealed, recognizing features that had been hidden by her masculine disguise, but were now unmistakable once he knew what to look for. Astrid, he whispered, his voice barely audible above the noise of the busy street. Hello, Leif, she said in the same private dialect. We need to talk. The conversation that followed took place in a private room above a tavern that catered to Norse traders, a space where they could speak freely without fear of being overheard by the wrong people. The reunion was emotional, but necessarily brief. Both of them understood that they were in constant danger, that every moment spent in one place increased the risk of discovery by Bjorn's agents. How did you find me? Leif asked, still struggling to process the reality of his sister's presence in Kiev. Father's journal, Astrid replied, abandoning Arne's deeper voice for the first time in months. I found it hidden in his workshop, learned about his history with Bjorn Ragnarsson, realized that your disappearance was connected to that old conflict. She gave him a condensed version of everything that had happened since his departure. Her discovery of their family's secrets, her decision to follow his path, her transformation into Arne Eriksson, and the journey that had brought her to Kiev. You came all this way, took all these risks just to find me?" Leif's voice carried a mixture of gratitude and concern that spoke to the complexity of their situation. "I came to find you, and to deal with the threat Bjorn represents to our family," Astrid corrected. "But I've learned that those two objectives may be inseparable." She told him about the coalition that Katarina had proposed, the possibility of organizing Bjorn's enemies into a coordinated opposition that could challenge his dominance of the eastern routes. "It's ambitious," Leif said slowly, "and dangerous. Bjorn has resources and connections that most people don't fully understand. Building a coalition against him would require convincing merchants to risk everything they've built for the chance to create something better." "But you think it could work?" "I think it's the only thing that might work," he admitted. "My individual efforts have been successful to a point, but Bjorn's network is too large and too well established for any one person to destroy. It would require a coordinated campaign by multiple groups working together." The conversation continued as the afternoon wore on, covering strategies and possibilities, risks and potential rewards. Gradually, a more detailed plan began to emerge. Not just to rescue Leif from his dangerous situation, but to build something unprecedented in the world of Eastern trade. "There's something else you should know," Leif said as the sun began to set over Kiev's golden domes. "Bjorn isn't just expanding his operations randomly. He's working toward something specific, something that would give him control over the entire Eastern trading network." "What do you mean?" "He's been systematically eliminating or absorbing his competitors, but not for immediate profit. He's positioning himself to control the flow of goods between north and south, east and west. If he succeeds, he'll be able to dictate terms to every trader who wants to operate on these routes." The implications were staggering. If Bjorn achieved such dominance, he would effectively control the economic lifeline that connected the Norse lands to the wealth of the eastern territories. The threat to their family would become a threat to their entire civilization. "Then we have to stop him," Astrid said simply. "We?" Leif asked with a slight smile. "I thought you came here to rescue me and take me home." "I came here to protect our family," she corrected. "And I've learned that sometimes the best way to protect the people you love is to fight for something larger than just your own interests." As they prepared to leave the tavern and return to their respective hiding places, Leif clasped his sister's hand with a grip that spoke of gratitude, admiration, and shared determination. "I never imagined when I left Bjorn home that my little sister would follow me into this world," he said quietly. "I'm not your little sister anymore," Astrid replied. "I'm Arne Eriksson, trader and adventurer, and I'm going to help you build something that will make the eastern routes safe for honest merchants. And if we fail, then we'll fail together, as a family should." The reunion had been brief but transformative. Astrid had found her brother alive and active, had learned that her journey to Kiev had been successful beyond her original hopes. But she had also discovered that the mission she had undertaken was far from over. If anything, it was just beginning. The next phase would require building the coalition that Katarina had envisioned, convincing merchants throughout the eastern routes to risk everything they had built for the chance to create something better. It would be dangerous, complex, and far from certain of success. But for the first time since leaving Bjornholm, Astrid felt that she was exactly where she was meant to be, doing exactly what she was meant to do. The transformation from sheltered daughter to determined adventurer was complete. Now it was time to discover what she could accomplish when she stopped trying to rescue others and started trying to change the world. The gathering storm. The warehouse that served as their meeting place occupied an entire block in Kiev's merchant quarter, its stone walls thick enough to muffle sound, and its location discreet enough to avoid unwanted attention. Over the past 2 weeks, Astrid had watched it fill with an unlikely collection of traders, guides, and merchants who represented the growing opposition to Bjorn Ragnarsson's expanding empire. They came from throughout the eastern routes, Norse traders who had been driven from profitable markets, Slavic merchants whose caravans had been attacked by Bjorn's men, Arab dealers who had seen their partnerships dissolved through intimidation and violence. Each brought stories of losses suffered and opportunities destroyed, but more importantly, each brought resources and connections that could be crucial to the coalition's success. 37 confirmed participants, Katarina reported as she reviewed the list of attendees for that evening's gathering. Representatives from every major trading center between the Baltic and the Black Sea, plus connections to markets as distant as Constantinople and Baghdad. And their commitment level? Astrid asked, studying the faces of the men and women who had answered their call for a coordinated response to Bjorn's aggression. Mixed, Dmitri admitted. Some are ready to risk everything for the chance to break Bjorn's power. Others are still weighing the potential benefits against the very real dangers of opposing him directly. The challenge they faced was unprecedented in the world of Eastern trade. Individual merchants had always competed with each other, forming temporary alliances when convenient and dissolving them when circumstances changed. But what they were proposing required a level of cooperation and trust that had never existed among the diverse peoples who traveled the river routes. The key will be convincing them that they're stronger together than they are separately, Leif observed. He had been instrumental in organizing the coalition, using his knowledge of Bjorn's operations and his network of contacts to identify potential allies and assess their capabilities. And that the alternative to cooperation is eventual domination by someone who will show them no mercy, added Sven Ironhand, a Norse trader whose ships had been burned by Bjorn's agents when he refused to join the expanding network. The big man's scarred hands and grim expression spoke of someone who had learned through bitter experience what opposition to Bjorn could cost. As evening approached and the participants began to arrive, Astrid felt the weight of the moment settling over her like a physical presence. The meeting they were about to conduct would either mark the beginning of a new era in Eastern trade or the end of their hopes for challenging Bjorn's growing dominance. The warehouse filled gradually as representatives from throughout the trading network took their places around the large table that had been set up in the center of the space. The diversity of the group was remarkable. Norse traders sat beside Slavic merchants, Arab dealers conversed with Byzantine officials, and guides who knew every river and portage route in the eastern territories shared their knowledge with newcomers who were still learning the complexities of the region. Friends, Katarina began, her voice carrying easily to every corner of the warehouse. We have gathered here because we share a common problem. Bjorn Ragnarsson's methods threaten not just our individual businesses, but the entire system of free trade that has made the eastern routes profitable for all of us. A murmur of agreement ran through the assembled merchants, but Astrid could also see skepticism in some faces, uncertainty about whether the risks of organized opposition were justified by the potential benefits. The question before us, Katarina continued, is whether we will allow one man's greed and brutality to reshape the eastern routes according to his vision, or whether we will work together to preserve the opportunities that have brought us all to these distant lands. Pretty words, said a voice from the back of the room. But what are you actually proposing? Bjorn Ragnarsson has resources and connections that most of us can only dream of. What makes you think we can succeed where others have failed? The speaker was Yusuf al-Baghdadi, an Arab merchant whose extensive network stretched from the Caspian Sea to the Mediterranean. His skepticism was understandable. He had more to lose than most if the coalition failed, and Bjorn decided to take revenge on its members. Because we have something Bjorn lacks, Leif said, rising to address the gathering. We have legitimacy. We represent the interests of honest traders who want to build sustainable businesses based on mutual benefit rather than exploitation. Legitimacy doesn't stop arrows or prevent ships from burning, Yusuf replied dryly. No, but it does something more important, Astrid said, standing to join her brother. It builds alliances. Bjorn's methods create enemies wherever he goes. Local rulers who resent his demands for tribute. Peoples who have suffered under his slave raids. Merchants who have been driven from their traditional markets. We can offer those enemies an alternative. She gestured to the map that covered one wall of the warehouse, its surface marked with trade routes, political boundaries, and the locations of Bjorn's known operations. Look at his network. It's impressive, but it's also vulnerable. Every partnership he's forced through intimidation is a potential weakness. Every enemy he's made is a possible ally for us. And what exactly are you proposing we do with these potential allies? Asked Magnus Olafsson, a Norse trader whose family had operated on the eastern roads for 3 generations. We build an alternative network, Dmitri explained, moving to stand beside the map. Routes that bypass Bjorn's control. Partnerships based on mutual benefit rather than fear. Markets that offer better terms than his monopolistic system. It's been tried before, Magnus pointed out. Individual traders have attempted to compete with Bjorn, and most have ended up dead or enslaved. Individual traders, yes, Katarina agreed, but never a coordinated effort by multiple groups working together. Bjorn's strength comes from his ability to isolate his enemies, to deal with them one at a time. If we present a united front, if we coordinate our efforts and support each other, we become much more difficult to eliminate. The discussion continued for hours, as the assembled merchants debated strategies and assessed risks, shared information about Bjorn's operations, and explored possibilities for cooperation. Gradually, despite the skepticism and concerns, a consensus began to emerge. The plan has merit, Yusuf admitted as the night wore on. But it will require resources that none of us possess individually. Ships, guards, bribes for officials, compensation for losses when Bjorn retaliates, the costs will be enormous. Which is why we pool our resources, Sven Ironhand said. Each of us contributes according to our abilities, and we all benefit from the collective strength that creates. And who leads this coalition? Asked Elena Dmitrievna, a Slavic merchant whose river barges carried goods throughout the northern territories. Who makes the decisions that could determine whether we prosper or perish? It was the question Astrid had been expecting, the moment when the theoretical possibilities they had been discussing would have to be translated into practical arrangements. Leadership of such a diverse group would require someone who could command respect from Norse traders and Arab merchants alike. Someone who understood both the commercial and political complexities of the eastern roads. I propose a council, she said, drawing on everything she had learned about the cultures represented in the room. Representatives from each major group, making decisions through consensus rather than individual authority. No one person should have the power to commit all of us to courses of action that could prove disastrous. And who chairs this council? Magnus asked. someone who has already proven capable of challenging Bjorn successfully, Katarina said, looking directly at Leif. Someone who understands his methods and has the knowledge necessary to counter them effectively. The suggestion created a moment of tense silence as the assembled merchants considered the implications. Leif was indeed the most experienced opponent Bjorn had faced, but he was also young, Norse, and relatively new to the eastern routes. Some of the older, more established traders might resent being led by someone they saw as an upstart. "I have a counter-proposal," Leif said into the silence. "The council should be chaired jointly, myself to provide knowledge of Bjorn's operations, and someone with deeper experience in the political complexities of the eastern roads." He looked around the room, his gaze settling on Yusuf al-Baghdadi. Yusuf has connections throughout the southern territories, relationships with officials and merchants that go back decades. His knowledge of the political situation would complement my understanding of Bjorn's methods. The Arab merchant was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing the risks and benefits of accepting such a role. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of someone making a decision that would reshape his entire future. "I accept," he said simply, "but with conditions. The council operates by consensus. No major decisions are made without full discussion, and any member can withdraw from the coalition if they believe the risks have become unacceptable." "Agreed," Leif said, and the murmur of approval that ran through the warehouse suggested that most of the participants found the arrangement acceptable. The meeting continued until dawn, as the newly formed coalition worked out the practical details of their cooperation. Communication networks were established, resources were allocated, and initial targets were identified for their campaign against Bjorn's operations. Phase 1 focuses on disruption, Leif explained as they reviewed their preliminary plans. "We interfere with his most vulnerable operations, free slaves where possible, turn his allies against him through better offers and more reliable partnerships." Phase 2 builds alternatives, Yusuf added. "We establish our own routes and markets, demonstrate that profitable trade is possible without resorting to Bjorn's methods." "And Phase 3? asked Elena. "Phase 3 depends on how successful we are in the first 2 phases, Katarina said honestly. "If we can significantly weaken his position and build a viable alternative network, we may be able to force him to abandon his most objectionable practices. If not—" She didn't finish the sentence, but everyone in the room understood the implication. If their coalition failed to achieve its objectives through economic means, they might be forced to consider more direct action against Bjorn and his network. As the participants began to disperse in the gray light of dawn, each returning to their own operations with new alliances and shared purposes, Astrid felt a mixture of exhilaration and apprehension. They had accomplished something unprecedented: the formation of a genuine coalition among the diverse peoples of the eastern roads, united by their opposition to Bjorn's methods and their commitment to creating something better. But she also understood that they had just declared war on one of the most dangerous men in the known world. Someone who had built his empire through ruthless elimination of anyone who threatened his interests. The retaliation would be swift and brutal, and not all of them would survive what was coming. "Second thoughts?" Leif asked, joining her as she stood looking out over Kiev's awakening streets. "Many," Astrid admitted. "But not about the necessity of what we're doing. Bjorn's network represents everything that's wrong with the eastern roads: exploitation, violence, the reduction of human beings to mere commodities. If we don't stop him, who will?" "The risks are enormous," her brother said quietly. "Not just to us, but to everyone who's agreed to join the coalition. If we fail, Bjorn will make examples of them that will discourage anyone else from opposing him for generations. Then we don't fail, Astrid said simply. We use every advantage we have, every alliance we can build, every weakness in his network that we can exploit, and we remember that we're fighting not just for our own interests, but for the kind of world we want to leave to those who come after us. The next few weeks passed in a blur of activity as the coalition began to implement their plans. Messages were sent to allies throughout the eastern routes. Resources were mobilized, and the first tentative strikes were launched against Bjorn's most vulnerable operations. The results were encouraging. A slave caravan bound for the southern markets was intercepted and its human cargo freed. Several of Bjorn's trading partners were convinced to switch their allegiance through offers of better terms and more reliable service. Most importantly, word began to spread throughout the eastern routes that Bjorn Ragnarsson was no longer unopposed, that alternatives existed for merchants who were tired of his methods. But the retaliation was swift and predictable. Ships belonging to coalition members were attacked by pirates who were obviously working for Bjorn. Warehouses were burned, caravans were raided, and several merchants who had openly joined the coalition simply disappeared, their fate unknown but easily guessed. "He's trying to break our resolve," Yusuf observed during one of their regular council meetings. "Make the costs of opposing him so high that we abandon the coalition and return to accepting his dominance." "Is it working?" Astrid asked, studying the faces of the council members for signs of wavering commitment. "Some of our members are having second thoughts," Dmitri admitted. "The attacks have been costly, and Bjorn's message is clear. Continued opposition will result in the complete destruction of their businesses." "But others are more committed than ever," Katarina added. "They've seen what we can accomplish when we work together, and they understand that backing down now will only make Bjorn stronger." The coalition's response to Bjorn's retaliation was carefully calculated. Rather than escalating the violence, they focused on demonstrating the benefits of cooperation and the viability of alternative approaches to Eastern trade. New routes were established that bypassed Bjorn's control. Partnerships were formed that offered better terms than his monopolistic system, and markets were developed that provided opportunities for honest merchants to prosper without compromising their principles. "We're winning the economic war," Leif reported after reviewing the latest intelligence about Bjorn's operations. "His profits are down significantly. Several of his key allies have switched sides, and he's having to spend more and more resources on maintaining control through force rather than generating new revenue. But he's also becoming more desperate," Astrid pointed out. "And desperate men are often the most dangerous." Her words proved prophetic. The attack came without warning. A coordinated assault on multiple coalition targets that demonstrated both Bjorn's resources and his willingness to use extreme violence to maintain his position. The warehouse that served as their meeting place was burned to the ground. Ships belonging to coalition members were attacked simultaneously in 3 different ports. Most seriously, several prominent merchants who had openly supported the coalition were kidnapped. Their fate unknown, but clearly intended as a message to anyone else considering opposition to Bjorn's rule. "He's escalating beyond anything we anticipated," Yusuf said grimly as the council met in emergency session in a new, more secure location. "This isn't just business competition anymore. It's open warfare. Which means we have to decide how far we're willing to go," Katarina said. "Are we prepared to match his level of violence, or do we try to find some other way to counter his attacks?" the question hung in the air like a physical presence, forcing each of them to confront the moral complexities that had been implicit in their coalition from the beginning. They had started with the goal of creating alternatives to Bjorn's methods, but his escalation was forcing them to consider whether they could maintain their principles while still protecting themselves and their allies. Violence begets violence, Elena observed. If we respond to his attacks with attacks of our own, we risk becoming the very thing we set out to oppose. But if we don't respond, he'll destroy us piece by piece, Sven countered. Sometimes the only way to stop a bully is to hit back harder than he hits you. Astrid found herself thinking of her father's journal, of the moral compromises he had been forced to make during his own time on the eastern routes. Eric had managed to return home with his essential character intact, but only by making difficult choices about when to compromise and when to stand firm. There's a third option, she said slowly, an idea beginning to form in her mind. We don't match his violence, but we don't ignore it either. We make it costly for him in ways that don't require us to become killers ourselves. What do you mean? Leif asked. Information, Astrid explained. Bjorn's network depends on secrecy, on his enemies not knowing where he'll strike next or which officials he's bribed or which routes he controls. But we have contacts throughout the eastern routes now, people who can gather intelligence and share it with those who need it. She moved to the map that covered one wall of their new meeting place, pointing to the various locations where Bjorn's operations were known to be active. What if we make his activities public? What if local rulers know about his slave raids before they happen? What if competing merchants know which officials he's bribed? What if his own allies know about his plans to eliminate them once they're no longer useful? Information warfare, Yusuf said thoughtfully. It has possibilities. Many of Bjorn's advantages come from his enemy's ignorance of his methods and intentions. And it allows us to maintain the moral high ground, Katerina added. We're not attacking innocent people or engaging in the kind of brutality that characterizes his operations. We're simply making sure that accurate information reaches the people who need it. The strategy proved remarkably effective. Within weeks of implementing their information campaign, Bjorn's network began to experience significant disruptions. Local rulers, warned in advance about planned slave raids, were able to prepare defenses that resulted in the capture of several raiding parties. Competing merchants, armed with knowledge about which officials Bjorn had bribed, were able to make counteroffers that neutralized his political advantages. Most importantly, several of his key allies, learning about his plans to eliminate them once they were no longer useful, switched sides and joined the coalition. He's losing control, Leif reported with satisfaction. The information campaign has been more effective than direct attacks ever could have been. His own paranoia is working against him. He's so busy trying to identify and eliminate sources of information leaks that he's neglecting the basic business of maintaining his network. But Astrid knew that their success would only make Bjorn more dangerous. A man who had built his empire through violence and intimidation would not simply accept defeat gracefully. The coalition's victories were pushing him toward a final, desperate gamble that could threaten not just their organization, but the entire structure of Eastern trade. He's planning something, she said during one of their strategy sessions. Something big enough to restore his dominance and eliminate the coalition as a threat. What kind of something? Dmitri asked. I don't know yet, Astrid admitted. But a man like Bjorn doesn't just fade away when his power is challenged. He fights back with everything he has, regardless of the consequences. Her words proved more accurate than she had hoped. The intelligence that reached them over the next few days painted a picture of Bjorn Ragnarsson, preparing for what appeared to be a final, all-or-nothing assault on the coalition and everything it represented. "He's consolidating his forces," Yusuf reported after receiving messages from his contacts throughout the southern routes. "Ships, men, resources, everything is being pulled back to a central location for what looks like a major operation." "Any idea what he's planning?" Katerina asked. "The reports are fragmentary, but they suggest he's planning to strike at Kiev itself," Leif said grimly. "Not just individual targets, but the entire city. If he can disrupt the major trading center, he can demonstrate that opposition to his rule carries unacceptable costs." The implications were staggering. Kiev was home to thousands of innocent people who had no connection to the conflict between Bjorn and the coalition. An attack on the city would represent an escalation beyond anything that had occurred in the history of Eastern trade, a descent into the kind of wholesale violence that could destabilize the entire region. "We have to stop him," Astrid said simply. "How?" Elena asked. "Our coalition was built for economic competition and information warfare, not military action. We don't have the resources to defend an entire city against a coordinated assault." "Then we don't defend the city," Astrid replied, her mind racing as she considered possibilities. "We eliminate the threat before it can be implemented." The plan that emerged from their emergency discussions was audacious, dangerous, and far from certain of success. Rather than waiting for Bjorn to attack Kiev, they would strike first at the location where he was consolidating his forces, using their superior intelligence and the element of surprise to disrupt his preparations. "It's essentially a military operation," Sven pointed out. "We'll be moving beyond economic competition into open warfare. Are we prepared for that level of escalation?" "Bjorn made that choice for us when he decided to threaten an entire city," Astrid replied. "We can either act to prevent a massacre, or we can stand by and watch thousands of innocent people suffer for our conflict with him." The vote was close, but the coalition ultimately agreed to authorize the preemptive strike. Over the next week, as they gathered intelligence about Bjorn's location and prepared for what would essentially be a military assault, Astrid found herself reflecting on how far she had traveled from the sheltered daughter of a Bjornholm shipbuilder. She had set out to find her missing brother and protect her family from a distant threat. Now she was leading a coalition of international merchants in preparation for a battle that could determine the future of Eastern trade. The transformation was complete, but she wondered if the person she had become was someone she could live with when the conflict was over. "Second thoughts?" Leif asked, echoing his earlier question as they made final preparations for the assault. "Many," Astrid admitted, "but not about the necessity of what we're doing. Some battles have to be fought, regardless of the cost to those who fight them. And if we don't survive, then at least we'll have tried to build something better than what existed before. Sometimes that's all anyone can do. Try to leave the world a little better than they found it." The attack was scheduled for dawn, when Bjorn's forces would be least prepared, and the coalition would have the advantage of surprise. As Astrid checked her weapons and reviewed the plan one final time, she felt the weight of all the decisions that had brought her to this moment. She was no longer Astrid Eriksdotter, sheltered daughter of a northern shipbuilder. She was no longer even Arne Eriksson, ambitious young trader seeking his fortune on the eastern roads. She had become something new, a leader, a catalyst for change, someone willing to risk everything for the chance to create a better world. The sun would rise soon, and With it would come the battle that would determine not just her own fate, but the future of everyone who traveled the rivers that connected the northern seas to the wealth of distant lands. Whatever happened, she was ready to face it as the person she had chosen to become. The price of justice. The island fortress rose from the Dnieper like a stone fist thrust up from the river's depths, its walls black with age and slick with morning mist. For 3 days, Astrid and her coalition forces had maintained their positions on the surrounding shores, studying Bjorn Ragnarsson's stronghold, and preparing for an assault that would either break his power forever or destroy them in the attempt. 40 ships, Leif reported, lowering the brass spyglass he had been using to survey the enemy positions. Maybe 50 men on the walls, and who knows how many more inside the fortress itself. He's turned this place into a genuine military installation. Which explains why he chose it for his final stand, Yusuf observed. The Arab merchant had proven surprisingly capable at military planning. His knowledge of siege warfare drawn from conflicts he had witnessed throughout the southern territories. A fortress like this could hold out for months against a conventional assault. Astrid studied the fortress through her own spyglass, noting the strategic advantages that had made Bjorn choose this location. The island's position in the middle of the river made it impossible to attack from land, while the stone walls and elevated position provided excellent defensive capabilities against any waterborne assault. Most importantly, the fortress controlled river traffic in both directions. Ships trying to pass would be vulnerable to attack from the elevated positions on the walls. He's not just planning to defend himself, she realized. He's planning to strangle river trade until we're forced to negotiate on his terms. Or until the coalition collapses under the economic pressure, Katarina added grimly. Every day those ships can't move up or down the river costs our members silver and credibility. The strategic situation was indeed challenging. Bjorn had chosen his position well, creating a scenario where time worked in his favor. The coalition could maintain their siege for a while, but eventually the economic costs would force them to either attack or withdraw. And a direct assault on such a well-fortified position would be enormously costly in lives, even if it succeeded. There has to be another way, Elena said, voicing what they were all thinking. Some approach that doesn't require us to throw away lives in a frontal assault on prepared positions. Actually, there might be, said a new voice, and they turned to see Magnus the guide approaching their position. The big man had arrived during the night with a small group of river pilots and local fishermen, his weathered face grim with purpose. Magnus, Astrid said with relief. I wasn't sure you'd received our message in time. Received it and came as quickly as I could, he replied. This business has gone far beyond simple trade disputes. If Bjorn succeeds in controlling river traffic from that fortress, he'll have effective dominance over the entire eastern route system. Do you have suggestions for how we might dislodge him? Yusuf asked. Magnus smiled, the expression transforming his stern features. I've been navigating these rivers for 30 years, lad. I know every current, every hidden channel, every weakness in what appears to be an impregnable position. He gestured toward the fortress, pointing to features that were invisible from their current vantage point. That island looks solid, but it's not. The river has been eating away at its foundations for centuries, creating underwater caves and passages that most people don't know exist. Underwater passages? Leif asked with growing interest. Aye. During low water, a man who knows where to look can actually swim through tunnels that lead directly into the island's interior. The passages are dangerous, easy to get lost, easy to drown if you don't know what you're doing. But they exist. Astrid felt her pulse quicken as she began to understand the implications. You're suggesting we infiltrate the fortress from below? I'm suggesting that a small group of skilled swimmers could gain access to the island without being detected by the guards on the walls, Magnus corrected. What they do once they're inside would depend on their objectives and their capabilities. The plan that emerged from their discussions was audacious and dangerous, requiring precise timing and considerable luck to succeed. A small infiltration team would use the underwater passages to gain access to the fortress interior, where they would attempt to create enough chaos and confusion to allow the main coalition forces to assault the walls successfully. It's essentially a suicide mission, Sven pointed out bluntly. The infiltration team will be outnumbered 50-1, with no way to retreat if things go wrong. Which is why the team needs to be small and highly skilled, Astrid replied. People who can move quietly, think quickly, and adapt to changing circumstances. People like us, Leif said quietly, and she could see in his eyes that he had reached the same conclusion she had. The infiltration team would consist of 4 people. Astrid and Leif for their knowledge of Bjorn's methods and their personal stake in the conflict, Magnus for his knowledge of the underwater passages, and Katarina for her skills in languages and negotiation that might prove crucial if they encountered Bjorn's men who could be turned against him. The timing will be critical, Magnus explained as they reviewed the plan one final time. The passages are only accessible during the lowest part of the tide cycle, which gives us perhaps 2 hours to get in, accomplish our objectives, and signal for the main assault. And if we don't signal, Yusuf asked. Then you withdraw, Astrid said firmly. Don't throw away lives in a hopeless assault just because our mission fails. The coalition is more important than any of us individually. The night before the assault was quiet, filled with the kind of tense anticipation that preceded battles throughout history. Astrid found herself unable to sleep, her mind churning with everything that could go wrong with their plan, everything that depended on split-second timing and perfect execution. She was standing at the water's edge, watching moonlight dance on the river's surface, when Leif joined her in the darkness. Nervous? He asked, echoing the question that had become something of a ritual between them. Terrified, she admitted, but also strangely at peace. Whatever happens tomorrow, we'll have done everything we could to stop Bjorn and protect the people who depend on the eastern routes for their livelihoods. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if you hadn't found Father's journal? Leif asked. If you had just stayed in Bjornholm and waited for me to return? Astrid considered the question seriously. I think Bjorn would have eventually destroyed you, and then he would have come for our family. The conflict was inevitable. The only question was whether we would face it on our terms or his. And now? Now we have a chance to end it permanently. To build something better in place of the system that allowed men like Bjorn to flourish. They stood in comfortable silence for a while, brother and sister who had traveled impossible distances and overcome unimaginable obstacles to reach this moment. Tomorrow would bring either victory or death, but tonight they were together, united in purpose and commitment to something larger than themselves. I'm proud of you, Leif said quietly. The person you've become, the courage you've shown, the leadership you've provided. When I left Bjornholm, I thought I was protecting our family by facing this threat alone. I never imagined that my little sister would follow me into this world and end up leading the fight herself. I'm not your little sister anymore, Astrid replied with a smile. I'm your partner in the most important venture either of us will ever undertake." Dawn came gray and cold, with a mist rising from the river that would provide perfect cover for their approach to the fortress. The infiltration team made their final preparations in silence, checking weapons and equipment, reviewing signals and contingency plans, saying wordless farewells to companions they might never see again. "Remember," Magnus said as they prepared to enter the water, "the passages are narrow and confusing. Stay close, follow my lead exactly, and don't panic if you feel disoriented. The current will try to push you off course, but trust the route I've planned." The swim through the underwater passages was the most terrifying experience of Astrid's life. The tunnels were barely wide enough for a single person, filled with water so cold it numbed her limbs within minutes. The darkness was absolute, forcing her to navigate by touch and the faint pressure changes that indicated Magnus's presence ahead of her. Twice she thought she was going to drown, her lungs burning with the need for air as the passage seemed to stretch endlessly ahead. But each time, just as panic began to overwhelm her, they would surface in a small air pocket that allowed them to breathe and orient themselves before continuing. When they finally emerged inside the fortress, gasping and shivering in a flooded chamber that appeared to be part of the island's natural cave system, Astrid felt a surge of triumph that was quickly replaced by the realization of how much danger they were still in. "We're inside the outer walls," Magnus whispered, his voice barely audible above the sound of dripping water. "But we still need to reach the main fortress and create enough disruption to signal for the assault." The interior of Bjorn's stronghold was a maze of passages and chambers carved from the living rock of the island. They moved through it like ghosts, avoiding the guards who patrolled the main corridors and searching for the central command area where Bjorn would be coordinating his defense. They found it in the fortress's highest tower, a circular chamber with windows that commanded views of the river in all directions. Bjorn Ragnarsson stood at one of those windows, studying the coalition forces through a spyglass, while issuing orders to subordinates who scurried to carry out his commands. He was smaller than Astrid had expected, a man of perhaps 50 years, whose unremarkable appearance belied the reputation for ruthlessness that had made him the most feared trader on the eastern routes. But there was something in his pale eyes, a coldness that spoke of someone who viewed other people as nothing more than tools to be used or obstacles to be eliminated. "So," he said without turning around, "the famous coalition has finally decided to act directly rather than hiding behind their information campaigns and economic warfare." The words sent a chill through Astrid as she realized they had walked into a trap. Bjorn had known they were coming, had prepared for their infiltration attempt, had allowed them to penetrate his fortress so he could deal with them personally. Surprised, Bjorn continued, finally turning to face them. "You shouldn't be. I've been fighting enemies like you for longer than you've been alive. Did you really think I wouldn't notice the signs of an impending assault?" "What do you want?" Leif asked, his hand moving instinctively toward his weapon. "What I've always wanted," Bjorn replied. "Control, order, an end to the chaos that results when every petty merchant thinks he can challenge the natural order of things." He gestured toward the windows that overlooked the river. "Look at what your coalition has accomplished. Ships burning, trade disrupted, honest merchants caught in the middle of a war they never wanted. Is this really better than the system I was building?" "Your system was built on slavery and murder," Astrid said, finding her voice despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. "My system was built on efficiency," Bjorn corrected. "I eliminated waste, reduced competition to manageable levels, created predictable profits for those wise enough to work with me rather than against me. And for those who refused to work with you, they learned the consequences of poor decision-making, he said with a shrug. The Eastern routes are not a place for the weak or the idealistic. They require pragmatic leadership from people who understand that sometimes harsh measures are necessary. Ord. The conversation was interrupted by the sound of horns from the fortress walls, the signal that the coalition assault had begun. Through the tower windows, Astrid could see ships approaching the island from multiple directions, their crews preparing for the kind of desperate assault that would either break Bjorn's power or destroy the coalition in the attempt. Your friends are about to die for nothing, Bjorn observed calmly. This fortress has withstood sieges before. It will withstand this one as well. Not if we complete our mission, Katarina said, speaking for the first time since they had entered the chamber. Ah, yes, your mission. Bjorn smiled, the expression cold and predatory. Which was to infiltrate my fortress and create chaos that would allow your assault to succeed. Quite clever, actually, if it had any chance of working. He gestured, and armed men emerged from concealment around the chamber, at least a dozen fighters who had been waiting for this moment. The infiltration team was outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Their carefully planned mission turned into a trap that would eliminate the coalition's leadership in a single stroke. You see, Bjorn continued conversationally, I've been planning this confrontation for months. Every move your coalition has made, every strategy you've employed, every alliance you've built. I've been watching and preparing. This assault is exactly what I wanted you to attempt. Why? Astrid asked, though she was beginning to understand the horrifying logic of his plan. Because it allows me to eliminate all of my enemies at once, he replied. Your coalition will die here, broken against walls they cannot breach. Your leaders will be captured or killed. Your ships will be burned, and your surviving members will learn the cost of opposing me. The sound of battle was growing louder now, the clash of weapons and the shouts of men fighting and dying for causes they believed in. But from their position in the tower, it was clear that the assault was not going well. The fortress walls were too high, the defenders too well prepared, the attacking forces too small to overcome such advantages. It's over, Bjorn said with satisfaction. Your coalition is finished, your cause is lost, and the eastern routes will return to the order and efficiency that my leadership provides. But he had made one crucial mistake in his calculations. He had assumed that the infiltration team's primary objective was to create chaos and confusion, to disrupt his defenses enough to allow the assault to succeed. What he hadn't considered was that their real objective might be something entirely different. You're right about one thing, Astrid said, her hand moving to the leather pouch she carried at her belt. This assault was always going to fail. The fortress is too strong, your position too advantageous. Then why? Bjorn began, but stopped as he saw what she was removing from the pouch. The Greek fire had been Yusuf's contribution to their mission, a substance he had acquired through his connections in the southern territories. It burned with an intensity that could not be quenched by water, spreading rapidly through any combustible material it touched. A single flask could destroy a wooden building, and Astrid carried 3. Because, she continued, we never intended to take your fortress. We intended to destroy it. The tower chamber was filled with wooden furniture, tapestries, and documents, all of which would burn readily once the Greek fire was ignited. More importantly, the tower itself was the command center for Bjorn's entire operation, containing the records and communications that held his network together. "You're bluffing," Bjorn said, but there was uncertainty in his voice now. "You wouldn't destroy yourself just to eliminate me." "Wouldn't I?" Astrid asked, and in that moment she understood something fundamental about herself, about the person she had become through this long journey. "I came here to protect my family and build something better than what existed before. If destroying your network requires destroying myself as well, then that's a price I'm willing to pay." The standoff stretched for a moment that felt like eternity, as Bjorn's men waited for orders and the infiltration team prepared for what might be their final act. Outside, the sounds of the battle continued, but they seemed distant now, less important than the confrontation taking place in this chamber high above the river. "There is another option," Magnus said quietly, breaking the tense silence. "One that doesn't require anyone to die unnecessarily." "What option?" Bjorn asked, though his eyes never left the Greek fire flask in Astrid's hand. "Surrender," the big guide said simply. "Acknowledge that your methods have failed, that the coalition represents the will of the legitimate trading community, and agree to dissolve your network peacefully." "In exchange for what?" "Safe passage to whatever destination you choose," Leif said. "Enough silver to maintain yourself comfortably, but not enough to rebuild your operations. And your word that you'll never again interfere with honest trade on the eastern routes." It was a generous offer, more generous than Bjorn deserved given the suffering he had caused. But it was also practical. Eliminating him without destroying the fortress would preserve valuable resources and avoid the massive loss of life that would result from continuing the battle. Bjorn was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing his options. He could order his men to attack, but that would likely result in the destruction of his command center and the loss of everything he had built. He could refuse the offer and hope to outlast the siege, but the coalition's information warfare had already weakened his position significantly. "And if I refuse?" he asked finally. "Then I drop this flask, and we all burn together," Astrid said simply. "Your choice." The decision, when it came, was anticlimactic. Bjorn Ragnarsson, the man who had terrorized the eastern routes for years, who had built an empire through fear and violence, simply nodded his acceptance of defeat. "I surrender," he said quietly. "Signal your forces to cease their assault. We'll negotiate terms." The end of the battle came as suddenly as it had begun. Horns sounded from the fortress walls, flags were raised to signal the cessation of hostilities, and gradually the sounds of combat faded into the morning air. The coalition had won, not through superior force or military brilliance, but through the willingness of a few individuals to risk everything for the chance to build something better. As they made their way down from the tower to begin the complex process of negotiating Bjorn's surrender and dismantling his network, Astrid felt the weight of transformation settling over her once again. She was no longer the person who had left Bjornholm months ago in search of her missing brother. She had become someone new, a leader, a catalyst for change, someone who had helped reshape the world through courage and determination. "What happens now?" Leif asked, as they watched Bjorn's men laying down their weapons under the watchful eyes of coalition forces. "Now we build," Astrid replied. "We create the kind of trading network we've been fighting for, one based on cooperation rather than intimidation, mutual benefit rather than exploitation. And us? What happens to us?" Astrid looked out over the river that had carried her so far from home, toward horizons that promised new adventures and new challenges. The eastern routes stretched away in all directions, filled with opportunities for those brave enough to seize them. "I don't know," she said honestly, "but I know we'll face whatever comes next together, as partners in the most important work either of us will ever do." The sun was rising over the Dnieper, painting the water gold and casting long shadows from the fortress that had been the center of so much conflict. But the shadows were retreating now, giving way to light that promised a new day for everyone who traveled the rivers that connected the northern seas to the wealth of distant lands. Sometimes the most important victories are not won through superior force, but through the willingness to risk everything for principles that matter more than personal survival. And sometimes the courage to change the world comes not from the absence of fear, but from the understanding that some things are worth any sacrifice, any price, any risk that might be required to make them real. The New Currents. 6 months after the fall of Bjorn Ragnarsson's fortress, the eastern roads hummed with a vitality that had been absent for years. Ships moved freely along the great rivers, their holds filled with goods from every corner of the known world, their crews no longer fearful of the pirates and extortionists who had once made every journey a gamble with death. Astrid stood on the deck of the Raven's Wing as it approached the docks of Novgorod, watching the city's wooden walls and golden church domes grow larger against the northern sky. The ship had changed during their months on the eastern roads. Her hull bore the scars of battles fought and storms weathered. Her sail had been patched with cloth from a dozen different ports, and her crew had been supplemented by men and women from throughout the trading network they had helped to build. But the most significant changes were not visible to casual observers. The Raven's Wing now flew the banner of the Eastern Trade Alliance, the organization that had grown from their original coalition into something unprecedented in the history of commerce. A genuine cooperative that spanned cultures and continents, united by shared principles rather than fear of a common enemy. "Impressive sight," observed Yusuf al-Baghdadi, joining her at the rail. The Arab merchant had become one of her closest advisors. His knowledge of the southern routes and his connections throughout the Islamic world proving invaluable as they worked to establish the alliance on a permanent footing. "More impressive than I ever imagined possible," Astrid agreed. "When we first gathered in that warehouse in Kiev, I thought we were just trying to survive Bjorn's aggression. I never dreamed we were building something that would transform the entire structure of Eastern trade." The transformation had indeed been remarkable. What had begun as a desperate alliance against a common enemy had evolved into a comprehensive system of mutual support and cooperation. Alliance members shared information about market conditions and political developments, coordinated their routes to avoid unnecessary competition, and provided assistance to colleagues who encountered difficulties far from home. More importantly, they had established standards of conduct that were gradually changing the moral landscape of Eastern commerce. Slavery was prohibited among alliance members. Local peoples were treated as partners rather than obstacles, and disputes were resolved through negotiation rather than violence. The test will be whether it survives without external threats to hold it together, Yusuf observed. Bjorn Ragnarsson provided a common enemy that made cooperation necessary. Now that he's gone, will the alliance members continue to work together when their interests diverge? It was a valid concern, one that had occupied much of Astrid's thinking during the months since Bjorn's defeat. The alliance had been forged in conflict, united by shared opposition to a system they all despised. But building something positive and lasting required different skills than simply fighting a common enemy. "That's why we're here," she said, gesturing toward Novgorod's bustling harbor. The Great Assembly will either prove that we can govern ourselves through consensus and mutual respect, or it will show that our coalition was only a temporary arrangement. The Great Assembly was the Alliance's most ambitious undertaking yet, a gathering of representatives from every member organization, designed to establish permanent structures for cooperation and create mechanisms for resolving disputes without resorting to the violence that had characterized Eastern trade for so long. 67 confirmed participants, Leaf reported, approaching them with a leather portfolio containing the latest correspondence from Alliance members throughout the Eastern routes. Representatives from trading houses in Constantinople, river pilots from the Volga system, even delegates from as far away as the Silk Road connections in Central Asia. And their mood, Astrid asked. Mixed, her brother admitted. Some are enthusiastic about formalizing our cooperation. Others are concerned about losing their independence to some kind of central authority. The challenge will be finding structures that provide the benefits of coordination without the constraints of bureaucracy. The weeks leading up to the assembly had been filled with delicate negotiations, as Alliance members worked to balance their desire for continued cooperation with their need to maintain autonomy over their individual operations. The solution they had developed was complex but promising. A federal structure that would handle common concerns while leaving individual traders free to pursue their own opportunities. As the Raven's wing docked and they began the process of unloading their cargo and preparing for the assembly, Astrid reflected on how much her understanding of leadership had evolved during their months on the eastern routes. The dramatic confrontations and life-or-death decisions that had characterized their conflict with Bjorn had given way to the more subtle challenges of building consensus among people who shared common goals, but had very different ideas about how to achieve them. The Novgorod delegation is waiting to greet us, Katerina announced, returning from her reconnaissance of the harbor facilities. They've prepared quarters for the Alliance leadership and arranged meeting spaces for the assembly sessions. The delegation that met them at the docks was headed by Prince Vladimir Yaroslavich, the ruler of Novgorod, and one of the most powerful figures in the northern Slavic territories. His decision to host the assembly had been crucial to its success, providing both legitimacy and security for what was essentially an unprecedented experiment in international cooperation. "Welcome to Novgorod," the prince said, clasping Astrid's hand in the manner of equals. "Your alliance has brought peace and prosperity to our rivers. It is our honor to provide a home for your deliberations." Prince Vladimir was a man of perhaps 40 years, his graying beard and weathered face speaking of someone who had spent his life navigating the complex political currents of the Eastern territories. His support for the alliance was both practical and principled. Practical because stable trade benefited his realm, principled because he genuinely believed in the values they represented. "Your hospitality is greatly appreciated, Your Highness," Astrid replied. "The alliance exists because of the support of leaders like yourself, who understand that cooperation serves everyone's interests better than conflict." The formal opening of the Great Assembly took place in Novgorod's largest hall, a wooden structure that could accommodate several hundred people and had been decorated with banners representing every member organization of the alliance. The diversity of the gathering was remarkable. Norse traders sat beside Arab merchants, Slavic river pilots conversed with Byzantine officials, and guides who knew every waterway in the eastern territories shared their knowledge with newcomers who were still learning the complexities of the region. "Friends and colleagues," Astrid began, her voice carrying easily to every corner of the hall. "We have gathered here to accomplish something that has never been attempted in the history of commerce. the creation of a permanent alliance based on mutual respect and shared principles rather than fear of common enemies. A murmur of agreement ran through the assembled delegates, but she could also see skepticism in some faces, uncertainty about whether such an ambitious undertaking could actually succeed. 6 months ago, we were individual traders and merchants, each pursuing our own interests with little regard for the welfare of others in our profession. Today, we are partners in an enterprise that has transformed the eastern routes from a battleground into a network of cooperation and mutual support. She gestured to the banners that surrounded them, each representing a different culture and tradition, but all united under the alliance's common symbol. But our past success does not guarantee our future prosperity. The question before us is whether we can build institutions that will preserve and strengthen our cooperation even when we face new challenges and changing circumstances. The debates that followed were intense but civil, as delegates worked through the complex issues involved in creating a permanent structure for their alliance. Questions of representation, decision-making authority, dispute resolution, and resource allocation required careful negotiation among people who spoke different languages and operated according to different cultural assumptions. The key is subsidiarity, argued Elena Dmitrievna during one particularly heated discussion about central authority. The alliance should handle only those matters that individual members cannot address effectively on their own. Everything else should remain under local control. But how do we define what requires collective action? Asked Magnus Olafsson. Trade route security affects everyone, but individual members may have different ideas about what level of security is necessary or affordable. Through consensus building and compromise, Yusuf suggested, we establish principles and procedures for making collective decisions, but we also create mechanisms for members who disagree to opt out of specific initiatives while remaining part of the larger alliance. The solution they eventually developed was elegant in its complexity. The alliance would operate through a council of representatives that would meet annually to address common concerns and coordinate major initiatives. Day-to-day operations would be handled by regional committees that could respond quickly to local conditions. Most importantly, all major decisions would require consensus rather than simple majority rule, ensuring that minority voices were heard and respected. It's not perfect, Astrid acknowledged during the final session of the Assembly. No system of governance ever is, but it provides a framework for cooperation that respects our diversity while enabling us to work together on matters of common concern. And if it doesn't work? Asked Sven Ironhand, voicing the concern that many delegates shared. Then we'll modify it until it does work, Leif replied. The alliance is not a rigid structure imposed from above. It's a living organization that will evolve as we learn from experience and changing circumstances. The formal signing of the Alliance Charter took place on the final day of the Assembly, as representatives from throughout the eastern routes affixed their names and seals to a document that would govern their cooperation for years to come. The ceremony was simple but moving, a recognition that they had accomplished something unprecedented in the history of commerce. Today marks the beginning of a new era, Prince Vladimir declared, as the last signature was added to the charter. An era in which the rivers that connect our lands will carry not just goods and silver, but the bonds of friendship and mutual respect that make true prosperity possible. As the assembly concluded and delegates began to disperse to their home territories, Astrid found herself both exhausted and exhilarated. they had accomplished something remarkable. But she also understood that the real work was just beginning. Creating the alliance had been difficult. Making it work over the long term would be even more challenging. "What's next for us?" Leif asked as they walked along Novgorod's wooden walls, watching the sun set over the river that had carried them so far from their original home. "I'm not sure," Astrid admitted. "The alliance will need leadership as it develops, but I'm not certain that leadership should come from the same people who founded it. Sometimes organizations need fresh perspectives to reach their full potential." "You're thinking of stepping back?" "I'm thinking of stepping forward into something new," she corrected. "The alliance is established now, with structures and procedures that will allow it to function without depending on any individual leader. But there are other challenges, other opportunities for people who are willing to take risks in pursuit of something better." She pointed toward the horizon, where the river disappeared into forests that stretched beyond the limits of vision. The eastern routes connect to trade networks that extend all the way to China and India, to lands where goods are produced that could revolutionize commerce throughout the known world. Someone needs to explore those connections, to build relationships with peoples who have never dealt with Norse or European traders. "Another adventure," Leif said with a smile. "Another opportunity to build something that has never existed before," Astrid corrected. "The alliance has shown that cooperation across cultural boundaries is possible. Now, we need to discover how far those boundaries can be extended." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a messenger, a young man whose travel-stained clothes and urgent manner suggested he had ridden hard to reach Novgorod before the assembly concluded. "Message for Arne Eriksson," he announced, using the name that had become so natural to Astrid that she sometimes forgot it wasn't her birth name. The letter he carried bore the seal of Eric Thorson, and Astrid's heart began to race as she realized it was the first communication she had received from home since leaving Bjornholm nearly a year ago. "My dear nephew," the letter began, and she could almost hear her father's voice in the carefully chosen words. "News of your accomplishments has reached even our distant shores, carried by traders who speak with admiration of the alliance you have helped to build. Your mother and I are proud beyond words of what you have achieved." The letter continued with news from home: the successful completion of several shipbuilding projects, the marriage of a neighbor's daughter, the birth of children to families she had known since childhood. But it was the final paragraph that brought tears to her eyes. "The threat that drove you from our shores has been neutralized, and the eastern routes are safer now than they have been in living memory. If you choose to return home, you will find a welcome that befits a hero who has served not just his family, but his entire people. But if you choose to continue your adventures in distant lands, know that you carry our love and our blessings, wherever your journeys may lead you." "Good news from home?" Leif asked, noting her emotional response to the letter. "The best possible news," Astrid replied, wiping away tears that were equal parts joy and sadness. "We're free to choose our own futures, without the shadow of old threats hanging over our decisions." "And what will you choose?" Astrid looked out over Novgorod's harbor, where ships from throughout the known world rode at anchor, their holds filled with goods that represented the dreams and ambitions of countless individuals who had risked everything in pursuit of something better. The alliance they had built was just the beginning of what was possible when people chose cooperation over conflict, mutual benefit over exploitation. "I choose to keep building," she said finally. "The alliance has shown that the impossible is merely difficult, that barriers that seem insurmountable can be overcome through determination and cooperation. There are other barriers waiting to be overcome, other impossibilities waiting to be made real. Together, Leif asked. Together, she confirmed. Partners in the most important work either of us will ever do. As night fell over Novgorod and the lights of the city began to twinkle like stars reflected in the river's dark surface, Astrid felt the weight of transformation settling over her one final time. She was no longer the sheltered daughter of a Bjornholm shipbuilder, no longer even the determined young woman who had set out to rescue her missing brother. She had become something new, a builder of bridges between worlds, a creator of possibilities that had never existed before. The eastern routes stretched away in all directions, carrying the promise of adventures and challenges that would test everything she had learned about courage, leadership, and the price of building something better than what had existed before. But she was ready for whatever came next, confident in her abilities and surrounded by allies who shared her vision of what the world could become. Sometimes the most important journeys end not with dramatic arrivals, but with quiet recognitions that the destination was never a place but a person. The person you become through the choices you make and the risks you are willing to take in pursuit of something larger than yourself. And sometimes the greatest adventures begin not with departures from familiar shores, but with decisions to continue building, continue exploring, continue pushing the boundaries of what seems possible. The alliance was established. The threat that had driven her from home was neutralized, and the future stretched ahead filled with infinite possibilities. But the most important discovery of all was that she had become someone capable of seizing those possibilities. Someone who could make a difference in the lives of people she would never meet. Someone who could help build a world where cooperation triumphed over conflict and mutual respect overcame the barriers that had divided peoples for centuries. The eastern routes flowed toward the sea, carrying with them the dreams and ambitions of all who dared to travel their waters. And somewhere among those travelers, a young woman who had learned to be many things to many people continued her journey toward whatever destiny awaited in the vast world beyond the horizon. The wanderers returned. 5 years later, the harbor of Bjornholm looked exactly as Astrid remembered it, yet somehow smaller and more intimate than the great ports she had grown accustomed to during her years on the eastern routes. The familiar sight of her father's shipyard, the weathered stone pier where she had played as a child, the modest collection of buildings that comprised her entire world for the first 28 years of her life. All of it seemed touched with the golden light of memory, and the bittersweet recognition of how much she had changed. The Eastern Star, her new ship, built in the yards of Constantinople and crewed by sailors from a dozen different nations, drew curious stares as it approached the harbor. Its exotic design and foreign crew marked it as something unprecedented in these northern waters, a visitor from the wider world that most Bjornholm residents knew only through stories and rumors. Home at last, observed Chen Wei, her navigator and partner in the latest expansion of the Alliance's trading network. The Chinese merchant had joined her expedition 2 years ago, bringing knowledge of trade routes that extended all the way to the Silk Road and beyond. His presence on a Norse ship would have been unthinkable when she first left Bjornholm, but the Alliance had made such partnerships not just possible, but profitable. For a visit, Astrid corrected, her voice automatically shifting to the deeper register of Arne Eriksson. The deception had become so natural over the years that she rarely thought about it consciously, though she wondered how her parents would react to the son they had never had, returning in place of the daughter they had lost. The crowd that gathered to greet their arrival included faces she recognized from childhood, neighbors and friends who had watched her grow up and had mourned her departure years ago. But she could see in their eyes that they were looking for someone they remembered, someone who no longer existed except in their memories. Eric and Ingrid Thorson stood at the front of the crowd, their faces showing the mixture of joy and uncertainty that came from greeting a child who had become a stranger. They had aged during her absence. Eric's beard was now completely gray. Ingrid's face bore new lines of worry and care, but their eyes still held the warmth and love that had sustained her through the darkest moments of her journey. "Welcome home, my boy," Eric said, embracing her with the careful affection of a father greeting a son he barely knew. "Your letters have told us of your adventures, but seeing you in person makes them real in a way that words never could." "It's good to be back," Astrid replied, and meant it despite the complexity of emotions that the reunion stirred. "Though I can only stay for a short while, the Alliance has business that requires my attention in distant ports." "Of course," Ingrid said, though Astrid could hear the disappointment in her mother's voice. "We understand that you have responsibilities now that extend far beyond our small island." The homecoming celebration that evening filled the great hall of Bjornholm's modest longhouse, as the entire community gathered to hear tales of the eastern roots and the alliance that had grown from their local son's adventures. Astrid found herself in the strange position of telling stories about herself in the third person, describing Arne Eriksson's accomplishments while carefully avoiding any details that might reveal the truth about her identity. "The Alliance now includes over 200 trading houses," she reported, speaking to an audience that hung on every word. "From the Baltic to the Black Sea, from the northern forests to the Mediterranean coast. Merchants who once competed with each other now cooperate for mutual benefit." "And this all grew from your conflict with Bjorn Ragnarsson?" asked Olaf the blacksmith, a man who had known her since childhood and who seemed to sense something familiar in her manner, despite her masculine disguise. "The conflict with Bjorn showed us what was possible when traders worked together instead of against each other," Astrid replied carefully. "But the alliance has grown far beyond its origins. It's become something unprecedented in the history of commerce, a genuine partnership among peoples who speak different languages and worship different gods, but share common values." "What kind of values?" Ingrid asked, and Astrid could hear in her mother's voice the curiosity of someone trying to understand how her child had been shaped by experiences she could barely imagine. "Honesty in dealing with partners, respect for the peoples whose lands we travel through, protection for those who cannot protect themselves, the understanding that true prosperity comes not from exploiting others, but from creating opportunities that benefit everyone involved." The conversation continued late into the night, as Astrid shared carefully edited versions of her adventures while learning about the changes that had occurred in Bjornholm during her absence. The island had prospered in recent years, its shipyard gaining a reputation throughout the northern seas for the quality of its vessels and the skill of its craftsmen. "Your success has brought honor to our family and our community," Eric said, as the celebration finally began to wind down. "But I confess, I sometimes wonder about the cost. You left here as an eager young man seeking adventure. You return as someone who has seen things that have changed you in ways I'm not sure I understand." Arj. It was the opening Astrid had been both hoping for and dreading. The moment when she would have to decide how much truth to reveal to the parents who had raised her with love and care, but who might not be able to accept the reality of who she had become. "The eastern roads change everyone who travels them," she said slowly. "They force you to confront assumptions about the world and about yourself that you never knew you held. They teach you that the boundaries between peoples are often artificial, that cooperation is more powerful than competition, that the person you think you are may be very different from the person you're capable of becoming. And what person have you become? Ingrid asked quietly. Astrid looked around the hall where she had spent countless evenings as a child, listening to stories of distant lands and dreaming of adventures that had seemed impossibly remote. Now she had lived those adventures, had become someone who could shape events rather than simply enduring them, had built something that would outlast her own lifetime. I've become someone who understands that the most important journeys are not about reaching destinations, but about discovering who you are when everything familiar is stripped away, she said. Someone who knows that the courage to change the world comes not from the absence of fear, but from the willingness to act despite that fear. She paused, looking directly at her parents with eyes that held depths they had never seen before. I've become someone who learned that sometimes the greatest gift you can give to the people you love is to become the person you were meant to be, even if that person is not who they expected you to become. Eric and Ingrid exchanged a look that spoke of long marriage and shared understanding, the kind of communication that develops between people who have weathered life's storms together. When Eric spoke, his voice carried a note of recognition that suggested he understood more than he had revealed. "And are you happy with the person you've become?" he asked. "I am," Astrid replied without hesitation. "I've found work that matters, partnerships that sustain me, and the knowledge that I've helped build something that makes the world a little better than it was before." "Then that's all any parent can hope for," Ingrid said simply. "That their child finds a path that brings them fulfillment and allows them to make a positive difference in the world." The next few days passed in a blur of visits with old friends, tours of the shipyard, where she had spent so much of her childhood, and quiet conversations with parents who seemed to understand that their child had become someone they could be proud of, even if they didn't fully understand the journey that had created that person. On her final evening in Bjornholm, Astrid found herself standing on the same cliff where she had made the decision to follow life's path years ago. The view was unchanged. The harbor below, the sea stretching to the horizon, the familiar landscape that had shaped her earliest understanding of the world. But she was no longer the person who had stood here before, torn between duty and adventure, safety and risk. She had become someone who understood that the most important choices were not between security and danger, but between remaining who you had always been and becoming who you were meant to be. "Second thoughts?" asked a familiar voice, and she turned to see Leif approaching through the evening shadows. Her brother had arrived that morning, his own ship flying the Alliance banner and carrying goods from markets that had been mere legends when they were children. "Many," she admitted, "but not about the choices we've made, about the choices that lie ahead. The expansion into the Silk Road territories? That, and other possibilities. Chenwei has contacts who speak of sea routes to lands so distant that their existence seems like fantasy. Islands where spices grow that could revolutionize cooking throughout the known world. Peoples who have developed technologies that could transform everything from navigation to metalworking." Leif smiled, the expression carrying echoes of the enthusiasm that had driven him from Bjornholm years ago. Another adventure. Another opportunity to build bridges between worlds that have never been connected before, Astrid corrected. The Alliance has shown that cooperation across cultural boundaries is not just possible, but profitable. Now we need to discover how far those boundaries can be extended. And if we fail, then we'll fail while attempting something worth attempting, she replied. But I don't think we'll fail. We've learned too much, built too strong a foundation, created too many partnerships that benefit everyone involved. They stood in comfortable silence for a while, brother and sister who had traveled impossible distances and overcome unimaginable obstacles to reach this moment of quiet satisfaction. Tomorrow would bring new departures, new challenges, new opportunities to push the boundaries of what seemed possible. "Do you ever wonder what would have happened if you hadn't found Father's journal?" Leif asked, echoing a question that had become something of a ritual between them. "I think we would have found some other path to the same destination," Astrid replied. "The world was changing whether we participated in that change or not. The question was whether we would help shape that change or simply be shaped by it. And now we continue building. The alliance is established, the eastern routes are safer and more prosperous than they've ever been, and new possibilities are opening every day. But the most important work is still ahead of us, proving that cooperation can triumph over conflict, that mutual respect can overcome the barriers that have divided peoples for centuries." As they made their way back toward the village, where lights were beginning to twinkle in windows and smoke was rising from chimneys, Astrid felt the weight of transformation settling over her one final time. She was no longer the sheltered daughter of a Bjornholm shipbuilder, no longer even the determined young woman who had set out to rescue her missing brother. She had become something entirely new, a bridge between worlds, a builder of possibilities that had never existed before. Someone who had learned that the most important adventures were not about discovering new lands, but about discovering new ways for people to live together in peace and prosperity. The eastern star would sail with the morning tide, carrying her toward horizons that promised challenges and opportunities she could barely imagine. But she was ready for whatever came next, confident in her abilities and surrounded by allies who shared her vision of what the world could become. Sometimes the most important journeys end not with dramatic arrivals, but with quiet departures. Not with the satisfaction of reaching a destination, but with the excitement of continuing toward new possibilities. And sometimes the greatest adventures begin not with leaving home, but with understanding that home is not a place but a set of values and relationships that you carry with you, wherever your travels may lead. The alliance would continue to grow, connecting peoples and cultures in ways that had never been possible before. The eastern routes would continue to carry goods and ideas between distant lands, fostering understanding and cooperation across boundaries that had once seemed insurmountable. And somewhere among the traders and merchants who traveled those routes, a young woman who had learned to be many things to many people would continue her work of building bridges between worlds. The sea stretched away toward the horizon, carrying with it the promise of adventures yet to come, and the certainty that those adventures would be shared with partners who understood that the most important discoveries were not about finding new territories, but about creating new possibilities for human cooperation and mutual respect. The last voyage of Astrid the Wanderer had become the first voyage of something entirely new. A future where the barriers between peoples could be overcome through courage, determination, and the understanding that we are all stronger together than we could ever be apart.